Kickoff of the 2020 International Mandela Effect Conference. I am Jerry Hicks, the father of IMEC, if you will, and we are very, very excited and proud to have every last one of you here with us. We cannot wait for this amazing week, guys. 15 speakers, 6 days, one event. We are so proud to be able to bring this to you, even though 2020 has been so wild and crazy. We have got the number one place to be this week. I guarantee you that. But before we begin, we do have a little disclaimer. The content you are about to watch is meant for Mandela effect is real. And that's the disclaimer, getting that out of the way, guys. We got a lot of fun coming up, but a couple ground rules before we get started. Like we mentioned a moment ago, please be respectful. Disagreements are okay. Disrespect is not. Disrespect will not be tolerated. We have moderators that are on the go, ready to take care of anybody who wants to start trouble. So do be aware. Also, any questions that you may have during the upcoming speeches and talks, please feel free to put them in the chat. We have moderators that will be grabbing those for the Q&A that will follow right after each talk. The speaker won't be able to answer your question while you're asking it, but in the Q&A, the questions will be brought. And we got more on that later that you're really going to enjoy. This is a family-oriented event. Please keep that in mind. No cussing, no dirty or foul speaking or connotations or language. We will ban those and there will be no more chatting for you. I do apologize, but we have a standard we must stick to. Trolls will be banned in the story. If you are trolling, if you are suspected to be trolling, we've got to make a decision at some point. We will take care of that. No spamming the chat, please. If you do have a question, our moderators are watching. So please do not spam. We would appreciate that. That is the rules, guys. It's just that simple. Be respectful. Let's have a wonderful week. And we would not be able to do any of this without our amazing sponsors. We've got the Conscious Life News, who have helped us out this year. We've got the Rippin' Common Sense Radio, where you can also find the Dark Wolf's Den Show, by the way. You've got Dream Vision's 7 Radio Network. We've got Higher Journeys with Alexis Brooks. And of course, the Kingdom of Nye Radio Network. We are so very, very proud to have every last one of those guys on board. Please go check out every one of them. Links to their sites can be found on imec.world, imec.world. We have a lot of fun coming up, guys. As you heard in the interview, if you heard the interview with the Chronos, he has a contest coming up. He's ThetaStream.app. If you haven't checked it out yet, TheTaStream.app. Over there, you're going to find all kind of interesting games where you're going to be able to play with using your consciousness to affect different things, from intuition to random number generators. There will be cash prizes for the top winners at the end of the week. So you guys might want to make sure that you go over there and check that out. There'll be more information about that coming up later on today in a Chronos Talk, which we will get to in a couple of hours. We got a lot of stuff to get to, guys. I cannot wait. We have one more contest. And I mentioned a minute ago that we will be having questions, correct? So if you got a question, please put it in chat. We are going to be judging the questions as they come in. At the end of the day, the best 2 questions will receive a copy of a book. I'm not sure which one yet. There's a library we got to choose from, guys. So we will be giving those away. And I happen to have it on good authority. It may be one of Cynthia Sue Larson's books. Maybe. Guys, stay tuned for more information on that. We will get to more information on that at the break, after the break, I should say, when we come back for the second half of the show. But we've got a long way to go before we get to there. The questions will be judged on accuracy of question, whether or not it was spammed in the chat. That will disqualify a question immediately, and the relevance of the question, as well as a team judgment in the end. It will be as fair as we can absolutely make it. So, guys, coming up today, we have a lot of fun. Right? We go over the entire schedule, and then we'll get to the beginning of the speeches with our keynote speaker. Speaking of keynote speakers, first on the list, we have Regina Meredith, and Truth Matters will be the name of her talk, and she has a Q&A afterwards. Following that will be a Chronos Mago and his Q&A. And then we will take a 1 hour break. Guys, you'll be able to have a chance to go get dinner, take care of a couple of things, whatever you got to do, but make sure you come back, because an hour after that, we will open it back up with my talk. You guys are not going to want to miss this. It is going to be incredible. Then again, I'm a little biased, you know. There will be a Q&A after that. Then we'll have the end of the day panel, and that's going to be a really fun panel. I'll also be joining, and we should have the closing after that. So we've got a long, fun day ahead of guys. You are not going to want to miss a second of this, I promise. We're going to be streaming all day. Don't forget, tomorrow we will not be streaming. Tomorrow we will take a day off. However, keep an eye on the channel. We have a very special release coming out tomorrow that, again, you are not going to want to miss. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, in a couple moments, we will be bringing on our keynote speaker, Miss Regina Meredith. So please sit back, relax, grab your drink, use the restroom, do what you have to do, and we will be right back.
alternate realities. I think 2020 has to take the cake. I think we're all living in our own little film production. First of all, let me just tell you a bit about myself. I've spent my entire career in the media, starting out as a sports anchor back in the days when there weren't any. I was a first of literally 3 or 4 female sports anchors, and ultimately went on to becoming a news anchor, which is when I found out that I didn't care for the top-down structure of how information was passed through to the viewer. I really did not enjoy that job at all. At that time, and it holds true to this day, if there was good news, it was pretty much blocked out unless you had maybe a warm and fuzzy human interest story at the end of the show. But by and large, it was a dose of bad news night after night, and I was part of dishing it out to the public just before they went to bed at night. It really took me down physically, emotionally, and spiritually. And that's the time when I began searching for other ways of viewing life, and my spiritual journey really began. This was about 35 years ago when I finally entered into what I would call now my life path. And that's when I decided to start using the media for the purpose of disseminating information that I found to have higher value, not the normal if it bleeds, it leads type of thing. So I went on to do environmental reporting, documentaries, news segments within progressive television shows. And then, of course, by 2004, it was just bringing us through my career very quickly, after a long stint at PBS and doing Regina's Vegetarian Table, which I did because it was fun. I love food, and I had written a couple of cookbooks. My former husband and partner and myself started Conscious Media Network, and that was in 2004. And that was the beginning of video streaming of this kind of information that we're seeing, all of these amazing presenters at this conference. Those are the people that I chose to give a platform to instead of the bad news of the day. In addition to that, I had been developing my own understanding of the nature of reality, science, and spirituality. I was very interested from an early age in quantum physics, for example, as a means of contending with the nature of spirituality. So this has been my passion for a very long time. And also for the last few decades, I dedicated my skill set of media, both hosting shows and also interviewing people, to uncovering the truth behind the nature of reality in a myriad of subjects. So that brings us up to speed and where we are today. So as far as the Mandela effect goes, I had first learned about it from Cynthia Sue Larson, who I just adore as a human being. I've interviewed, I don't know how many people. It's probably certainly topped over well over 1,000 by now. And I have to say that Cynthia, I find to be one of the purest hearts of any person, especially in the scientific community, that I've ever interviewed. And because she has this incredible background in science, as well as this pure heart, I was very interested in how she was experiencing what is called the Mandela effect. So I invited her on Gaia TV. At this point in time, I do interviews for both Gaia Television and also for my own site, reginameredith.com. 50-50. I do equal numbers of interviews for both sites, and I've interviewed Cynthia on both sites. So if you would like to check into our past conversations after this conference is over, you can go to Gaia or reginameredith.com and look at our conversations as a little bit more background on this extraordinary woman and what she's bringing forward to the public. And so, I mean, initially, I resonated with virtually every example that was given. We had all of the kind of old commercials and new commercials, graphics pop up side by side, and I immediately said, yes, of course it was Berenstein Bears. Of course it was Jiffy peanut butter. Of course it was Stouffer's stovetop stuffing. I remembered all of that from my youth, and there was no question that I had the memory of these things, as with millions of other people. So as she was explaining to me, she said, go check it out for yourself, right? So that began my journey about the sheer quirkiness of these mundane incidences where reality had empirically shifted. So we enjoyed our interviews, and ultimately the time came, she was putting together this conference and invited me to speak because I've done a number of commentaries on the nature of the mind, for example, A User's Guide to the Mind, A User's Guide to Reincarnation, which is a new series of things I'm doing now. And so she was resonating with me, I was resonating with her, and we decided to pool our understandings of reality together to do this presentation today. So first of all, I have to tell you that it was just this morning I woke up after dreaming about doing this presentation. I kept going back to one of the examples that Cynthia used. And it was the portrait of Dorian Gray, a portrait of Dorian Gray, written by Oscar Wilde back in 1890. I was fascinated with this because I thought, okay, this is something that is of historical record. We can certainly go back and look at this and see that indeed it was titled A Portrait of Dorian Gray. So first of all, I started asking classically educated people that I know, mostly people over 45, 50 years old, who would have encountered this literary piece of work. And I said, what do you remember by way of the name of the book by Oscar Wilde regarding Dorian Gray? And virtually, I think it was without exception, everyone remembered it being A Portrait of Dorian Gray. I thought, yeah, that's how I remember it. So I was online researching, thinking somewhere I have to be able to find an archival copy of A Portrait of Dorian Gray. Well, as I was going through, an odd thing happened. One page on the search engine popped up and populated with one link after another to A Portrait of Dorian Gray. And now, previous to this, I had been encountering no luck at all. Actually, all I could find was a picture of Dorian Gray. And I thought, no, this isn't right. I kept on. I had the will to keep looking until I could find something that proved that a portrait of Dorian Gray ever existed, even going into private collections of older works that people had. So here I was, voila, up popped an entire search page of a portrait of Dorian Gray links. And I was just thrilled. Unfortunately, thinking I'd hit upon something, it did not occur to me in the moment to do a screen capture of it, or I would show it to you right now. I don't have the screen capture. So now we get down to that argument. Oh, well, was it just in her head? Did she imagine this? I do not believe I imagined this. I saw it with my eyes. I was so excited. I clicked on one of the links and boom, it took me right to a picture of Dorian Gray. And I was never able to go back. That was an anomaly for that one moment in time. After that, every search I did only showed a picture of Dorian Gray. So I even went to bookstores and thought, oh, I found one. But when they shipped it to me, it wasn't. It was a picture of Dorian Gray. And I thought, rats. So I started thinking about this, and this was really what was occupying my mind when I woke up this morning. What actually had happened in this case? We can talk about Stofers and other things, but I think we can hit upon some of the practical elements just looking at this one little scenario that I've had. And this isn't a bizarre one. You're going to hear a lot of bizarre scenarios. You're going to hear amazing stories from Cynthia, also from Jan Ingle-Smith, actually from almost every presenter on their experiences with the Mandela effect. My interest is truly looking at the mechanics of it and what this can bring to our realities by way of function. By way of something that serves humanity. So that's the angle I'm coming in on. So I started thinking about it. What happened here? Did I drop into, for one moment in time, a parallel reality, perhaps the parallel reality in which the portrait of Dorian Gray existed at one time? And now we've shifted over to another reality where it's now a picture of Dorian Gray? Or is it possible that something even more bizarre may have happened in which the will and power of my own thoughts were able to rearrange the assemblage of ones and zeros on that page to provide what my mind and will wanted to see, which was a page of links with a portrait of Dorian Gray? This is where we begin implicating the mind in it. And this is where a lot of my interface with the Mandela effect has happened. And we'll start looking at that in a little bit. I want to share a few examples of things that have happened in my life, but I don't really want to center on that and focus on that because you're going to be hearing a lot of it, much more extraordinary stories from some of our other presenters. So what I thought I would do first is, after asking those questions, did my mind actually create a new outcome that became manifest physically in that moment? Or did I drop in for a moment through desire to this parallel reality in which a portrait of Dorian Gray existed? These are questions that apply to virtually all of the incidents in our life that have to do with this ubiquitous and incredible question that will not be answered probably for centuries to come, which is truly, what is the nature of time, space, matter, and reality, and how does that interface with mind? First of all, science hasn't actually figured out what mind is yet. They're finally on a quantum level understanding that mind is something that is not inside the brain, and the brain is just a processing unit for it. The mind seems to be something so much more interconnected and vast that it's perhaps beyond our human understanding still at this moment, other than simply theoretically, or we can drop in and use it in practice, but it's hard to put into words. So From this, I think it's important that we understand, we already know time is malleable. This conference is going to prove this again and again. A time is more of an infinity loop, and it folds back in on itself. And many people believe that by healing the present now, we can also heal the past, or we can go back into a perceived or remembered past life, heal that event, and have that have knocked on effects for generations forward. All of this is certainly entirely possible and may be what we do, even unconsciously. But let me tell you about one interesting little story that happened. I was actually researching a book before interviewing Andrea Perron, who wrote House of Darkness, House of Light. In her book, Andrea detailed all of the strange incidents that happened in her haunted house back east growing up, in which there was one main, what we call poltergeist, a woman who had occupied this house before, who was obsessed with her father in this life and came through using electricity, energy of all kinds, and causing a lot of damage to her family. But there was this one very touching moment in the book that I found fascinating. And it was one in which her mother, who was the primary victim of the entities in the house, they really did a number on her. She was standing in her dining room in this old house. And as she was there, suddenly she started seeing into the life of a family who had lived there a couple hundred years before, roughly a couple hundred years before, their furniture, what the room looked like at that time. And the interesting thing of it was, the woman who was sitting at that table with her family saw her mother in this timeline and turned around and looked at her, and the two women simply looked at each other. Can you imagine what that was like? From either perspective, looking through time like that in the same moment. So again, I think that's just one teensy example of gazillions of them in which time isn't exactly as we see it. But also, matter isn't what we see. If you were to look at the human body on a quantum level, it would look something like, if you say even an atomic level, it would be something like looking at the solar system. And so here we have a number of planets within the solar system. Say, we'll compare it with the elements just so we can get into the atomic model. For example, nitrogen has 9 electrons. So say we were looking at our solar system and it had 9 planets that are orbiting around the sun. Well, it would be very similar to the 9 electrons orbiting around the nucleus in an atom. So you've seen models of this and what this looks like. There's nothing there. It's all space. Our body is made up of atoms. So looking at us on a quantum level, there is nobody here. It is as though we're looking out into the solar system itself and looking at our planets studded throughout the solar system. Forget all the other stars and everything else. They're just the planets. There's nothing there. We are nothing but space. Now, Tom Campbell, the author of My Big Toe, which is My Big Theory of Everything, is a scientist who dealt with a lot of out-of-body experience reporting at the Monroe Institute in his youth. He went on as a quantum physicist to start explaining the nature of reality. And he's saying that essentially what we see here is an agreed-upon rendering of reality. So we have all incarnated here over time. What we're seeing and experiencing, we all understand what a door is, essentially. So a door becomes something rather stable in our field that we can all recognize as a door. We can recognize each other and the features on our faces and such as a thought that has become concretized into an agreed upon reality of sorts. So when you stop and think that there's actually nothing here in our world, even the most dense of atoms, one of the densest atoms is polonium, which has 84 electrons. Still, imagine our solar system. Looking out and you see 84 planets. That's nothing. It's still all space. Yet polonium is so deadly, it can kill you by just having just a few particles of it introduced into the body. It'll kill you. So the nature of reality, the nature of material reality is something that continues to fascinate me and also confound me on so many levels, because we have our concrete understandings of what it means, what everything that is surrounding us means, what these bodies mean, and so forth. So if we start looking at our reality as though we're all space and time is malleable, then you can see that thought ends up taking on this incredible position, because all creation comes from thought and desire of some kind. There's nothing that exists around you right now that didn't come from a person's desire to have a particular thing manifest, and the thought that preceded that, that allowed them to even come up with the idea to begin with. It could be the piece of technology that you use every day. It could be a food that something that creates on such a vast scale has created that we can't even conceive of what it's like to create a planet, and all of the food sources, plants, trees, herbs, insects, life forms. Can you even fathom the incredible creative capacity it takes to create something like Earth and all of its life forms? And yet it's been done. It's not random. A rose is not random. So we look at the incredible creative capacity of mind at a level that we don't comprehend. And if you look at it from the tradition of the Hermetics, or even, the great sage Sri Aurobindo, who preceded Gandhi, everything was mind. The world is a mental construct. And it doesn't mean it's not filled with spirit and passion and love and all of that. It is. But it's still a construct of someone's or something's thought. So when we start looking back to the Mandela effect again, I started thinking, okay, so how is it that, for example, Stouffer's stovetop stuffing, I think even the comedian David Chappelle used to joke about it in one of his skits, that he liked going over to his white friend's house because the mothers would serve Stouffer's stovetop stuffing, right? And you can go into the internet, you're going to be hearing about this later, you can go to the internet and start looking at all the debates about whether it existed, and it says, no, it never existed. It was craft stovetop stuffing. That's not how I remember it. It's not how millions of housewives remembered it. Okay, so is it possible, not just that there is a parallel reality in which Stouffer's made as stovetop stuffing, but is it possible that whoever made that change when Kraft absorbed Stouffer's and decided to change the name to their own stovetop stuffing, Kraft stovetop stuffing, they did their new graphics, they made a corporate decision that they were going to rebrand it. So they put some intention, some will, some energy inside this decision, into this decision, started popping it out onto the marketplace. Now you can't find any evidence. You can't find the wrappers, the original wrap packaging of Stouffer's stovetop stuffing, even though this lives and is very well alive in millions of minds around the United States and possibly even elsewhere. Is it possible that the sheer act of creativity, thought, and will literally overwrote that reality? It erased it in a truly empirical, historical context? It's gone. It never existed if you're to look it up in anything in a tangible way through the internet or any physical means. So this is really where I find the Mandela effect interesting, is the power and interface of the human mind on altering what we even perceive as reality and history itself. So what are some of the potentials that are stunning in terms of their use, in terms of instantly altering a reality? Well, one of them is instant healing. I've been very fortunate to have participated in what is called instant healing, both as a receiver and as a facilitator. And I know what it took by will of my own mind, conjoined with another person's openness and soul openness to having a healing experience. It's never just one way. You can't impose healing upon another. So there has to be agreement between the two people. And that's something, if you'd like to hear more about that, in the Gaia archives, I did a few interviews with Stephen Ross, and also on my own site at reginameredith.com. He is an amazing facilitator of instant healings on people, but he talks about how this happens, what the nature of it is. It can only happen in agreement between these two people. So you have a being, a soul, who's open and saying, yes, I want a different outcome. I want to be healed. You have the experience of the facilitator, who has to have very, very clear thought, very powerful will, and a precise, in this case, a very precise desired outcome, which is going back to this state of perfection before the disease occurred. That is a past reality. You can literally, using the technique he does, and I've used, you can collapse those two in a flash, and the person has healed. Now, Jen Ingle-Smith and I were talking about this one day after I interviewed her, and she was saying that she believes that is an alternate or a parallel reality. You have the parallel reality that happens at the precipitation of emotion and thought, which can literally have a person begin taking on imbalances and become ill. And then you can have the alternate one where other choices were made, other thoughts and emotions were inhabited, and you have the well version of the self. And to me, what's so fascinating in this, and I expect by the end of this conference you're going to feel the same way, once you start diving down this rabbit hole of the Mandela effect and the nature of reality and parallel timelines, etc., there are always more questions that are going to be raised than answered. And that's appropriate, because what's so wonderful about this is you get in because you think, no, I remember stuff for stovetop stuffing. It's just kind of fun. Poke around in the internet and say, oh my God, I can't find it anywhere. So it's a little hook for us to come in a rather mundane but fun way. But once you start pulling the thread of it, you have to keep going. And this is not something that if you're a curious and open-minded person, it's not an itch that's going to be satisfied quickly. It's going to create many, many more, I think, engagements. Engagements is the best word. We'll want to engage on every level possible. So when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, okay, here we go. Instant healing. What is that? Is that a change from the mind of an outcome? Have you just taken something and immediately affected the physicality of the being? As we know, there's almost no physicality to us. It's really just some atoms, right? Or have we actually dropped into an alternate timeline of a parallel reality based on different thoughts and experiences of this person and their expression? And I'm going to leave that. Cynthia's going to talk a lot about this. I've had a couple really kind of quirky experiences that have happened myself, and I've asked the same question. I'll share one with you. Just because it's a little more dramatic than a couple of the more mundane ones that I've been through. But this was in the mid-90s in Paris. And I was there with my son. We were there to go to a friend's wedding outside of Lyon. And as we were in Paris, and we stayed in the same area that I had stayed in many times before, the Latin Quarter, we were out doing some sightseeing that day, came back, started our trek back home at the end of the day, and went down into the metro, which is their public transport system of trains underground. We went down to the metro, and this is a metro system I was very familiar with. I had not, there and London, I had never had any kind of boo-boos where I'd gotten on a wrong train before. I knew the system pretty well, and I was in familiar territory. So we were hot and tired, sweaty. It's August, it's the end of the day. So we go down to catch the train, and I saw the sign, and I followed the sign, and boom, went over to the platform to catch our train. About a stop away, I realized that I had gone the wrong direction. And I thought, that's impossible. I saw the sign. I saw the sign. I know this system. I saw the sign. That's impossible, right? Well, I'm just arrogant enough to think that because I've had so much repetition in that system and being on those very stops. And I was sure that I had seen that. So I think, okay, let's go and let's hop off this thing. We hopped off, ran over across to another platform, got back to where we started so that we could catch the train. We needed to go on a couple more stops to our stop. And as we were kind of running along, actually, trying to make the train, just as we were literally a couple foot lengths away, as we were running in to get that car, the doors closed and we missed the train. I thought, oh, rats. You know, I just wanted out of there. It was hot. So we missed the train. So we waited and waited. And now it's really hot. It's packed with commuters because this was at the end of the day. It's very hot there and muggy down in the system in September because the people kept piling up and no trains were coming. So finally there was an announcement on the overhead and everyone gasped. And my French isn't good enough to understand. They were speaking too fast. I'm very rudimentary at French. And so I asked someone, what happened? What did they say? And they said, the train that just left just blew up. Well, this made the news all over the world that night. It was a famed event in French history where they were having some acts of terrorism with an Algerian faction at the time. So the train blew up. A lot of people died, a lot were injured. And it was kind of surreal going upstairs, leaving there, and just kind of watching how events occur when you're at the epicenter of an event like that. And some of you have been at these kinds of events, maybe even at 9/11, which is certainly much more dramatic even than this. But the thing that scratched at my head is I know I saw that sign correctly. And whatever happened, whoever did this, whatever tricked me, whatever I dropped into, thank you, thank you, thank you. It saved our lives, literally. And that's not the only time that these kinds of things have saved my life. I've had other near deaths and that sort of thing. But this one was interesting because my mind was definitely involved. And I say, I know what I saw, but couldn't be what I saw, or this wouldn't have happened. So what happened there? Did something come in because of my own familiarity with it and just trick me into seeing it? Did I drop into another reality? Again, I would ask you to, when we do our panel after this, let's open these questions up and talk about what actually could have happened in that kind of situation. And then there are the mundane things like I call them the little Pixie events, where I'll lose something. And in this one case, this happened twice actually in my office at Gaia. Literally twice. One time was a gold earring. I was changing in there to do a show, and my earring had come off and fallen onto the ground, and I didn't recognize it until I had gotten back to my hotel that night. And I thought, no, it fell off there because I could kind of feel it catching on something. So I went looking for it the next day. It was gone. And I had the janitor keep an eye out for it. He vacuumed every single day. I talked to him through this. Months went by, and I just forgot about it over time. And then one day I walked in, and there it was, sitting right in the middle of the office, literally in the middle of the floor. You couldn't not see it. And I said, Bob was the janitor there. Bob, did you put this back here? Are you fooling around with me here? He said, no, I just vacuum every day. So this happened again with another little item that was on my desk at Gaia. It disappeared, showed up in the exact spot again a little bit later. These little Pixie events, I call them, I almost feel like it's elementals from some other domain that kind of fool around with us and just play little jokes on us. So it's possible that's happened, or it's possible that this is something that had dropped into a different reality and then popped back into this one. I don't know. But I find these things fascinating looking around us at society right now, because what we're seeing is such an incredible split, in people's psyches and our perceptions of life and our remembrances of life. And I don't think that there's been anything for lifetimes, honestly, lifetimes that compares to what happened to this planet when COVID was introduced in 2020, or arguably late 2019. The events it spun into motion and what it did to people's psyches, it is every version of a Hollywood film imaginable. What it spun off later in terms of tensions, what it spun off in terms of behaviors that led to racial protests around the planet that were long overdue to be done in a way that could finally be embraced by everybody to say, this has to stop. This has to stop. This has gone on for hundreds of years. It's just flat wrong. We can't do this anymore. But why did it take until now for that to become so painfully obvious? On the other hand, you have people who, if you chose the path of fear, and it wasn't as though there was nothing to be concerned about or fearful of. I'm not one of these people saying that COVID is a hoax. It's real. And it has some really weird constituents to it genetically. It's not something you want to encounter, especially if you're an older person with a lot of underlying conditions. But for young people, it seems to have virtually no effect, very, very little. People who are generally healthy, a 113-year-old woman overcame it, 103-year-old woman overcame it. How come they did, or someone else in their 50s may have died due to the clotting effects of this strange, peculiar little viral beast? So again, this is real. We have reason to be concerned. No country knew exactly how to deal with it. Asia had a little more heads up because of SARS in the past. So we learned about things like concepts like social distancing, right? We shut down our economies almost completely, save for grocery stores and Costco and gas stations. Everything was pretty much closed. And that had, I think, a particularly unusual impact on the Western countries, most specifically the United States. The people of the United States have been groomed over time to be more consumers than citizens. Everything that we're told to do has to do with consumption of something. All the messaging coming in is consume, consume, consume. I think the animated film Wall-E addressed that very nicely. And then, of course, the kind of D-rate John Carpenter film They Live, which is a favorite of David Icke, for example. He loves that to explain how reality actually functions. But, we're looking at these films about this messaging, but all of them have to do with conformity, also to do with consumption. Now suddenly we're in a position where we can't consume. We can't go to a cafe with friends. We can't go to a movie. We can't go buy a new pair of shoes. This created a need to have to respond to that in our psyche to try to assemble our reality around it in one way or another. And some people went into just a very protectionist mode of staying very close, staying away from people, fearing other. That would be a natural extent of this. And others said, no, I don't want to do that. That does not feel right to me, and just denied the whole thing. And then you have those people in between. But each one was creating their own show, their own reality, their own movie about what this was. And this is something that is fascinating to me on a number of levels, because it's almost as though society has been unhinged from any kind of verifiable, objective truth. And the media did their part in creating mass confusion, so you were left to figure it out for ourselves. You choose your reality, and that's going to become your reality. But we're in this interesting, peculiar phase of time when all of this happens, a larger phase of time that Carl Kalaman, who does work with the Mayan calendar, refers to as waves of consciousness, the ninth wave of consciousness, which is available to all of us now. So when you look at the Mayan calendar and you look at Hermetic texts and you look at the Vedas, we have cycles of consciousness like this, right? Waves of consciousness. Some people say, no, it's really more, you take it and turn it on its side, it becomes a spiral of consciousness. The way that Carl Kalaman depicts it is we have been in the sixth wave of consciousness, which is the patriarchy, religion, structure. we look at it now and think, okay, enough already, because it led to the oppression of a lot of ideas, a lot of people, and so forth. But it also brought into the world technology and a lot of other things that came from living primarily masculine, left brain dominant. In doing so, we have created a world with a lot of stuff, a lot of technology, flight to take us wherever we need to go or would like to go. It's enabled kind of on a material level, instant gratification. But along the way, what we lost was collaboration, cooperation, respect for the unseen forces, which we're all now, all of us, everyone here right now, has come together because we do want to understand the nature of reality, the nature of consciousness, the nature of the unseen world that motivates and drives everything. Well, that was pretty much put to rest with the sixth wave of consciousness. But now, he said, this period of time has come that is called the ninth wave of consciousness. And remember, I was talking about how everybody's starring in their own movie. Some people are fearful, don't get near me, keeping the doors locked until some officials say you can come out. Others are saying, I'm over it, I'm done with it. I'll breathe on who I want to, and I'm out of here. I'm going to get back to life. And then you have the people in between. I'm one of the in-betweeners. Okay? So you have these two realities coming together at the same time. And the reality of the ninth wave is unity consciousness. So here we're all over the place. We've never been more disparate in our points of view, our politics, more polarized on every level. This isn't just the United States. This is global. I don't know that I've seen a time we've been more polarized. Now, you can say, yes, during the great global conflicts, World War I, World War II, the Napoleonic War, previous wars, yes, we're choosing a side and we're going for it. But I'm talking on a really deep interior level where we're each holding on to the things that we think are going to give our lives some kind of meaning and some kind of hope. I contend that human beings mostly want the same thing, yet we're all trying to find different ways to get there. So here we're spinning off all of these different realities simultaneously, and look how powerful thought is. We talked about this a while ago. This is creating pure chaos at the moment, but then here's this opportunity to join with. The ninth wave is available to all the previous waves and historical waves of consciousness. It is a matter of choice. So now if we're choosing right now, we can go into this ninth wave of consciousness that is unity-based. So look at what else is coming out of this. Yeah, people are segmented. They've never been more polarized in their beliefs and their thoughts and their not desires so much, their politics. And at the same time, here you see this other event occurring in the streets at night, which has been happening certainly up until this moment, is people all over the world are marching together. People with dark skin and light skin are marching side by side. There is a crying out in their hearts. It's time we recognize each other as human beings. It's time we recognize each other's rights and dignity to live a decent life on this planet. The days of separation and polarization have to be over. And this is spinning all kinds of action out all over the world, right down to trying to defund police forces, firing officers. So much is going on toward the end of trying to find some kind of justice that brings people back together, or maybe together for the first time in unity. This is very much an expression of ninth wave unity consciousness, and it's beautiful. The other thing that came out of this is the most common thing I heard from people during COVID was how lovely it was to not have the pressure of getting on the hamster wheel that day. How nice it was to not go to work. How much of our work is doing something we don't particularly believe in or care about, but it simply pays the bills. Well, this is the conundrum of life on this planet. We can't, at this point, we're not all manifesting our dream jobs. So we're doing what we have to while we continue to do the things we love on the outside. But that means a large part of our time is occupied doing things that we don't love. Now, what's happened? Some really interesting things have come out of that, even on a corporate level. On a personal level, it's like, do I really want to do this particular kind of work anymore? Is it feeding me on any level? Is it possible I could transition to something else? People coming back together with family via technology developed under the sixth wave of consciousness, under the masculine left side of the brain, so to speak, analytical consciousness, bringing people together in unity. Families who normally don't speak that often have joined in together from around the globe. My husband's family, I think there are 10 of them that have been Skyping with each other while they were under the stay-at-home kind of mandates. So again, you see these two levels of consciousness, the sixth wave, structured masculine, combined with the ninth wave of unity, which tends to be more feminine, and they're starting to dovetail at this odd time that's demanding something different of us. So I see this whole COVID thing, even though it's going to have repercussions, it is going to change our countries economically probably for a good long while, meaning it's going to have a knocked-on effect with us and our choices as consumers, where we're going to live. Do we need to sell our house? Do we want to? Do we want families to move in together? It will have all of that, but at the same time, it's bringing an unusual type of interdependence. What happens if it comes where, maybe you got a break for 3 months and didn't have to pay your mortgage. That's what your mortgage company said. And then they said, oh yeah, but all 4 payments are due on the 4th month. So you have to let go of your home. What happens then? Who do you love? Who loves you? Who do we turn to? What is a different reality we can create based on affiliation, love, partnership with people? This goes into that ninth wave unity consciousness. And these are different realities that we're going to have to choose between. Many of us are going to have to choose between. But I don't see this as a negative. I see this as a positive. Anything that shakes us from our moorings, that we can live in our own little digitized solo world with no dependence on other human beings, which has been the Holy Grail. That's what certainly women for thousands of years have been tried to create, is a need of a type of self-sufficiency, while at the same time retaining some of our nurturing and caring traits and raising our children. And that's been a mixed bag. It's had mixed results, but nonetheless, it was some forward motion. We had the security gained through being able to enter the workforce, so we didn't have to remain under the command of a partner that would tell us how we were to be, or we'd lose all of our security if they abandoned us for someone else. That's a big one. So that era of our consciousness is dissipating and has now given way to one where women, half the other population, are now feeling more empowered than we ever have before. So now bringing all of this together into this ninth wave of consciousness is a choice. That's the thing. As Carl said when we were speaking, it won't automatically happen. But if you're aware that it's a potential, this is a new, call it a parallel reality that we have a choice to enter into together. So then we look at, to me, it finally comes to this. Here we have these wonderful, quirky Mandela effects. We have these experiences of, in my case, of instant healing. How can a physical state literally change in an instant? Well, it can, because time and space and matter isn't what we think it is. Will, intention, desire is very powerful. So we have these tools now that we know we're working with, that we know we have to work with. So we start coming down to, what can we hold on in a world in which there seems to be no agreed upon objective truth? This is a big one. Strapline on my site is truth matters. Well, truth does matter to me. At least what I perceive as truth, what I perceive as true may not be at all true to someone else. And I had to really rethink that. Yes, I'll leave it there, because truth does matter. I think we should try to find the highest truth in all of these effects in life. However, I started stripping it away and thought, is there anything that's less subjective, something more objective that we can choose to live into by way of finding our bearings as individuals and as society? And what occurred to me were the great virtues. I think all of us understand what kindness, patience, compassion, generosity, courage, love, we all innately feel in ourselves what these things mean. If it feels slightly different to one person than another, we can feel the power in those words. We can feel the power in allowing ourselves to go into the feelings associated with those words. So it occurred to me that whether we're looking at just for fun, looking at the Mandela effect, just to scratch our heads and say, wow, that's wild, that's crazy, or whether we want to look at the underlying principles of it, which is the nature of reality itself, we have to find our way forward. And I'm always about trying to use whatever I've learned in a way that has some meaning. And what I love about this is when you start pulling the threads of the Mandela effect and you start seeing the mind underneath it all, it has a lot of meaning. And so now how do we tap into that ninth wave of consciousness as one parallel reality that we can choose? Okay, we can choose that as our reality. We can do that. And there may be another parallel reality that goes into chaos and dysfunction, and maybe they're existing simultaneously on this planet. But where we go, where we choose to take our attention and our consciousness is what's going to matter to us. And that's when it really hit me that if we're living into the really classic basic virtues, is what I'm involving myself by way of thought, politics, just curiosity in general, where I'm putting my energy and time and attention in life, is it taking me to a place that serves these higher kind of values in life? And that's the only lens I could think of to come from anymore. Does my thought process and what I'm choosing to associate with and to put my attention and belief into take me and take us to a more sustainable, higher place of unity, this ninth wave of consciousness? If it doesn't, I shouldn't be participating in it, because then I'm helping create that alternate reality. So that's how I'm viewing it. And to me, it's something worth playing with, is each time we can feel self-righteous. We all do. We all have fear of other and the unknown. That's to be human. But if we start believing in things and justifying them to support our own comfort rather than what is higher and what has more unity to it, we might start applying these lenses. When I think about this and I'm having this debate someone, is the position I'm taking going to take us to a place of more compassion, more generosity, more kindness, or is it going to take me further away from that? Every one of us has the ability to discern that for ourselves. And I would say that amidst all the craziness and chaos that we're seeing around us, amidst the vastly different belief systems that are being given birth to right now, if we each just took the time to ask those simple questions, I think we will have found our still point amidst it all, and a point at which we can really, truly grow from, not just get into old preferences and habits, but truly grow from. And as far as history itself goes, Stouffer's stovetop stuffing never existed. I could swear it existed. I could swear I saw that sign the way it was, all of these things. So I started thinking, what could we do about that? Well, if we're so inclined, I thought, what about if we each write our own book of life? What if we start writing down the things that are important to us now, that matter to us, that take us to that higher place, the articles and the books and the people that are inspiring and influencing us at this point in time? What if we write our own book of life? I already wrote my autobiography called Accidentally on Purpose, which, by the way, I've just finished recording onto audiobook, and in another month or so, that's going to be out on Audible. So that took some time and some energy. And, going back over it, again, it brought all these pixels of understanding and life back to life again for me, things that even as I wrote it, I've already forgotten about. And it's a lovely thing to be able to lay down and leave for your children and for your grandchildren, but also for ourselves. So when something disappears, like Stouffer's stovetop stuffing, we can go back and say, aha, it's right here. I'm telling you, it was real. So besides taking on, a gracious kind of viewpoint with an idea of coming toward a still point in the craziness, with an idea of moving into a unity type of consciousness, which we're on our way to. I see this as all upward movement, even though it's crazy. Seeing it's ugly, it's chaotic, but I see so much good coming out of this period because we're stopping to ask new questions. And if there's one thing the Mandela effect will do, it's to help inspire a lot of new questions. So in this incredible time in history, which I see as both painful, but positive. Ultimately, I say, let's find our still point by looking at the true beauty in ourselves that we have to offer. What can we give to the world in terms of our own sense of unification and unity consciousness? Maybe it's a little patience. Maybe it's, a little gift of understanding. We can contribute on 1,000 levels to becoming more unified as people, but it starts with that point inside ourselves in determining which path do we want to take? Which one of these realities do we want to occupy? Chaos or unity? It's a choice. And, for all we know, I thought about it. I thought, God, what would a future scenario look like under the Mandela effect? And I was this just kind of crazy popped into my mind. I saw it's 30, 40 years down the road, and people are showing crowds at a sporting event, it doesn't matter, a football game, a basketball game, and everyone's wearing a mask. And you go back into archives, back into, 2010, before 2019, all the archives. And I thought, when we go back, would mask wearing become mandated and so ubiquitous that it overwrote the history of there was a time when we could dance cheek to cheek without a mask? There was a time when we could go to a sporting event without a mask? Would every picture that showed up historically after that all show people wearing masks from the beginning of sports history up through this time? Just a crazy thought I was having. How does this stuff rewrite itself, right? So anyway, that's just a little something I was playing with in my head. For all of you, I hope you find your way through this time in the most still and the most meaningful way possible. And I hope that you just have an amazingly wonderful and fun time just allowing yourself to ask every question possible as each of these amazing speakers comes up over the course of the next week. And I'll be with you in just a few moments here as we end this to do a little bit of Q&A. But meanwhile, I want to thank you for taking the time to watch this. I want to thank you in advance for taking the time to watch all the other wonderful speakers with their really quirky, fun, and I think very important Mandela effects of their own. So until we have a time to do a little Q&A, thanks again for joining us here at the International Mandela Effect Conference 2020.
Hello, I am a
And hello, welcome to the question and answer session. We got some fabulous questions in this first segment. I love the keynote talk that Regina just gave. I think it calls us to take a look at a deeper sense of reality and look deeper within the Mandela, which is really what this conference is all about. So we got so many excellent questions. I'm just going to start off with the very first one that came through the chat, which is, this is from My Skies 5D. The question is CERN responsible for the Mandela effect?
Cynthia, I think you would be better off answering that one. I would be surprised if it is, because so many of the events seem to predate CERN. And I would imagine that this is something that humans have been experiencing throughout history. That doesn't mean that CERN can't be involved in manipulation of the effect and have involvement in the effect, but I don't know that it's responsible for the effect, because we're talking, at least this is just in my perception, Cynthia, you may have a totally different answer. We're talking about a phenomena that's always existed, which is the notion of multidimensionality, parallel timelines, and mind, the effect of mind in this matrix, this non-physical matrix. So I wouldn't give CERN that much credit. What do you think, Cindy? Cynthia?
Well said. Well, this is your moment to talk about it. I tend to feel that if you go back far enough with all of these possible explanations, you pretty much always hit consciousness, and you hit the same things physicists are looking at all the time as well. You're right, it goes to the nature of reality. Okay, the next question that I think is really worth taking a look at is this is a little bit involved with the Mandela effect, so I can explain if you need help, but it's my life DIY. Do you think we can manifest our old reality, timeline, etc. back? And is that what residue is? Now, I might need to explain residue to you, but that would be, okay, do you know what residue is?
No.
No. Okay. Okay, residue would be like if you're looking at that film of the JFK assassination, you see art and scale models that all match what you remember, but then you look at the so-called actual footage and it's different. The residue would be the artist's recreations typically, or there might be, usually it's someone remembering something, so a clerk at a grocery store typing in HAAS avocado because they typed it in. So it's that kind of thing.
I think I understand. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing with you. You're kind of garbled, a little bit garbled. So
I switched my microphone around.
There we
Okay,
go.
Yeah, there you go.
way better. It's
Nice.
been really hard to hear you.
well,
got
maybe we
a
can hand it
tangle of one
to
here.
Chris. Can you take
So
it?
you're saying the residual are the artifacts of an event, such as
Yeah.
the remembrance?
I could explain that another way
Please do,
too.
because you guys can probably answer better than me on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, because residue is something that's very challenging to people, something they can't understand. So an example would be the Ford logo. Many people remember the Ford logo being a certain way with the F.
Right.
And now it's always been completely different, but somebody found like an engine block from the 1940s or something that shows it the way they remember it. Kind of thing. Yeah.
So in other words, the previous version, the residue is what we call the previous version.
Yes.
The
Yes,
version
like
in our collective memory.
Like Portrait
So
of
the
Dorian
question-
Gray. Yeah.
Pardon, go
And
ahead.
so it's like if you look at the Portrait of Dorian Gray, could we
Yes.
get that reality back once you start noticing, hey, I found a couple of examples of that.
Right. And I gave you my little flicker of an event, which was, strange. Okay. But it certainly made me ask that question, because I don't think I don't think science or any of us truly understand how this works, the nature of it. We have ideas of how it works. And so again, when you're coming to mind and creation and conscious, because to me, it all comes back to consciousness. It all comes back to mind. And I mean mind in the very greatest, highest, most creative sense, connected with all. The aspect of us that is connected with all, that can create at a really high level. The question is, how in connection are we with that aspect of self in terms of going and you're saying altering the residue, so to speak? Is that what the question entailed?
Do you think we can manifest the old reality back? So it's kind of, can we go back to the way it used to be?
I would, you, and I want both of you to answer this. I would say not, because dynamics are dynamics in that moment, whether we're in a parallel timeline or whether we've overwritten a program through mind, through desire, will, enough intention going into a given thought that we've manifested what appears to be a parallel timeline. However those take place, the one thing about life is it never goes backward. But if you have enough will to be able to pop, if it's truly just a parallel reality and you have the mastery to pop back and forth between one and another, then why wouldn't you be able to do that if it's a parallel timeline that doesn't require your additional creation?
Good answer. And my take on it, you want us to chime in? My two
Please.
cents would be that on different levels of our reality. So me personally, I can see a flip-flop reality. I can watch it go back and forth, maybe a few times. And then I decide, okay, I want it this way. I guess I'm being asked to vote about it.
Well, that's good, because you're masterful at it too. You've spent a lifetime at it.
Yes. But then for the collective, when it's all of our collective consciousness, I think you're right. Once we've moved forward, it's a lot harder to get, it's like the Titanic turning it around.
Right.
So maybe it's doable, but it takes a lot more
Yeah,
effort.
because
and
energy is always in motion, always creating by every nanosecond a different effect, no matter
But
which
guess-
timeline we're in.
But we have a quantum businessman here, and his specialty is timelines and timeline edits. So take it away, Chris.
Take it away.
Yeah, so like I can present it from like another point of view, more of like a computer view of the concept of, we'll call it bubbles of reality. So like, for example, I know someone that lives close to South America, and they had always known about pink dolphins their entire life. And for me, that was a Mandela effect. I thought it was like a mythical thing. There was no such thing as a pink dolphin. But because they were in that bubble of reality, or in that part of the world where they were, and I was in another part of the world, when the bubbles merged, so to speak, then I became aware of what they were always aware of. And I believe that a lot of that is what's happening. There are bubbles, we'll call them bubbles of reality, that are merging. And sometimes if you can think of it like in a computer type situation, I talk about things like timeline insertions and so forth. These things have to be merged in very carefully, and then there's not supposed to be any residue. It's supposed to be like a seamless merge, but that doesn't always happen. So I kind of look at it from another point, from the holographic universe, quantum computer simulation theory, that type of a thing. So that's my take on it.
Look, I have a quick question of you on that. How does that differ from simply being two realities that existed side by side, and one is simply aware of the reality in their part of the world, and one's aware of the reality in the other part of the world?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
And as these bubbles are merging, as the timelines are merging, we really can't go back. Now, I'm nostalgic. I like a lot. I like, the Star Wars movie the way it used to be. I don't like and that's now. But yeah, we're advancing. We're rising in our consciousness.
Exactly.
So we can look back and be like, hey, that was fun, but we're onward and upward from here.
I agree. Well said. And Cynthia, I mean, I personally don't have the capability to just say, okay, I'm going to jump over to that one, which you do. So that's lovely. You can explain that part better than anyone.
Well, it's not, I mean, it's simple, but it's not necessarily easy. It requires complete, like, really being in alignment with your soul purpose, you could call it. And so when what you want is also what your high self wants, what your angelic high self wants.
Exactly.
And what you absolutely love with all your heart and soul and fullness of being, and what you absolutely need, then no problem. It's very simple, right? Okay. But
I agree with that. I agree with that part. The hard part is listening to that voice.
And actually being aligned with it. I think
that's
often
what I mean.
the human experience is very different. I love the way you touched on that, with sometimes you want what's easy, but is that really what you really are here for?
Right, exactly.
Well, this is such a great segue, because JoJo's asked another question. Do you believe you can create the reality you want to see or exist in?
I do. Cynthia, you and I were just talking about that just now, Cynthia. I do believe that. I mean, for every one of us, it comes a different way. And again, I think it comes back to this thing Cynthia was just talking about, which is, are we listening to the highest aspect of ourselves? Because that part is the one breathing and living through this physical body, and with this physical body, and with the conscious mind. So how do we discern when we're listening to the highest aspect of ourselves? Because with that, I find you almost can't do wrong. Once you're lined up with that voice, and you're in alignment with you, with the true you. Well, for example, I wrote about this in my book, but I didn't talk about it. I was doing a documentary called Sierra in Peril. Now, I had never done a documentary in my life, but I'm confident. I told PBS I could do this. And so they let me do it, because it was based on a Pulitzer Prize winning newspaper series. So they said, yeah, go for it. Well, environment wasn't chic. It wasn't in style at the time. There wasn't appropriate athwear to wear in your environment of the day. It was just people caring about trees, they didn't think it was sexy enough. But they said, it's a good idea. Let's take a look at this. Boom. They raised the money very quickly, which shocked everybody. And so once the money was raised, the game's on. There was nothing that could go wrong. I wrote it, I produced it, I hired the musicians and told them what I wanted, sat for every edit. I was a total control freak. And the reason is because I had this picture in my head, this vision of trying to speak for the trees and for the water, especially the trees. And years before that, I had totally forgotten about it in this one session with these beings. They were talking to someone else and they said to me, and you do something about the trees. And I was looking like, are you talking to me? What am I going to do about the trees? Segue. Now it's years later, and I'm literally having music created that speaks for the trees. And it was very dramatic. There were some emotional moments, and it was of trees. And so then it went on to win all these awards and everything. And it was my first crack at a documentary. And it was simply because whatever that voice was, it said, and you do something about the trees, was in alignment with part of what I came to do in this lifetime. Legislation came in that started favoring protection of certain groves after that. One of the bodies of water on the other side of the Sierra Nevada gained extra protections in sessions after that. And so legislation actually changed when this came out and was made public. We even got funding from a logging company. And this is an environmental film, a logging company to take this and repurpose it for the public school system. And it was used at Berkeley all the way down to middle school. Nothing could go wrong. I couldn't have screwed it up if I wanted to, because it was in such alignment with my soul and what was needed. So that's an example of how you can't mess it up if it's in alignment. But if it feels like it kind of is and kind of isn't, and then I think you have to feel your way. And we all know in our heart when we're feeling our way to something, whether it's congruent with this thing that elevates and lifts us, where we know, even if it's a hassle, even if we're scared, we just know this is it. This is the right thing for me to do right now. We all know that feeling, and that is the big guidance system, I think, to higher mind. And when you're working with higher mind, you can do almost anything. So I absolutely agree. You can create it if you're in harmony with your higher self.
Such a great example. And those of us involved with the International Mandela Effect Conference agree with you, because we've just been coming together magnificently to pull this off.
Yeah.
So another question came in about, this is Wolfkey 74 Creations, Lisa. Did your reality shift increasingly when you started noticing Mandela effects?
I want to answer that honestly. I think what the Mandela effect did, because I've tended to live in that place of fairly well congruent with my soul force, as far as I know. And that doesn't always look pretty. Things happen and then they don't work out, and you say, oh God, did I screw up? And it's like, no, I think it hit the mark of fulfilling this larger thing. So I've always pretty much lived like that. So it didn't change my functional reality, but what it did do that was really useful is, and Cynthia, you and I talked about this in one of our shows, where someone is saying, no, I absolutely remember it happened this way. And you think, no, I absolutely remember it happened the way. What it does, for me, is it really expands my mind to the possibilities of all of our collective and individual experience and memory. So I'm not putting it down to an either or category. I find it very expansive conceptually. So that's how it really helped my life. And I thank you for that, Cynthia. That was really a big deal, just bringing up such a simple example in one of our interviews. It's like, right on. It's not about being right or wrong. So I loved it for that. How about you?
Well, it's similar to you. I've had lifelong experiences. I think that's what changes things. But then when you notice, wow, they've got a name for it. For me, it was like, finally, that they're coming on board. You must have felt that way too, 35 years into this.
Oh,
and it's that feeling of, wow, people care about the same things that I've been looking at. That reality is quite malleable, and it's very responsive to how we're thinking and how we're feeling. So,
and we're not crazy. We're not crazy.
No. So I think that's thank you for all the work you've done, because you really laid the way for all the rest of us to come along and feel courage to speak up and talk about this. Well, and it really helps the whole community.
Thank you. That was another one of those crazy things. Like, this is financial suicide to start Conscious Media Network. That was back in 2004. And it was. But you know what? Here we are now. It laid the groundwork for a lot, including for us to be here doing this now. So yes, it seemed crazy. It's like, okay, let's just do it and see what happens. Well, a lot happened. A lot of stress happened. A lot of amazing, fabulous things happened. And it continued to build on to where Gaia used our interviews as a platform when they bought CMN to build what they have now. That was at the very base of it. And so many things happened that were good, even though it was crazy. It was a crazy idea.
Okay, now we're going to get into something that's a little bit strange, but nothing's too strange for you. So this is from Earth Daughter. She asks, do you think it's possible that dying is one way that we shift to another reality? This would be, what are your thoughts on quantum immortality theory? I don't know if you've heard about it before.
Well,
it's the idea that maybe we all died in 2012, that kind of thing. Or individually, when you die, then suddenly
but you continue in another parallel timeline.
Yeah.
Like we just talked about, for me, that's certainly a possibility. And I think that would add almost, to me, so much complexity to the equation on a functional level that I don't know where I'd even go with it, because we already know we're quantum consciousness. We already know that we're immortal consciousness. And so for me, whether I died that day in the Paris Underground, maybe we stepped on in another dimension. We stepped onto that train. Did I talk about that?
Yes, you did. And I had a similar experience this year, not with the underground, but I went to the doctor's office in January, way before we'd heard about COVID-19. And I clearly saw the sign I thought I was sort of upset by it, because it said everyone who enters must wear a mask. And I thought, what nerve? And I thought, well, maybe they have a point, because I'm seeing people coughing and I'm thinking, okay, I'll take a mask. This is kind of pushy though. And then I sit down and I'm thinking maybe I should tell people because they're not putting their mask on. And I go to look at the sign like 20, 30 minutes later, and it doesn't even say that anymore. And then even when I see the doctor, he's asking, why are you wearing a mask? You're not sick. And I thought, this is so weird. I don't think I should bring this up right now.
Yeah, no, but you're so prescient that way. And you're so facile at being able to jump between these timelines. And
Right.
with me, I don't jump like you to be between timelines, but I feel everything. I feel things before they happen. So
Yes.
I have this sense of what's coming up. And certainly before COVID, I had a sense of a lot of things coming up, and my behavior was adapting accordingly as the other shoe was about to drop. And I won't go into the details of all the different ways I was perceiving it. Turned out those were the things exactly that we needed to do, right down to buying toilet paper accidentally, like 2 days before they mandated a shutdown in California. But all of these things were happening because I'm more kinesthetic in that way. Sometimes I can see, sometimes these events happen. As to whether or not I died that day in the subway and I only remember the one reality, I actually don't know. I don't have any sense that I, on another parallel reality, got onto that train and died. I only have the sense of this continued experience for this lifetime that goes on and jumps back and forth in time, at the finish of an incarnation. You two would probably have a much more experience in that kind of reality. So I would defer to you.
I did actually have an experience just a few years ago where people noticed that I had died. I got an email from someone I didn't know. I know we talked about this. You and I did, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And that was Steve Boucher. And he told me, you don't know me, and this may sound weird, but I remember that you died. But he's talking to the right person, because I just asked a lot of questions like, okay, tell me, when was this? How did you find out? What was the cause? I'm asking him these questions.
Right.
He gave all the right answers for the most recent time I really almost did die of pneumonia. Just a few years back, I had been extremely sick to the point that I told my husband, my parents, my daughters, just the close immediate family, nobody else. I said that was so bad that I almost died. And, but I didn't even tell anybody else. So that was very interesting. And some people told me, yeah, Moneybag 73 had been apparently done some sort of video about my life, which I, of course, never saw. And only a few people told me about that. They said they've seen it. So I got very interesting reports when I published it in my newsletter, and that was fascinating just to be on the inside of that. But I'd already been experiencing the Mandela effect, so I don't know that it's necessary for me to die. I think of that as an extraordinary, exceptional human experience, like seeing UFOs, like lots of things.
Yes.
But Chris, let's get your input.
Okay, so for my input, what I'll leave it as a teaser for Tuesday for my presentation about timeline paradoxes, because I explained something that happened with the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster, where the 7 astronauts died in the explosion. And then there was a whole situation where it appears that they are back alive again. Some people say they're doppelgangers. Some people just don't understand it. Was it a hoax by NASA? Like, did the astronauts, were they actually even in the space shuttle when it went off? So when I give that presentation, I explain from my point of view what happened during that event, which caused a timeline paradox, which had to do with what we witness now as far as their lives, with people that look the same names, nearly the same birthdays, but they chose different life, completely different life courses. So that's my little teaser for Tuesday for people to tune in for that.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Yeah.
You know, and I wonder about these things. I remember one missile that was launched from Vandenberg, I believe it was. I'm trying to remember whether it was Vandenberg or Edwards Air Force Base. It's been about 20 years now, and it made the news because it crashed, you know, it crashed. And so the night before, I dreamt that it had crashed. And so when we're getting into this area too, and I'd like both of your comments on this, are we looking at events that have already occurred? They simply have already occurred. It just slipped on another time. It slipped in timeline, and they've actually already occurred. And it's just a delay in it coming into our time frame. Because that, with precognition, I've always wondered about what's happening with timelines there. Can you guys tell me what you think of that?
Well, there's a lot going on. It's hard to say for sure with certainty, like it's absolutely one thing or another. But it seems to me that time is not linear. Let's just start there. Like when we assume like it's going in only one direction at one speed, we know that's not true. It's very relative. And relativity is all about that to begin with. It's very easy to prove that there's no such thing as consistent time for everyone that's the same everywhere. So my own experiences are that I have also had lots of out-of-time experiences. I'll be going into detail, very specific cases in my presentation on Wednesday. But what I can say to answer all this, like what's my view on that precognition thing, and is that just a delay? Like, are you seeing the one timeline, or is it parallel? I would say it's got to be some parallel version, perhaps. But sometimes, like what Chris is talking about, I think he's right. There may be bubbles of possibility, probability. Like there's something that's very likely. Yeah.
Yeah, oftentimes because the matrix of information and events and decisions that have led up to that moment have already been put into motion. So a likely collapse into an outcome has already occurred. So it could be you're just feeling the impression of the quantum field of information that has created the probability of the event. And maybe you're just seeing in a dream a physical representation of that. I mean, all of these are possible. I mean, that's why I love this subject so much. I don't have any answers. I only have my perception and more and more and more questions.
Right.
Yeah.
Chris.
If just getting back to what you mentioned about Vandenberg Air Force Base, there was an explosion that happened 3 months after the Challenger. I think it was April of 1986, where there was a rocket that was carrying a known spy satellite that blew up after it hit past the launch pad. So basically,
that may have been the one I'm referring to, because it was just back a while. Yeah. So what you're referring to too is a gift, like a psychic gift, where you can see timeline, the probability of timelines, and as you get closer to an event, the probability of that timeline increases even more to the point where you can become precognitive of it, especially if there was another factor that was involved in blowing up that rocket. Did that rocket blow up by itself? Was it a true accident? Were there extraterrestrials that were involved that didn't want that spy satellite to go? There's all kinds of reasons for it. Well, yes, absolutely.
But you're tapping into something, absolutely, for sure.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And that happens quite a bit. And so I do wonder, is this a parallel reality effect, or is this simply seeing the culmination of all the information resulting in a collapse into a particular outcome? And it could be any and all of the above. And by the way, I think you might be aware of it, but believe it was in the late 60s, early 70s when they shot that one missile off to the moon loaded with a warhead. There's still existing film of the ETs coming in from all directions and disabling it. And I think it was running at about 14,000 miles an hour and managed to get boom, 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 very strategically, and took that thing down. So there is a history of that.
What I love on that topic is I love what Stephen Greer says. He points out that when you look at who is the danger to themselves and others, tends to look like the body of evidence shows that the humans are. So
Absolutely.
We're the ones that have some work to do.
Absolutely. That's not going to, putting that garbage out into space and ruining other environments is not going to be taken well by others that have maybe a little more wisdom.
Yeah, and I could go one step further too with that rocket carrying the spy satellite. When it blew up, there were in 2019 there were CIA declassified documents that came out that showed that there was high suspicion within the CIA that Russia was involved, and that Russia could have been involved in the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster as well.
Interesting.
That could have led to World War III or more distrust between nations.
Right.
Things like our going to the International Space Station and having that cooperation could have ended. So there are all kinds of things at play when it comes to these things, all kinds of levels.
Absolutely fascinating. And talk about parallel realities. I won't get into any details, but just stopping to think of how this country, the US, felt during the Cold War days and the incredible fear we had over these people we thought were just monsters in the East, the Soviet Union, East Germany, the Soviet bloc, and not stopping for 1 minute to embrace another reality. They felt exactly the same about the evil West, right? These bubbles of perception.
Exactly.
There's a great presentation last year's conference by Shane Robinson of Unbiased and on the Fence, and he really gets into that whole idea of being unbiased, and tends to be the extremists that cause the trouble. So I love that point.
Exactly.
But let's go a little more positive. Yeah. Not that we weren't, but here's a question from the Riplin Rabbit Hole, AJ, and he asks, is it possible to instantly heal the world?
The whole world at one time? Personally, this is just my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so for one reason. Because who's making that decision? Who has the discernment to know who needs what kind of healing where? You know what I mean? This is a collective of souls of every kind who have come here to experience life. Do I think that there's like a savior that will come and simply flash a new pulse of energy in and everyone simply readjusts and it's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry I haven't been kind to you. I don't think it works like that on this planet. I think it works on a level where we have to actually engage with life, feel these impulses, and then make new decisions based on them. Do I think that we can collectively heal the world? Heck yes, I absolutely do. Do I think something from the outside can come and do it for us? I don't think so. I think it's going to take our maturity, our care, our awareness, and our intention to start bringing about these healing changes. And I'm seeing them happening. I mean, this is an amazing period of time. I mentioned this before, Carl Kalleman, right? This whole notion of the ninth wave of consciousness, where all these waves of consciousness, vis-a-vis the Mayan tradition, are intersecting at this time. And anyone who chooses to move up into the ninth wave is unity. And I think that's where the healing happens. And that's what I love about the protests on the street that are happening right now. This is different and everyone can feel it. Now we're playing for real. Our attempts at writing the scales in the past were original attempts and they were all good. They were all well-intentioned, but they didn't have the critical mass of complete heartfelt understanding. It's time for people to all be treated with dignity and respect. And now we're feeling it and we're getting it. There are people who are not feeling and getting it, okay? And that's what I'm saying. And that's a choice too. That's a different process of learning. Everybody's going to learn in their own time. So I think it's this incredible process of transformation, both individually and intention together as groups. We're all catching that same wave of consciousness. So yeah, if we choose to move into unity consciousness, we can do a tremendous amount to heal the planet and to heal ourselves, and make a livable place for all the other species, all of our other friends as well. So that's my opinion.
Love it. That's great. I love it very much. And I like the way you describe it both ways, starting off kind of on the dark side, like, nope, not going to happen. And I'm going to, well, if we all pull together. Yeah. Yeah.
This is our place. We have to fix it.
Yes. And I think that's the key, is responsibility, and getting off. Just to add my 2 cents here, is often we get into some drama. People feel like they're victimized, and then hurt people become hurt people. And we've got the drama triangle that just rotates around, with victims becoming persecutors and moving on to being rescuers. And so the key is get off of that. Stop blaming someone. Look to yourself. Look to what you call unity, that ninth wave that you're talking about. Just really recognizing, like, how I love How Good Can It Get, because it just takes you right there.
I love it.
Get into that state of reverence, and then you're on track. And then anything that's not that vibration, you can easily vote against it. I've had moments where I have felt myself voting with some kind of collective, like I'm getting my opinion asked, like, is the world about to blow up? And I said, no, no. So there are some of us that are kind of on that fail-safe network, if you want to call it that. And I think there are a lot of people that are doing that kind of thing.
I think so. And I feel very optimistic about us. I think we're on an upward trajectory, regardless of what it looks like on the outside. I don't think, at least in the past, 10, 12,000 years, if not far longer, I don't think we've ever been more, for example, compassionate and kind than we are right now. I mean, we in the past did atrocious things to one another, and it was considered entertainment. We don't do that anymore. I have faith that we as a collective are moving in the right direction. And it's not just because of political correctness. It's because we're refining ourselves, and we simply know better. And all we have to do is just keep doing that together. We're just going to keep bringing it up.
And like you said earlier, it's not always pretty, but we'll get there.
We'll get there.
COVID-19 is not pretty. This is a big mess right now. That's okay.
It's offered some real gifts. In my opinion, it's offered some real gifts.
Oh, absolutely. Viruses are the reason we have memory to begin with. So we're probably getting an upgrade right now.
I agree with you. I agree totally. So yes, we're on the same page.
Next question from the medium that rocks. If you could tell those feeling that they are being called to serve, how and what would you say? I don't think I wrote that down quite right, but you know what I mean. So these are the people that are being called to serve.
Yeah.
And they feel like they should be serving. What would you say to those people?
Again, it would always go back to the same thing of discernment. On what way are you being called to serve? Sometimes we're being called to serve and we don't recognize it, or we're recognizing it as something else, when in fact, you'll know. If you feel you're being called to serve in a very specific way, and you bounce in and you give it your all, and you get resistance, that means you're being called to serve, but maybe you haven't yet hit on the exact means of service or way in which it's to be done. It doesn't mean that you're a failure and you're not here to serve, because if that's bubbling in your heart, you are here to serve. And sometimes it's in a shockingly grandiose way. I mean, some people just like suddenly they have a meteoric rise with their means of service, and other people, it's soft and it's subtle, and it affects just a few people around them, but a few of those key people around them are going to affect so many others that it's actually a huge service, but we're not even recognizing the beauty. Sometimes we don't recognize the beauty in the modest means of service, and I think that's really important to keep in mind. It doesn't have to be media. It doesn't have to be big and splashy. You don't have to write a book. None of that has to happen in order to be of true service. Oftentimes people who write books aren't of service. Sometimes it's more filling an egoic need in the person. So I wouldn't put anything that's has high profile on a pedestal at all. I would look to the people who are literally day in and day out operating from that place in their heart. And it may seem inconvenient. Maybe they don't make a lot of money at it sometimes, but they can't stop because it's theirs to do. So if you're willing to accept the gamut there and see where you plug in, if you get resistance, just, check the weather vane, move it a little bit and say, I feel it. Something's not right, until you hit on it, and then show up 100% no matter. It doesn't matter. Even if it's even it looks like it's something insane. I've done that before. You show up anyway. Nothing should stop you once you've hit that place where you know what you have is needed and you're loving giving it.
I love how your book shares those examples. I'm so glad you're bringing it out as an audiobook too, because I know that's going to inspire people.
I finished recording. Wow, it's a process. Now it's in post-production. So next month or so, it should be all together, I hope. So
excellent.
Yeah, so that's my take. What about yours, Chris? Also,
yeah. Let's hear from Chris.
I would say I agree with everything that you guys said. Follow the synchronicities as well.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes they'll be presented to us and we might be like, oh, that was just a coincidence. And it happens again. Oh, that's another coincidence. But my feeling is like, there's nothing coincidental actually at all. Like everything is synchronistic. And sometimes it is uncomfortable. Sometimes sometimes you have to put yourself out there. Sometimes just you being you and just raising your own frequency just radiates to others naturally. So however it is for everyone, you just follow the synchronicities that your higher consciousness will show to you.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I do that too. When I got started doing spiritual life coaching, I was so embarrassed. I just felt like this is so different. Like I'd studied physics. I got an MBA degree. I worked in information technology at a data center doing project management, doing strategic planning for Citibank, basically. So I was on a totally different wavelength. And then I went through a Kundalini awakening and started getting feel this very clear sense. I am here to heal. I'm here to write. I'm here to serve. And I thought I was so clever. I just said, someday, I'll get to that someday. And then, but I do like you suggest, and I listen to things, and I ask for 3 signs. If I get 3 signs and they're all pointing the same direction, that's very clear. I can't miss. Well, shouldn't say I can't. Hopefully, I won't miss that. So what happened is I got 3 phone calls to my unlisted phone number from 3 women who they all had the same question. Can you talk to my angels? And I said, yes. And then I found out, how did you find my number? And they said, each of them said, my angels gave me the number. And the third one, I was so flabbergasted. By the third time, I started getting myself together. By the time the third one called, I said, how did you see my website? Because it didn't have my phone number. And she said, you have a website too? And I was like, no way. It's crazy. So you're right. I mean, both of you are correct. And I think that's the nature of it. I'd gone through a Kundalini awakening. I promised my spirit I'm on track. And then I tried to pull that fast one, like I'll get to it eventually. So don't think you can get away with anything when you're working with your high self. It doesn't work that way.
When the time arrives, that's it. I just flashed back. I thought, where did I cross over into doing spiritual work? And because you said I was embarrassed, right?
Yes.
And I had one of those embarrassing things happen too. I was a news anchor and a young mom. And so I was in a community where you had to have high credibility. Not that there's anything credible about the news, by the way, but that's the perception, right? And someone had found out that I'd been doing automatic writing. And so in this case, the Sacramento Bee called up and said, can we do a feature on you? And I thought, okay. I thought, if there's a time, I mean, don't be a hypocrite. If you believe in all of this, and this was a long time ago, then stand up and own it. And so I thought they'll do a little article, it'll be buried. And meanwhile, at that time, I was introducing Rush Limbaugh. He was just starting out. So I was introducing him and in the news and all this. So this is kind of the environment milieu of the day, right? And so it turned out it was a 2-page feature in the Sunday section. And I was so embarrassed. I mean, I thought I should have never done this. After I got cold feet afterward, but the cat was out of the bag, and then things just started changing. I lost my anchor job, not because of that, but they decided women couldn't solo anchor. We weren't smart enough.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that, because I think that's the key. And Chris, do you want to talk about that embarrassing moment? I don't know if you want to share that or not, but I'm proud of you, Chris, just for stepping out and saying the Mandela effect is real.
Yeah, I was going to say which embarrassing moment, because there have been many, but yeah, basically, like even for me, like with my software company and so forth, noticing the changes, stepping out, creating a video, kind of like uncomfortable, but I felt so passionate about what I had to say. I just wanted to share it. And I'm just so happy it's led me in these wonderful directions.
It's interesting how things move once you have that embarrassing moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
I personally never use news in the old way again. I never went back on as a newscaster. I decided from that moment, once that changed, if I do media, it will only be for things that I believe aren't getting fair voice right now, to help others have a platform as well who aren't being heard at this time. And so that was it. That was the defining moment.
Well, I'm so glad you're doing what you're doing, because that's the gateway to the true news for so many of us.
Yeah,
It's
it
just
is for us.
because you are that voice of discernment and clarity that we look for. And to me, that's what the news is really about. It's the real news, what really matters.
It should be, right.
So thank you for all that you do. I've got another question also from the medium that rocks. What does our social discord now mean for the nature of reality itself? And how best do we create consciously?
That's interesting. And I think everyone needs to chime in on it. I keep thinking about that and what's happening, and I'm having these strange, I was at the airport. I just got in from Gaia, did a lot of interviews this week. And I was at the airport, and I keep having this same surreal feeling that kind of punctures into the future. And I thought, and I actually thought of an anecdote to it. I thought, we don't realize how much of our life is collective and is embedded in reading the expression of others. Whether you're passing someone in a grocery store, all of these things now, we're hooded and masked. You can't see any expression. You can't tell if someone's frowning or smiling. You feel disconnected from one another in this surreal kind of like iRobot kind of film, and
Yeah.
I've looked at that, and I think I even mentioned that I looked at that, and I keep seeing this social conditioning thing happening that's going to be punching into our future. And I think it's up to us, whatever controls that reality. And I'm not going to speculate. Whatever controls that reality, I think we need to double down on our decision to connect with one another in a meaningful and deep way. And if that means we go back to the days of speakeasies, whatever we have to do to gather together as human beings and feel one another and talk with one another and keep our social structure going on whatever level we can, I think it's really critical, because this has a really what's happening now is having an incredibly, to me, my perception of it and watching people around, I watch a lot, is having an incredibly deadening effect on connection. And I thought about it. This is crazy, okay? I thought, what we need to do is someone needs to start manufacturing masks with facial expressions. So you can either have a frown, you can be laughing, you can have it. One lady made one with a cigarette hanging out of flabby lips. It's just have mouths and faces, but expression here. So when we see one another, we have some semblance of connection with one another. Oh, in spite of this thing going on right now, because I just have this feeling, and maybe you can tell me what you think, Cynthia, and also Chris, if you've seen into this as well, please. For the future, I see this mask scenario, if not entirely going away, popping up.
Popping up, huh? That's interesting. Well, I know we've been through this before with the Spanish flu, so I find that a good jump point, because we don't really know what ended that pandemic. It just sort of cleared up, and it became what we now know as the seasonal flu. But during that time of wearing masks between 1918, 1920, a year and a half or so there, everybody was having to go through that same thing, or quite a few people were. And those that didn't, I guess not everybody did, but quite a few people did. So they've been through that before. But there was like a repressive instruction for the populace not to say anything bad about the government at that time. And I think that's interesting. Yeah, very interesting.
And the same thing's happening now, but the difference is they did not have media which programs perception like we do.
Right.
That changes everything. Globally, we have media forming our perception of reality, If we're connected with media, I don't care what kind of device and which channel you're looking at, we still have media forming it. And this organic nature, and I'm not saying this is forever, but I'm almost I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but what I'm seeing is a kind of parallel reality in which this mask thing continues. And I don't know if it'll become, I said this in my talk, I don't know if this will become part of a Mandela effect one day. I have
Right.
no idea. It's possible. I'm just saying, I think we need to choose ourselves, one another. We need to let our heart shine. We need to smile at one another. We need to just see each other's faces to elevate our social structure from this point forward, because I think it's going to become more difficult if you're plugged into the world around you.
I agree with that. And I love what you said about the airplanes and you've had so much experience traveling, which a lot of people are not doing right now, going through airports. And I've seen that one stewardess was holding some kind of a sign with a smile that she just hold up, because we feel sort of weird when you're boarding an airplane and you don't know if the person is staring at you, glaring at you, or smiling. You can't tell.
You don't. Well, my mask that I wear, because it's more breathable inside it, is a kind of little bit of, I have to say, a bit of a grotesque looking woman. She has a nose and a nose ring, a pierced nose, and kind of, again, sort of these flabby lips. It's the same one that made the one with the cigarette hanging out. She's just a woman who's an artist who lost her job during this. And so she started making these facial expression masks. And I had one on and I noticed, I thought, God, I wish someone else, because people would look at me and they kind of laugh because it's funny looking. And I thought, God, I wish other people had these. I wish I could laugh with them. And, or see someone who wants, like one kid had a shark, a shark mouth, like, a little teenage boy, which was a perfect expression of a teenage boy. So I would like to see, even in the midst of this, our finding our way back to some kind of connection and expression. So
the connection is the key.
Yeah.
And the question that came in was about social discord and the connection with the nature of reality. So to me,
yes.
Yeah. Do you want to go back to that again? Just
yes.
briefly?
Okay. Sorry about that. I see the social discord as an incredible movement upward. I don't see it as a downward movement. If there were a time to stake your claim and tell your truth, this is the time to do it. The energy is begging us to tell our truth. And if it's creating social discord, when has change ever happened in a lovely, elegant, seamless way? It doesn't happen. It never happens. That's not how humanity has ever functioned, and we still don't. So the discord we're seeing, I see as people stepping up with courage, saying, no, this is what I believe and this is how I feel. And yeah, I think it's creating almost like, in that sense, it's creating a disruption in the social fabric. But I think in terms of individual development toward the collective in the end, it's a good thing. Does that make sense? Yes. We're now saying, you're so nuts, I can't talk to you anymore. I just can't go with you on that one anymore. Now, that's tearing people apart who normally would have been together. It has families at each other's throats. The divorce rates are skyrocketing. Apparently, the dockets to get a divorce, if you want to get a divorce after being cooped up with someone, you have to wait a while because the court system's jammed. So all of these things are happening. But look what happened when we were forced to just sit and look at each other and look at ourselves for those months.
So the nature of reality connection.
I think that's a good thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And when I look at the nature of reality, I think of those bubbles and these timeline changes that Chris talks about. And the fact that we do have these little bubbles of reality. There are possible realities. You can sense them out there. You're touching on that with the masks. And with the social discord, I think we can feel that too. We can feel like, here's a reality where people are totally disrespectful. Here's one where they're coming up that empathy curve. Yeah. And I know that that's part of this collective consciousness. We talk about oneness, but there's a lot of steps before oneness, frankly. And so, the oneness is kind of cool. It gives you something to latch on to. Like, how good can it get? You're at that optimal viewpoint, God level, whatever you want to call it. But then there are interim areas of consciousness. And I think we're sort of finding our way. And it is messy. It's like a birth. That would be what I'd say.
I totally agree with you. And, to me, it seems like if we were all holding our tongues out of political correctness, there's a time where that has to stop and you have to rip the mask off and show who you truly are. And that's what this social discourse is about. We've ripped our masks off. Now we can see ourselves for what we are. We can see our cultures, our cities, towns, our friends, our families. We all get to see everything for what it is. That had to happen. That's the bumpy, ugly part. But I think that healing will come from that.
It just occurs to me that my book Reality Shifts talks about taking your mask off. It's like a huge section of it. It's so funny and so ironic that we're in it right now. But Chris, chime in, please.
Yeah. So what I was going to say about the mask, lots of different viewpoints, but for me, it's very symbolic. It's symbolic that you don't have a voice. You're muzzled. You're submissive to the government. You're an obedient citizen of like George Orwell's 1984. I mean, every time I see people around with their masks, even people that are by themselves, they're riding their bikes or they're jogging with a face mask. Come on. There's no one even around you for 20 feet, but they still have to wear their mask. So that symbolism of obedient, submissive citizens that do not ask questions, but simply obey, I think is a symbolism that people are going to get eventually, and they're going to want to rip their masks off because, we have a voice. We want to use it. And then talking about everything else that's going on, the social discord and so forth, from the looking at it from an astronomy point of view, our solar system is transitioning out of something called the local fluff. I never heard of this before. It's like an interstellar cloud. It's like a nebula where there's more helium and hydrogen. We've been in a big dust cloud, so to speak, that has been making everything around us more dense. So as that's dissipating, it's almost like a wave of purity that's like washing over the planet, washing over all the planets in the solar system. Things are going to be exposed. They can't help but be exposed. Structures that shouldn't be there, whether they're social or whatever, they're just going to go away and they're never going to come back. There are businesses that are never going to come back and they shouldn't ever come back. So these types of things are like looking at things a different way. And also too, as our frequency rises, I believe like the quarantine took us all by surprise, right? There's going to be some other stuff that takes us by surprise. And I talk about this too in some of my presentations between our world and the spirit world and us seeing things that we couldn't observe before. But I think fasten your seatbelts because we've got 2020 is not over yet. We're halfway there, but there's a lot more to go. For sure.
Absolutely. I agree with you. And having doing an interview with Simon Chikoisky and also with Robert Phoenix, both of Western and Vedic astrology are saying the exact same thing. The stars are lined up for this to happen right now. That in the Vedic astrological view, we have a period we've entered that he refers to as the energy of revolution and the outsider. And it started in 2015 and it ends in 2033. But he said the most chaotic node in this is the year 2020. And the most chaotic moment in 2020 is the month of December. And so we can only start imagining now all of the possibilities for December, right? The point I love about what you said is, yes, there is this kind of, you will comply with these masks on one hand, and then you have people right today, right now, ripping them off at the Tulsa rally. Screw that. I'm not wearing a mask anymore. I believe in this guy. This is what I'm doing. That's a reality. And like I said, I do see this something, and I can't get my mind around it yet. This, whatever this mask symbolizes as a potential timeline or parallel reality, but I don't see it as mine and I don't see it as ours, but I see it as someone's. Someone's. It's going to exist for people who need it to exist. There will be something in the reality that creates, whether it is symbolic or real, that reality of having more censorship, when in fact right now we're in a time that is calling to do away with all the structures, like you said, Chris, perfectly, that no longer serve us. It's done. And you think about these businesses, some of these really large ones and struggling mom and pop businesses. I mean, I noticed in our community, our masks came off early. We've had no increase in COVID, not a single new death in a month since the mask came off, and almost no cases to begin with. And it's a county of 400,000 people. So it's medium size, right? And people are basically, the farmer's market was crowded this morning. Now we're ordered to put our masks back on. That's okay. Either way, it wasn't, we weren't having an increase in COVID without the mask. So whatever the consciousness is here, and forget the science of it right now. The consciousness is such, we were not affected at when we came, because Placer was one of the early counties to say, okay, we can kind of get back to business now. And so it's interesting because it was a mindset here. And so that mindset will go on and live in the sunshine above ground, be healthy, like all of us here. But there may be another reality taking place that isn't finished with that thing that is represented by the mask. And I can feel it because I'm a feeler, but I don't know what it is and how it's going to express, but it'll make itself clear to us. We'll see where that's going to be kind of run by us once again.
Well, thank you so much. That's a great answer. And any last questions you want to ask, Chris? Because I didn't catch beyond what the last question I did ask. Anything else come up in the chat feed that you want to bring up?
No, but one of the things I want to just like say a little bit, because I've been thinking about this too, that Regina brought up, was that, you know, as our frequency rises, because the planet's frequency is rising, people look at the Schumann resonance, for example, and they can see the planet's vibrating faster, which means we're vibrating faster, whether we like it or not. Our higher consciousness is like hit that reset button. So these things are starting to happen. But if there are controllers, if there is a global narrative, if there is such a thing as domination and control, which somehow lives off of our consciousness energy, as our frequency rises, they have less and less to feed off of, which means they have to put in more and more controls to get the same results as they did before. So there's just so many things seem uncertain and crazy, and who knows what the future holds. But overall, it's like, we're on the right track. Absolutely. It's going to be painful. It's going to be fun. It's going to be joyful. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be everything. But we're definitely on the right track. That's the way I feel about things.
Yeah, go ahead, Regina.
I was just going to say, I agree. And the main,
Okay.
Our own enemy is fear. That's it. That's the enemy, fear. As long as we're not in fear, we are a wily, wonderful, creative species. So anything that gets thrown at us, we can find a workaround and to come up above it. I really, truly believe that. That is the beauty and conundrum of being human. And that's why any other being, species, people who want to tamp that down a bit are not ultimately going to succeed. We're very creative species. Plus, we've got a heart pumping that has compassion.
I think there's a message too in the whole Juneteenth celebration that some people are saying they've never heard of, because it celebrates this time that the slaves in Texas finally found out 16 years later that they've been free for 16 years and didn't know it. And that touches on what you were saying, Chris, that, basically we're free. And a lot of us haven't realized it for a while. And maybe that's also, there's a parallel with the 2012 year. And then now some people are saying, no, this is the end of the Mayan calendar. Some 8.5 years later, who knows? But the point is, the same message is true. We're free. And I love what you said, Regina, that we're the ones we've been waiting for. So.
Yep, we are the ones we've been waiting for. We will save ourselves. Thank you. Don't need intervention and help from anyone outside there. Except, of course, our loving forces and guides and the great creative forces. But I'm talking about, like you were saying, Chris, ultimate control over the human species will not work. It's not going to.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guys, I hate to interrupt here, but I have one question from the chat.
Okay.
This is a super chat. Thank you, Victoria Macros. Says, I apologize if the question has come up already, but I'd really like to know your thoughts about mandatory vaccines, how to protect ourselves and loved ones, and ultimately keep our autonomy through all of this.
Good question, and Regina is very knowledgeable.
Well, I certainly have my opinions. I think that's actually a large part of what this is about. I at the very beginning, when this first started, there were no shutdowns. I just heard inkling little bits of it. Actually, in February, I was in a little hotel in San Francisco, and I saw 2 men from China with masks on. And I had really only just heard that China was having some issue over there. But this feeling came over my body, and I remember just this sinking feeling, thinking, hadn't come here yet it hadn't come here yet that we were aware of. Of course, we know now it's been here for quite a while. But so anyway, somewhat after that, I let that go and thought, well, that was kind of kind of a creepy feeling. And then sometime after they announced it had first started making it to the United States, and our area was one of the first areas because of that Princess liner that came in, that we were aware of. Let's just say that we were aware of. And I thought, what is going on here? So I went inside. I do talk to my guiding forces about large things. I don't ask them about small things, but I do ask about large things. And so it's just once in a while. And I said, if there's something to see, tell me what this is. And the words were exactly, this was created to benefit the few over the many. And so I thought, alrighty then. And I just listened. And they said, what this will do is precipitate great amounts of fear on the planet. And once that fear is in place, there will be a demand for the products that they're going to create, which are vaccinations. So right off, they were telling me the whole thing, right? They said the vaccinations are the goal. It's not this. This will pass through, but it's the vaccinations. And once they start perpetuating these vaccinations and people line up begging for them, then the health problems really begin. So let people know, do not engage with these vaccinations that they're going to do. They will cause many more problems. And if I've done a lot of research on the nature of this and so forth, and we've pretty much, and Zeus, my husband, has as well, we've pretty much come to the opinion or the understanding. And if you look at it, there's tons on this stuff. You can go to citizenzeus.com. He has 46 links on this, the creation of this virus alone. We're looking at something, COVID's been around for thousands of years, but a little something's been inserted into it. That insertion will corrupt any kind of attempt at a vaccine. The vaccination is supposed to mimic what this virus is. Well, it has an insertion in it. So the question you asked about is mandatory. Personally, I don't see it as being mandatory per se, because we have too much discord, way too much to distract us at this moment. And there's going to be more discord as we start coming toward the elections in the United States. And this is a global issue. It's not just confined to the United States, but the people that make these vaccines, they're global. They're global. This is going to be foisted on populations around the world. We already know, and Cynthia can speak to this, you cannot make a safe, effective vaccine. First of all, seasonal flu vaccines are arguably not that effective, as they make people vulnerable to the subsequent flu that's coming along. So look at that alone. Then we have something, it has a little something inserted in it here. Not cool. Okay, and you cannot make those in a short amount of time. But people are so frightened because of the media, they're going to be begging for them. And what I was shown is that's when people's health starts deteriorating. And then the same individuals make money on gaining the patents that will take care of all the side effects that people will be experiencing after receiving these vaccines en masse. Because right now, adults don't receive them necessarily en masse. It's voluntary, and most people I know don't get seasonal flu vaccines, only my father. So I think we might avoid the mandatory thing. However, it can be incentivized in very sneaky ways. Like if you're going to travel abroad, you have to have a vaccine. And then it's going to come down to some choices. If that happens, we have to be prepared to know how far we're willing to take our stand to not have this stuff inserted into our bodies. That said, I think there are a lot of things we can do if that happened for some reason to supercharge our immune systems and raise our frequencies so that we're not as subjected to whatever the ill effects of a vaccine could be. So really, I can't talk about it too much because we'd be talking for hours. It's multidimensional. Can you raise your frequencies above the frequency of the trash they want to insert into you? That's going to be a question there. Do you want to modify your lifestyle and say, you know what? I don't need to travel abroad right now. I'm not getting that stuff. I'll make a great life right here. That might be a level you have to look at. But the main thing is, I don't think they're going to be lining people up, even though that was stated. I don't think that's going to be happening, at least not in the United States. We have way too many other problems right now. That would cause so much unrest. I think it would just tear the house down. That's my opinion, though. That's my opinion. So I would like your opinions, too, because it's something that's on people's minds.
Yeah, Chris, you want to go first? You have a lot to say, too.
Oh, I have crazy stuff to say because it involves Stouffer's stovetop stuffing and our mitochondria. So one of the things, there's like these connections that have been coming to me, but one of the most important parts of our biology is our mitochondria. Like all of our cells have mitochondria inside of them, mostly in our brain, in our heart, in our liver. They provide the electricity for our body. So if we didn't have mitochondria, we wouldn't be able to emit what are called biophotons, which allows us to be seen and to be alive, so to speak. And there actually is a connection to that with, I'll probably explain this in more detail. I really want to make a video about, because I always talk about the stovetop stuffing and how it's a timeline brand takeover.
Yeah.
And there are other hidden things behind it. But ultimately, there are forces out there that don't want our frequency to rise. And the way our frequency rises is actually with our mitochondria. They're so valuable. They have their own consciousness. They know when we talk to them and we give them appreciation. They say, there's a Professor Nick Lane from England. He wrote this book called, I forget what it is, but it's about the life of the mitochondria. And gram for gram, the mitochondria in our body generate more electricity and power than the sun. So you take a gram of the sun's energy and a gram of the mitochondria in our body, and we are emitting more of that. So the vaccine, I feel there's all elements to it with 5G and this and that, but I think ultimately it's to like dumb us down a bit, make us not as bright, so we can't take advantage of all this new energy that's washing over the planet. So yeah, I kind of go into that direction, but everyone's opinion is like so valuable for us to figure out what all these things mean. But ultimately, the controllers, right now they think they're in control, but they're not. Like I actually feel everything they're going to do is just somehow just going to fall apart. It's not going to work out. And the more they try to tighten their grip, the more it's just going to get even worse for them. So I feel that there will be talk about vaccines and mandatory vaccines, but I personally think it'll fall apart.
Yeah, I think it will too. What about you, Cynthia? And thank you for that. I agree. To keep humanity tired, exhausted, not shiny, that makes us very dependent upon outside material solutions. And that's what we don't want to get involved in. Absolutely.
Right. Well, my take on it is also in agreement with both of you. I don't see that the mandatory vaccinations are a necessity or that they're definitely coming. So
yeah.
I think there's too much resistance to that. And that's a good thing, because I think that it's raising some topics now that are foreshadowing future topics about artificial intelligence being implanted in our bodies. So it's basically a harbinger of things to come. So we're looking at something and not even realizing the extent of it, but we see it. We see it with the masks and the automata robot feeling. And we almost wonder, like, what reality are we in? Where are we going? And I like that feeling that people are starting to notice, I don't like this, and this is not acceptable. And okay, we'll wear the mask for a while, but I crave that contact, the connection, and there's no way that we want to be forced into putting things in our body that may have definitely violated the precautionary principle. I really am a strong believer in the precautionary principle.
Yes.
And if anytime you rush technology to market without adequately looking at what are you doing, big mistakes tend to be made. And we've seen it again and again. So I'd recommend, let's follow the precautionary principle. That
Absolutely.
means, yeah, so if people want to get the vaccine, great, but it should not be foisted on everyone. And I would agree with both of you. I don't see that happening. Yeah.
Nope. I'm so glad that we actually are in agreement on this one, because there's no point in people being, I get emails from people all the time that are so frightened because they've been watching various conspiracy sites and they think they're going to be run down the chute. The nanotechnology is going to be shot in them along with the vaccine against their will. And I think sometimes we give these things too much credit. I think a lot of times we give it too much credit.
Right.
Because,
I was at a oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to finish with one thought, and that is, we think this is a concerted effort, quote, at these structures. I did that inverted pyramid, right? That shows life as it truly is, with the 1% at the bottom. These are bottom feeders that are trying to feed off of us, right? This 1% with ill agendas. But in reality, the one thing is there is not a lot of coherence there. because as we've started to see, these people are self-serving, so they'll throw each other under the bus. So it's not, that's why I say it's not quite as cohesive as people give them credit for. We just have to stay clean and clear in our own intention and thought. And like you said, people are waking up and they're saying, no, they're studying. When en masse has the public ever studied our immune systems or what goes into vaccines or the nature of viruses before? Until now, we are educating ourselves as a species. I think this is, again, part of this beautiful upward movement, even though it's ugly getting there.
Oh, that's so beautifully said. I love it. I was just going to mention a funny story that 20 years ago, I went to a colloquium at Stanford University. It was about the singularity. And so it was all the proponents of that. And I'll just skip I've actually blogged on it before there were blogs. I put it on my website because I thought this is fascinating and it's world changing. But the funny part was throughout the entire event, the technology was failing constantly. So it was like hysterically funny. There'll be this singularity.
I love it.
I felt like on some level, our future selves were already in that room saying, you think so, huh? Well, you're going to have some fun. Yeah. So thank you so much. I realize we've gone over time, but I really want to thank you, Regina, for all of your excellent involvement with everything you're doing. And also with us, and for an excellent.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you for putting this conference on. This is the beginning of, I think, something that's going to be very profound and lasting. And it's a subject, like I said earlier, this is the portal to the nature of reality. Stouffer's stovetop dressing and stuffing is a portal to the nature of reality. Awesome. So thank you so much, both of you, and all the work you've done. I'm genuinely grateful for what you're doing.
Likewise. Thank you so much. And I guess we're going to take a break. Is Jerry coming back? I don't see him, so we'll go to break. Thank you. And bye for now.
And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed it so far. Regina Meredith, ladies and gentlemen, we are so very excited to have her along on board. I cannot believe how amazing that was. Our Q&A went over just a little bit, and we do apologize. If your question did not get answered, don't worry. We have more time. There will be a panel discussion this evening. So there's a good likelihood the questions that were not asked earlier will continue to be held and asked later on. So don't worry. Keep on putting those questions in. We are watching and we are waiting. Guys, what we have coming up next is even more exciting, if you can believe that. I know I really enjoyed Regina's talk, but now we're going to learn about some fun, learn about some contests, and see if we can really have a great time, as if we aren't already, right? This is already a blast. I appreciate everybody who's been here thus far. We have, and last I checked, we were somewhere near 180 in chat. I really, really, really appreciate everybody who is tuned in. We have, we have been planning this for a while, and you have no idea how much we appreciate it. And we're so glad to be able to broadcast this for absolutely free across the internet. Guys, one thing I do want to mention before I introduce our next speaker, the International Mandela Effect Conference is a 501c3 organization. We are a non-for-profit organization that only collects any kind of funds to turn around and have these conferences and pay for things like educational materials for the community and being able to put these events on for you guys absolutely free. That's how we're able to do it. So it's thanks to you guys that we exist. It's for you guys we exist, and we're so very, very proud to do just that. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker coming to the stage is named Chronos Mago, and I really mess his name up every time. Lord, forgive me if I slayed his name. Chronos was a programmer and data analyst for 30 years. In 2016, he noticed Mandela effects. Then he stumbled upon quantum physics and the double slit experiment, which shook his world. Everything he used to consider fact and real had to be reevaluated. He studied everything he could on quantum physics, meditation, and random number generator studies by Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research. These studies fascinated him because they involved data and undeniable quantification of things any sane person would firmly believe impossible, which we know around the community here, impossible is not a word we use very often, is it? On his journey to figure it all out, he looked into Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance, same concept as the 100th monkey, and Carl Jung's collective consciousness. All this brought him finally for consciousness study. In early 2018, he created the Theta Stream website to test his own abilities to affect a random number generator. Later that year, a friend recommended ayahuasca to further expand his mind. His whole life, he had avoided experimenting with drugs, but this seemed synchronistic. It was during this ayahuasca experience he had the epiphany that he should enhance the Theta Stream to be a tool everyone can use to verify whether their mind can affect reality. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I present to the stage Mr. Chronos Mago.
Hello, I am a Chronos Mago. I have been a computer programmer and database expert for over 30 years. My life's work has been about logic, science, and analyzing data. In 2016, I experienced my first Mandela effect. Frankly, it shook me to the core. I'm rather OCD about anything I don't understand, so I obsessed about learning about quantum mechanics, the double slit experiment, which proves that simply by observing something, it can change from a wave to a particle, and then meditation, consciousness studies, and much more. Quantum mechanics proved to me that reality is not as stable as we think. Mandela effects shows that history is malleable. This video shows the most interesting things I learned over the last 4 years, and how that inspired me to create the Theta Stream map, which quantifies how strange and powerful the human mind really is. At first, I researched and collected as many Mandela effects as I could, and I quizzed family and friends to see if I was the only one. I found I'm not alone. So much so that now we have an international conference talking about these strange effects that apparently are changing history. Next, I wanted to know how this is happening and why. While trying to find answers to what causes the Mandela effect, I stumbled across the 100th monkey effect. Now, in 1936, Carl Jung wrote something about the collective unconsciousness, which then in 1952 and 58, on a Japanese island, some scientists discovered monkeys that had a very strange 100th monkey effect. And later, Rupert Sheldrake wrote on the morphic resonance. But all of these things have the same basic concept, and that is that there's a consciousness aspect to understanding and basic knowledge. Now, the monkeys were on this one island, and the scientists decided to do a test where they threw some mangoes in the sand on the beach. One of the female monkeys picked up one of the mangoes, washed it off in the ocean, and then ate it, and discovered that not only got the sand off, but made the mango taste better with a little bit of salt on it. Soon, several other monkeys started copying that one monkey until the entire tribe of monkeys on that one island started doing it. And then something very fascinating happened. Monkeys on other nearby islands started doing the same thing. Now, of course, no monkey stole a boat and took off to a different island and told the other monkeys, hey, you got to try this. Mangoes taste way better when you wash them off with seawater. So what was causing this? Scientists have been able to reproduce this with humans in multiple studies. In Australia, they got a picture with all the faces in it, large, small faces inside of faces, and it was a very complex picture, and they showed it to some people, and they said, how many faces do you see? And the average person could only find 6 to 10. And then they showed in England on a closed cable BBC channel somebody showing where all the faces were, and then an hour later in Australia they brought in this queue of volunteers. They said, show us faces, and then those people were able to see the majority of the faces. How did that happen? How did people consciously know where the faces were? Cosmic consciousness, or collective unconscious. What is the human mind really capable of? Over the last 25 years, placebos have become more effective. A placebo is generally a sugar pill or some other inert substance that should not really affect the human body. In 1996, pain medication being developed was found on average to be only 27% more effective than placebos. By 2013, that difference had shrunk to just 9%. In the last decade, more than 90% of painkillers developed in the United States have failed to show any significant improvement over placebos in the final stages of clinical trials. Now, this can be interpreted in many different ways. I highly doubt our sugar pills have become more effective, which leaves me to believe the human mind has become more powerful over the last 25 years, and especially in the last 7 years. We are more capable of taking a placebo and feeling better. The Stanford Research Institute was co-founded by physicist Russell Targ and funded by the CIA in the 70s and 80s. They were doing what is called remote viewing, which is the ability for a person to see a location far away in great detail. Russell Targ says this ability can be honed with practice. Now, it's been proven that random number generators can be affected by the mind. In fact, RNGs spike every time a major incident happens, like a terrorist attack or natural catastrophe. Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research did studies from 1979 to 2007 and were able to definitively prove average people could affect RNGs in ways that far exceeded any possibility of accident or fluke. Becoming enlightened is a process that is speeding up. In the 60s, it used to take 20 years. People would say they needed to go to India, sit with a guru, study for 10 years, come back, study more for another 10 years. Some experimented with LSD. Then in the 80s, it became a 10-year process. They'd still fly over to India or Tibet and sit with monks and become more in tune with nature. And then in the 2000s, it became a 5-year process, and often they didn't even have to fly out of the country. And in 2012, it seemed to really start speeding up to where it could be a 2-year process. In 2017, I saw somebody spontaneously become enlightened over a period of 2.5 minutes while watching a full solar eclipse. It's amazing. Now people are becoming enlightened within a month sometimes. It's really incredible. So something is speeding up our evolution of our mental capabilities. This indicated to me that something major is going on with humanity right now. I don't think it is just because the Hadron Collider is smashing particles. I think humanity is evolving, or at least something has happened which allows humanity to tap into new realms of potential. What would happen if people had an easy way they could test their ability to mentally do these feats? You can practice different methods to see what works best. You can hone your skill in mentally affecting reality. For is not the ability to affect a random number generator the essence of changing reality? With these Princeton experiments, often people find they do better the first and second time that they try these challenges. After that, they often start doubting their own abilities or second guessing, and then of course their scores falter. However, if they continue and believe they can improve, then consistently they do improve. That's part of the placebo effect, maybe, or maybe it's just actual training themselves. During the Princeton testing, they discovered that people who meditate regularly consistently had higher scores than people who don't. Those who meditate have a better ability to clear their mind and focus. Meditation has been shown to have far-reaching effects. In fact, in the 70s and 80s, studies proved that if 1% of the population was working together using transcendental meditation methods, which were originally outlined by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, the crime rate would lower by over 20%. 9 peer-reviewed articles comprising 14 studies have been published that support this effect. The Maharishi effect was found to be even greater when the advanced TM Sati program was introduced, with observations suggesting that just the square root of 1% of the population could increase harmony and improve diverse measures of the quality of life in society, including the reduction of crime rate. Frankly, I'm not certain why this is happening, but I want to help with quantifying how much this is happening. That is why I created DataStream. DataStream is based on the research of Dean Radin at Princeton, and it generates 1,000 random numbers per second. As of midnight last night, our servers generated over 40 billion random numbers. The DataStream number generation randomness is within 1/10,000th of 1%. Why did I create DataStream? Well, Mandela effects are very strange and yet undeniable. There's enough evidence now that I have no doubt Mandela effects show that something has changed in history. And meditation has proven that we can have a great effect on a large population with a very few number of people meditating. These are great, but I'm a database guy. I'm a computer programmer. I like something that's quantifiable, so I created DataStream because it is quantifiable. It is a method that you can use to quantify whether you have the ability to affect a random number generator, and then hone your skills and verify that you're getting better at it. You can do it multiple times, keep notes of what works, what doesn't, until you become more and more effective at affecting a random number generator. And frankly, if you can affect a random number generator, then you are affecting reality, in which case we should be able to then use that skill to affect reality in more meaningful ways. Why just leave it to random number generators? Why not affect reality in a different way, like the Tibetan monks do? So ThetaStream started Theta events, where a coordinator can set up an event, have a concept, put in motivational lines, and then those will show on the screen. Big bubbles will slowly raise in the screen if positive numbers are coming up, and that will allow people to all focus on the same concepts at the same time and hopefully we can affect real change in the real world. Here on the Theta Stream dashboard, you can see the random number generator in real time. If you mouse over, I'll actually tell you what the average number is during that 1 second. It's interesting when sometimes you see spikes that go off the chart. So for a demonstration on intuition training, you can choose between the easy, intuitive, awoke, or wizard, and that is basically how many balls you're going to choose from, and one of them is randomly chosen by the computer. So there's a 50-50 chance to guess correct, and if you use your intuition, hopefully you'll exceed 50%. I'm going to intuit. I didn't trust my judgment right. It's interesting how logically you would think there is no way that I could intuit what a computer server in Arizona has chosen as the correct ball. But if you do it often enough, you start to get a feeling for it. I run tests and verified that it is still 50-50 chance on each ball. I ran 100,000 iterations, and it turns out to be like 49.8 versus 50.02. And I made it so you can see the stats if you want. Right now I'm at 75%, but I've only chosen 4 times. Now I'm at 60%. On some of the intuition training, in fact, I'm going to quit now. And then it tells you your information. And while recording video, you can save a note for future reference. And if you look at the analytics, it automatically updates your analytics immediately. And in the comparative analysis, below shows each person's average score for each challenge level. It also shows their highest single session. Only scores with 5 or more guesses are included. So if somebody did only 1 guess, then it's not even going to count that in this these scores down here. So for last week, I've only done it once this week, and now I'm at 60%. These are sortable, by the way. So if I want to say, okay, let's look at who got the most last week. Well, Juniper Moon did the most. They did 163 guesses on the 1 out of 3 challenge, and 60 guesses on the 1 out of 2 challenge, and got a 55%. That's pretty good. Last month, I didn't do a lot. I did 15 guesses, got 10 correct. Brownie King did good. And down here, Brownie King on the 1 out of 3 got 7 correct out of 13 guesses. That's 53.8% when the normal would have been 33%. That's really phenomenal. Free Agent did extremely well too, with 6 guesses correct out of 13, 46.2% versus the normal 33. That's just remarkable. And then you can check all time scores as well. I Am Me got 13 out of 17 correct for a 76.5% average amount correct. That's just incredible. You can also choose to sort by max percent. This person, G.W. Baker, I'm not sure how many guesses they did in that session, but it must have been 5 or more guesses. And they had 100% accuracy. Overall, they're at 53%. You can sort almost all of these, like total guesses. If you click it a second time, it changes the order from ascending to descending and vice versa. White Raven is at 59% on the easy 1 of 2. His best was 75%. He's done it a lot. The Big 60 Challenge is called that because it lasts only 60 seconds. Every second, a score is made between 0 and 200, and that goes to either the high or the low. You decide at the beginning, are you hoping for high numbers or are you hoping for low numbers? And every second it checks the random numbers that are generated on our server in Arizona, and it rates them based on how many numbers are in the top 1%, top 10%, top 50%, and what the sum is of all the numbers that were generated during that 1 second. For example, in a given second, it might be that the low side won for the most numbers in the top 1% and top 10%, but the high side had the most numbers in the top 50% and the sum of all numbers, in which case they would both get a score based on those amounts. At the end of 60 seconds, you see the tally of all the seconds and the final score, and it determines who is a winner, you or randomness. It also shows you how many seconds were perfect, meaning they won in all categories, top 1%, top 10%, top 50%, and the sum of all. And then it shows you also what a random minute was an hour ago, 2 hours, and 3 hours ago, so you can see for comparison how you scored versus random for random minutes over the last 3 hours. Here we show the progress chart to see if the total for 60 seconds exceeded what would be normal and randomly. You can choose to see more details, such as what were the 10 most frequently generated numbers. So if you were focusing on a single number and then you see it there, then you know you did very well. It also shows you what the breakdown was on scores on a second-by-second basis, including which ones were perfect seconds and which ones had ties, like tying for 1%. So you have all this data, and you can actually think, well, at the beginning, I know I was doing very well, and then I see at the beginning 4 seconds where I had perfect seconds. So that was a demonstration of the Big 60 Challenge, and you can write a note after each one of your challenges so that later on when you're reviewing, you could maybe get a better idea of why you did good or not so good. Such as for this note, I just put, I was doing a video. You might want to put in your notes things like, just finished a meditation, or I was listening to binaural beats, or I've had 3 cups of coffee today. In the manifest number competition, you choose whichever number you want. You could choose a positive number or a negative number. I'm choosing a positive number, 369 this time. And it uses our regular random number generator, which is always going to be between negative 500 and positive 500, excluding 0. Here I am focusing on the number 369, and we have a way of saying I want to clear the screen and just see my number. Because some of our people said that made it easier for them to concentrate. Well, they don't see a graph or a gauge that's slowly moving along. They just want to meditate and focus on their number. And this does show you, though, if you want, you can watch the gauge and see how quickly your numbers are accumulating as you're focusing on this 369 or whatever number you chose. And the goal is to generate it in less than 50 seconds if you're doing it 50 times, since on average, randomly, 1,000 numbers generated that has a range of 1,000, you should get one number per second. Well, this time it generated 50 numbers in 49 seconds, a little better than average, which was probably because I was concentrating on the video as I was doing this. And it shows if you exceeded the top 1%, top 10%, 50%, and some as well. And again, you can always write a note after every session that you do. We also have the ability to tweet. So if you are happy with your score and you want to tweet it to the world, you can. And then people can click on it and see the details of your score, and it will pop into this page without showing the random number counts, but it will show them the total of your score for that particular round. This does show the exact millisecond that each of the numbers were generated, and that is how the Manifest Number Challenge works. Note, if you try several times and find you are consistently wrong, do not get discouraged. That indicates your intuition is strong, but you are reading it opposite to what is correct. For example, if you were flipping a coin and guessing it would be heads or tails, you should be right about 50% of the time. If you flipped it 20 times and every time you guessed wrong, that is equally as unlikely if every time you guessed correct. In Theta Stream, you can do the intuition training as often as you want until you find out what works best for you. Every skill can be improved with practice. Theta Stream provides the testing methods and feedback that people need to hone their skills and track the results. Analytic reports are given showing your past history as well as comparisons to other streamers on the Theta Stream site. After each challenge, you are given the option to write a note. That way you can track what works best for you. For example, you can note that you just finished meditation, or did while listening to binaural beats, or even that you just finished your second cup of coffee. This is the dashboard of Theta Stream. From here you can access all the different challenges. We go to the Big 60 challenge and go to the Review Analytics. Now here you see My Personal Analytics. It only shows you your personal analytics at the top. And I had a really bad last month. I don't want you to think all my scores are good. I only won 1 out of 5 times, 20%. Out of the last 10, I only won 40%. But the last couple months have been pretty rough, and I've been more focused on intuition training. My overall sessions, though, are pretty good. 37 out of 62, or 59%. Now, until my recent unlucky streak of losing 4 out of the last 5, my Big 60 challenges, I was at a winning streak of 36 out of 57. That's 63%, and the probability of randomly guessing that many times correct is only 3.14%. Even with my current ratio of 37 correct out of 62 correct, the percentage is, or 37 out of 62, the correct percentage is 59.68. And the odds of randomly occurring that, well, let's look that up. Number of 6, 62, and 37. It's the same as flipping a coin. You say at least 37 heads, that would be 8.09% chance of happening if you were just flipping a coin. You can keep notes of what you did previously. During the May contest, there were only 4 people who entered, and they did it only a total of 11 times. And only one of those 11 times did the person not win. That's phenomenal. If 10 out of 11 times something is won, number of flips, 10 times. That's a 0.59% chance likelihood if you were just flipping a coin. But during a contest where people are trying to win money to see who had the best ability of manifesting a high score, 10 out of 11 times they beat randomness. This also tracks all the scores over the last 30 days. And you can see that Peaceful One won 5 out of 5 times. Preacher won 3 out of 3 times. Ray S 1 out of 1. Beaker 4 out of 2. And you can see I only won 1 time out of 5. It also shows the top 40 Theta streamers since the beginning. These are sortable if you click on them. Beaker 66 had 15 sessions and won 9 times. That's very impressive. Now let's go over to intuition training. Again, you can review the analytics. And at the top, it shows your personal analytics. I'm quite pleased with my easy, the 1 of 2 when you're picking between 2 different balls. Total guesses, 223 guesses, and I was right 136 times. 61% of the time I've been correct. The 1 out of 3 balls, I've been correct 36% out of 33, which is not that great, but it's better than average. My max percent was 80%. On one day, I was really in the groove. 125 total guesses, was correct 45, 15 sessions. During the May contest, here's who won. But let's go down and look at last week. I find it very interesting to look at my previous week's scores compared to my previous month's scores compared to all-time scores and where everybody's ranking. We look at, actually let's go back to last week. I don't know who this person named Jay is, but he did phenomenally bad on the guessing 1 of 2. The average is 50%, and he did 17 guesses and got only 2 correct. Now, if we go back over here, we say 17 guesses, at most 2 correct. That is a 0.12% likelihood. So that's really amazing that he was guessing the opposite that often. On his 1 out of 3, when he was guessing between 1 of 3 balls, he also was not doing that great. He did less than the normal. But on his guessing 1 out of 4 balls, he got 30% correct. So for him, guessing 1 out of 4 was actually easier for him than guessing 1 out of 3 balls. Last month, I only did 10 guesses, but I got 70% correct. Looking at your My History chart takes you to this page, and this chart, the darker lines are life events that you can track. Like this life event was when I took ayahuasca. This is when I increased my meditation practices. If you want to hone in, you can go like this, and it will allow you to zoom in and look at your scores closer. So these were my big 60 scores when I was very active. And this is how my manifest number scores have been acting. It's a great way to track how your scores are in conjunction with dates and times and events in your life. The Big 60 Challenge is probably the best way to determine if your mind is able to affect a random number generator. If you do the challenge once and win, it very well could just be luck. If you do the challenge 10 times, And when the majority of times, however, then it'll be very hard for somebody to say it's just luck. When I first started testing this challenge on myself, I was surprised at how often I won. So I added a feature after each challenge where it shows 3 random minutes over the last 3 hours and what their scores would have been. And it definitely shows the randomness factor. In May, we had a contest, and one contestant, won 5 out of 5 times that they did this challenge. Another contestant won 3 out of 3 times. The odds of winning 5 out of 5 times is only 3.13%. It's like throwing 5 coins up in the air and having them land on the ground, and all 5 coins are heads. Another way to test your mental ability is the Theta Stream intuition training. This was based on the Stanford Research Institute's training program. There are 4 different difficulty levels. You choose whether to go easy to very difficult. On the easy level, there are 2 balls, and on the toughest level, there are 6 balls. Each time, a ball will be chosen randomly, and you guess which one was chosen solely by using your intuition. At the end of the set, it will tell you how many you chose correctly and what your percentage correct is. Many people have been trying the intuition training, and it is surprising, even to them, how often they are correct. If a person is right 75% of the time, when randomly they should be right only 50% of the time, and they are consistent in that, then that is truly remarkable. For example, yesterday I had 4 out of 4 intuition guesses correct. This is a challenge where each guess only has a 50% chance of being right. Then I felt that getting a 5th in a row would be too much. And on the next one, I chose incorrectly, thus getting what my mind expected and felt comfortable with. Now 80% correct is still great, but 5 out of 5 in my mind at that moment seemed unreasonable. I believe one of our greatest challenges is to redefine what is normal during these times of Mandela effects and great change. As the maker of Theta Stream, I initially built these tools to hone my own mental abilities. The long-term goal, however, is to use Theta Stream to positively affect the world. I opened up Theta Stream to the public, completely free. In Theta Stream, we can set up Theta events where multiple people can all focus on one goal. This has been proven to work with meditation groups around the world for lowering crime. My hope is Theta Stream will become a free public space where brilliant people can get together to make the world a better place. First honing their mental powers, then using those powers for good. On Wednesday night, we'll have a 30-minute Theta event starting at 6 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Join us to see how much effect we can have. See details in the description. In honor of the Mandela Effect Conference, Theta Stream is having 6 contests in 3 categories this week. Signing up is free and only requires an email address. Pick a login name, which will be the name seen on the scoreboards. At the end of the conference, I will be giving out 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place prizes for the 6 different contests. First contest is the Big 60 Challenge. Highest score wins. Second contest is Manifest the number 100 times. Highest score, which is based on how fast you manifest mostly, wins. Plus, for all 4 challenge levels in the intuition training, there will be prizes. For each contest, there will be a 1st place prize of $40, 2nd place prize of $20, and a 3rd place prize of $10. All contests end Thursday night at midnight Pacific Time. You can win in multiple categories, but only place once per contest. For example, you can win 3rd place in Intuition Easy level and 1st place in Intuition Wizard level. But if you have the 3 highest scores in the Manifest the number 100 times, you only win the 1st place prize. But you do get bragging rights. Prizes will be sent to the winners as electronic gift cards, winner's choice, whether they want Amazon gift card or Google Play Store gift cards. Good luck, everyone. In summary, I don't know what is causing the Mandela effects, but I do know they are real. I'm not sure what consciousness exactly is, but I know it doesn't solely reside in the gray matter between our ears. With Theta Stream, we can prove our minds are capable of affecting reality. It is quantifiable. With practice, we can improve our abilities. That is proven also. Join me and let's hone our minds and craft a better reality.
And welcome back. So good to see everybody. And I'm so glad that the turnout is so excellent. I love the questions coming through the chat. So I guess we've got all of us here. Just make sure. I guess I can't tell for sure, but hopefully we do. Chronos, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Okay. This is the first time okay. There's a delay on my other viewer. I'm going to go ahead and start with a question for you. This is from Feminine. And I know you were active in the chat, Chronos, but sometimes people aren't going through the chat. And so for the future, and so bear with me if I repeat some of the things you've already responded to. You'll get a chance now to say it with your own voice, and that's better. So this is from Feminine, and she asks, how do you see the role of the soul as we're going toward the neurolace and transhumanism? So that's this is a question. I don't know if it came through previously or if you want to address that at all, but if you do, that would be awesome. So much appreciated.
Transhumanism. It's actually a fascinating topic and something that a couple of my friends and I talk about every once in a while. People having strong opinions one way or the other.
And can you do something with your mic? I don't know what's going on with the microphone.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah.
Really, microphone's not good? All right, let me try switching to something different. 1 second.
I had some problems with my microphone, so, but I loved your talk. Love all the graphs. That was cool. Okay, go ahead and say something.
All right, testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, perfect. Yes.
Okay, good.
Yay.
All right.
We didn't. So did you lose your train of thought? Okay, good. Yeah.
Transhumanism. For those that don't know about transhumanism, it's basically utilizing technology to enhance the body's capability of doing lots of different things. Some people use transhumanism by putting a magnet in their hand so that they can then trigger doors that require magnetics to open. Others use transhumanism to give themselves additional eyesight capabilities, such as being able to see infrared. So if the question is, can transhumanism be used for increasing consciousness? Ooh, well, yes and no. Is it the best way? Totally different conversation. Is it a possible way? Sure, probably. Same as marijuana. You know, some people use marijuana for enhancing their ability to reach consciousness. Others would say that they're just using it to quiet their minds so they're not thinking about their accounting problems and their job problems, and that helps them get better silence in their mind, and then they're able to connect better with humanity and the world. Transhumanism, or using technology to do similar, is quite possible. When I first got into meditation, I used Muse, which was a nice piece of equipment. I would put it across my forehead, and it would give you neurofeedback. Neurofeedback is the same as biofeedback, except it involves feedback specifically from your brain. So with neurofeedback, it would tell you if you got to a theta wave state where your brain was so relaxed and in the right hertz that you were able to almost be at that DMT space. I found it very effective. It helped me get over my hump of learning how to meditate. Once I did it for 6 months though, then it actually became a hindrance, because I found that I would pay more attention to the muse and its responses than to actually the meditation process. So then I stopped using it.
I want to just take you back to the question, and this is about the role of the soul as it relates to transhumanism. So do you have any thoughts on that? Like, I don't know if you have thoughts on
soul in transhumanism. I'm not sure. To be honest, I don't know. I would say that question should be reversed. What is the role of transhumanism in accessing the soul? Not as what is the role of the soul in accessing or in transhumanism?
So you think transhumanism is an access portal, or it's running the show? It would get us to the soul. It's not the soul running the show. Is that what you'd say? Or
I would say that some people could use transhumanism to help them access their higher self, but that wouldn't be the normal recommended methodology. But if it works for them, go for it. Back to placebo effects. You know, if they think that the transhumanism widget that they're using helps them with accessing their soul or their higher self, if that works for them, great.
I don't think that's where I don't know where this question is coming from, but my take on it would be, is there like a role of the soul behind all of this somewhere? Is there something going on that we can't see that's running the show a little bit beyond our general awareness? And what might that be? And what effect might that be having on all of this? So it's kind of like, usually when we talk about the soul, it's a little bit like what Regina Meredith was talking about, that it's our guides, our high self, our future self, what have you. But there's something going on that we may not be aware of, but it's having an effect. So how would there be any connection that you could see there? And it's okay to say, like, I have no idea.
I have no idea. I'm going to have to pass on that.
Okay, pass. Okay, cool. Let's go to a completely different direction. Let's go where you're comfortable, hopefully. Do you think we're in a simulation? Oh, this is Lucky Bulger. Do you think we are in a simulation within a simulation, and our own quantum computers are using up too much CPU from the base simulation, thus causing glitches in the matrix? Purely technical question. So.
Wonderful question. I obviously don't know anything for a certainty. I would say that's a very possible scenario, but there's no way I could say yes or no. I'd love to hear you and Chris's opinion on that one.
Yeah, throw it back. Okay, Chris, you're up.
Yeah, I feel that we are with a simulation within a simulation, or a hologram within a hologram. I believe that we are the human DNA form that we're in is technically software. I call it hard light DNA. Hard light human DNA. Planets are hard light DNA. Anything that has a solid or a container can have a consciousness, and that we are experiencing and learning from this form that we're in. So to answer the question is yes, I believe, my personal feeling is that we are in a having a holographic experience right now that seems so real. It seems so real. In fact, people will kind of fight to the death saying that it's not real. So that's my opinion of it. So to answer the question simply, yes, that's what I feel.
And I like that levels and levels of consciousness idea also. I think it comes up, I think we were talking about it with the Mayan thing and the research of the 9th waves and so forth. And there are different levels of consciousness clearly that are operating. So my take on the simulation is, what is it simulating and who's doing the simulating? So for me, I really have to take that farther. It's like saying I'm done when you get the answer is 42 and what are the units? And it's kind of like, well, wait a minute. Did we really get are we asking the question at the right level? That's just my take on it. So I think it's a good question, but let's go all the way and take it as far as we can. And that brings up a really good question from the Rip on Rabbit Hole. I think you addressed it in the chat, but this was, have you ever compared these analytics to the Schumann resonance?
No, I haven't. And I answered in the chat, that's a great idea, and I'll have to build some analytics that will do just that, because I love the idea. I check the Schumann resonance at least every other day, especially when I feel amazingly tired for no apparent reason, and then I check the Schumann resonance, and sure enough, we're in the middle of a spike.
Right.
So I do recognize the Schumann resonance has major impact on all of us. I haven't put that into a direct correlation or analysis with the random number generator data, but I will put that on my to-do list.
That was Rip on Rabbit Hole, and just want to credit the question. But also to riff off of that, at the beginning of your talk, you talked about Rupert Sheldrake. He is fabulous at making sure that we look at things that most scientists never look at. They don't look at the cycle of the moon. They don't look at things like that. And he said their experiments, it's like they're conducting these experiments and ignoring what's going on. Now he was a plant biologist. So when he looked at things and he saw clearly if you repeat this experiment, you're not going to get the same results unless you line it up with the same cycle of the moon. Then you might begin to start seeing some of the same results. And I'm wondering if you've looked at things besides, there's the Schumann resonance, cycles of the moon, all kinds of things. Is there anything yet that you've looked at? And this is just my question. Curious. I'd love to know. And then if you haven't, what would you, besides the Schumann resonance, what might you like to look into?
Boy, I haven't yet. That's a fantastic question. And yeah, I would really like to start doing that. It'd be fascinating to put a chart where you have a wave of what is the moon cycles and what are the scores as they are adjusted with the moon cycles. That would be a really interesting project.
Anything you might, do you have an expectation of what kind of results this is a great opportunity for you to just take a general guess. What might you expect to see? Not a real hypothesis, but the beginning of formulating one.
You know what? It is so difficult to say what the results would be, because here's my biggest concern about that. I think it could have a really interesting impact. Let's say it could have a 10% impact based on the phase of the moon. It could have. So I'm going to state that as a fake. Oh, we believe it is a 10% impact.
Right.
If, though, the people that are doing the test think that it will have a 50% impact, then their placebo effect could make it have a 50% impact. And they would say, oh, look, the moon has a 50% impact, when in reality it's because people love to give credence to something else's ability to impact their effect on reality. That's why there was religion, and that's why placebos work, because they like to say this pill is more powerful than I am, and if I take this pill, then this healing will happen, or if I pray to this God, then this thing will happen. But what if it's all within your own abilities? What if you're doing it all, but because you're saying, okay, I'm doing this experiment to see, does the moon have a greater impact, then that could make you, oh yeah, I want the moon to have a greater impact, so I will do better scoring. So it would have to definitely be a blind study where the participants did not know that we were going to be comparing it to the moon rhythms or the Schumann resonance or whatnot. We'd have to do a lot of blind studies to get the analysis in, which is one of the reasons I want to do these contests, just to get more data. I want to have lots of data from all the people that are in the contest, because we want to see how they do and how they can compare and how, whether they can win a little bit of money. That's great. But then we can do some analysis later on to say, wow, isn't it fascinating that more people got high scores at 6 a.m. in the morning than the people who got high scores at 3 p.m. in the day? That's the kind of analysis that we could do later once we get more data.
We've got another question from Wolfkey74 Creations, Lisa. And the question is, how does this data tie to the Mandela effect? And what does it prove?
Great question, Lisa. The Mandela effect led me to random number generation and the Princeton and engineering anomalies research. It led me to that, and that's something that's quantifiable. The Mandela effect is undeniable, but it is very hard to quantify it. So to answer your question, what does it prove? I don't know if there's any direct correlation. I don't think there's any direct correlation of proof on the quantifying of the random number generations of the mind with the Mandela effect, or maybe that's a direct correlation and it proves that our mind is able to affect reality. So I can't tell you. It either proves everything or it's totally coincidence that they're both happening at the same time.
So how might you tell the difference? Or that's something to think about, I guess.
Well, actually, I have an answer for that one. Okay, on Wednesday we're going to have a Theta event, and Theta events are where we have group like meditations. You can call them meditations or prayer groups, or just a Theta event where multiple people come and they all think about the same thing, trying to manifest that thing into reality. Such as when the volcanoes were going off in Hawaii, we had a little Theta event to, okay, let's try to make it rain on the volcano. Let's try to slow down the lava, that type of thing. And so on Wednesday, we're going to have a Theta event, and the Theta event actually checks the random number generator to see if there's new spikes of numbers going higher than usual, and it gives you a visual indication during that of bubbles slowly raising up, and the size of the bubbles are larger if there's a whole lot of positive numbers. So it gives you an immediate positive visual feedback during the thing, as well as has text go across the screen about what the Theta event is. So the concept is, if the Mandela effect is because a lot of minds are thinking a thought, then maybe we can utilize that to think positive thoughts and create positive change. And that is the kind of thing I would love to do in large numbers with lots of people to see if we can make positive change. We do from minor, simple things, that would be very, very easy to quantify, such as, hey, let's make it rain in Lodi, California. It's a sunny day there. Let's see if in a half hour we can generate enough clouds that it rains when the weatherman says it's not going to rain for the next 4 days. That would be a very simple, quantifiable, not a guarantee, but a quantifiable type thing. And then we can do more important events like Wednesday night I want to dedicate it to Black Lives Matter. Let's try to fix some of the unrest in the United States right now. Let's lower the police brutality. Let's do something really meaningful on Wednesday night and start at 6 p.m. Eastern time, 3 p.m. Pacific time, log into Theta Stream, go to the Theta events. You'll see the bubbles rising, and let's see if we can get some positivity going on in this world right now.
Excellent. We've got another question from the Ripon Rabbit Hole, and this is for you if you're willing to share your ayahuasca story.
Oh, yeah, okay. I did. Oh, it was interesting. First off, ayahuasca is still, for some reason, it's illegal in America. So when you find a place that's doing the ayahuasca, it's kind of secret and hush hush, and they don't tell you where you're going until the last minute. I ended up going to a place in Southern California. It was beautiful. It was up at the top of a mountain, and the person had worked out a deal with a Girl Scout lodge. So we had 34 people show up to this Girl Scout lodge, and it was a huge lodge, a single building. They had the men sleep on one side, the women sleep on the other side. They had two shamans that flew in from Colombia. They didn't speak a word of English. They had their whole feathered garb and everything. They had their drums. It was simply one of the most life-changing events I've ever done. The lady that was putting it on said that it was the most people she ever had. And it was a 2-night event where we're not supposed to eat after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so that you're fasting, you're doing a little fast, and the medicine takes better effect that night. Well, the next morning, I think 8 people left, because ayahuasca is not a fun party thing. It is not a let's experiment with drugs thing. And apparently 8 of the people that showed up were there for a new drug experience. And ayahuasca mama spanks your ass and says no. And all they got was misery, and they left the next morning, which was great. Then you just have a bunch of positive-minded people left over. The first night, I had amazing visual hallucinations, lots of geometric shapes, lots of things coming down out of the ceiling as geometric shapes and faces. I went there with purpose. I went there with 3 ideas that I wanted to ask and get results for. And the next day, I thought, well, that was really interesting, but I didn't get any of my answers. And the purging is not enjoyable. This is not something you do for fun. This is something you do for a spiritual awakening. The purging is a lot of vomiting and one of the things that a lot of people don't know about the ayahuasca is with the ayahuasca, which is 2 different plants from South America, it actually has a very serious chemical effect on your body, which gives you a chemical purge as well. It gets rid of all sorts of horrible things in your body. So the purging is actually great on a physical, hey, I just got rid of a lot of terrible things in my body. And on a spiritual level, it also helps open you up, which is a whole different thing and very amazing. The person I was with, the next day she was in total euphoria of, hey, I feel connected to the world. I feel like life is love and love is everywhere. That's wonderful. And I just felt, wow, this was neat, but I didn't get what I was coming here for. So hopefully the second night, I did a little rapé with the ayahuasca. I did too much because somebody said, hey, do it this way. And I did it that way, and it didn't work out so well. So I told the shaman, give me a half dose of the ayahuasca. So they gave me a half dose, and I ended up tripping out. I was so sick, and I was having so many hallucinations, and it was at one point somebody comes and taps me on my foot and says, hey, it's time for you to come up and do this one part of the ceremony. And I looked over and I see this samurai warrior in black and white, and I'm like, what the heck is going on? No, I need another hour before I can stand up. So the second night, again, I'm having these great hallucinations, but none of my answers. And it was a little bit terrifying. And then the purge starts happening, third one for the night, even though I had only a half dose. And I remember asking myself, ayahuasca mother, why? I don't want another purge. I'm not getting anything out of this. Why on earth are you making me suffer so much? And for the first time, I got a direct answer. And ayahuasca mother said, you came here for 3 important questions. You want answers. You need to prove that you're not going to shy away from a little bit of pain. You're not going to shy away from a little discomfort. If you want your answers, you have to prove that you're worthy. So I like, okay, all right, I'll do my purge. I'll do my 3rd purge. And then I'm laying there, I'm like, oh, okay, but I didn't say when. I'll do it in a few minutes. I'll do it in a few minutes. And the shaman is doing this song and he's warbling, which, by the way, the shamans could do this warble where it's one guy and it sounds like it's 3 different guys. He's doing this strange thing with his voice, and the female shaman is doing something similar. So it sounds like there's 2 females and 3 males doing this weird song. And it's like the warble is calling up the bile in your stomach to make you purge. And I feel so sick. And I'm like, give me a second sign. Give me a second sign. And then this huge, the largest one of the assistants there, and they all wore white, he ends up crawling into the cot that's next to me because the guy had left the night before, and placing a big crystal on the shelf right next to my head. And I'm like, okay, well, that's the sign. And that is so bizarre. But there's the sign. I asked for it, and literally 3 seconds later, I look over, and this guy's crawling into the bed next to me. Not in my bed, but the one next to me, and putting this giant crystal next to my head. Like, okay, so I get up, I walk out, I purge, which turned out to be a very minor purge. I just belched, I didn't even vomit. And then I got my answers. And it was just amazing. I got 2 of my 3 answers, and I was told to get the 3rd answer, I just had to do one thing, which was release Theta Stream and get it out on the App Store and get people using Theta Stream. And that was my mission. So I'm sad to say that was 2 August ago. That was August 2018. And I'm finally just now getting that finished. But that was one of the quests that I was told by ayahuasca mother that I had to do. So I'm doing that so I can get my 3rd answer.
That's a great story. Thank you for sharing it. And I know it's so personal, but I love the way you point out, as Regina was mentioning, that when you go for something quick and easy, you don't necessarily get the great, lasting, deeper answers that we sometimes crave. I've got a question for you having to do with this whole Theta Stream. And thank you for explaining how this came up. And 2 years is pretty fast when you think of the scale and magnitude of what this might be capable of doing. But I'd love to know, how is this Theta Stream practice that you've been doing as you play with it and tinker around and experience it yourself? How has that been benefiting you personally in any ways that you'd care to share?
I find that it's fascinating that my results are what I expect and want them to be. And they're very consistent that way. Like, I was just during an hour ago, while my video was playing on the Mandela effect thing, I decided to do a big 60 contest because I wanted to test out it on the phone. And it starts just extremely high score. I got like a 1500 score going in the first 20 seconds. And I'm like, that's great. And I thought, holy crap, everybody's going to think I'm a cheater if I'm in the first place. That would be horrible. That would be so bad. And it goes up to 1700. I'm like, I'm focused. This is good. But oh my God, I don't want everybody saying, look, it's rigged. It's a rigged contest. The Chronos Mago, he's first place. And yeah, sure, what a contest this is. And the score tanked. And it just went straight down to negative 270. I won't even show on the list now because I have a negative score. So it's like, it's amazing how effective the subconscious mind is. And the subconscious mind is more powerful than the conscious mind. So I really think a lot of it is a matter of, can you control what you really want? Can you control your subconscious mind? for example, I was talking to Chris during the interview, and that day I'd done an intuition challenge. And I got the first, and it was a 50-50. It was the 2-ball challenge. So each time you have a 50-50 chance of getting it right. And I was sitting in the parking lot waiting for somebody, so I'm playing with it, and I'm doing it, and I got it correct, third time, got it correct, fourth time, got it correct. And I look at the statistics, I'm like, did I just get 4 out of 4? Holy crap, that's too good. And, you know, and it doesn't score it, doesn't keep track of it on the leaderboard unless you do at least 5. And I'm like, if I do the 5th one and I get it right, I'm going to feel a little bit weird. I'm going to feel a little bit like that's too good. And then sure enough, on the 5th one, I missed. It's like, okay, so I actually feel like a lot of it is more of controlling what we want and expect and what we think is acceptable. And that is what we are capable of accomplishing.
Okay. And this brings me to just the last question I had for you, which is, it's from me again. How can people boost their skills before, you know, in the best way possible in order to maybe train for this test? You mentioned when your talk was going that sometimes you'll ask questions afterward. Were you drinking coffee? Were you listening to binaural beats? Have you gotten feedback from any of that that gives clues as to what works really well?
No, I really haven't. Well, be in a quiet place if possible where you don't have a lot of horrible distractions. You know, if you're sitting in a room and somebody's watching something terribly negative on television, then your brain is probably going to be at least partially listening to whatever's negative on television, and then that might have a negative effect on you. But as far as binaural beats or listen to a particular type of music, I haven't seen any effect for myself on that, but then I'm also not a very audio person. I'm a kinesthetic person, and secondly, a visual person.
Well, I meant like, I know you're tracking the data, right? Are you looking at what's sort of working for a large group of people? I thought that might be interesting. If maybe you need more data though to get those kind of results.
I currently need more data, and a lot of people don't put in notes, you know, regarding, you know, what worked for them. So I don't have that answer yet. Hopefully I will soon.
Excellent. Thank you. And Chris, any questions from you? Anything that you want to ask?
Have you been able to tie in the data that you're collecting from, I think it's called the Human Consciousness Experiment, or there's other random number generators that are located around the world that seem to trigger often events like when we had 9/11 in 2001, like it spiked. It would seem like with all the craziness going on in the world today too, with the protests and blah, 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 there might be unusual activity. So I was wondering too, if you go beyond Theta Stream to bring in data from these other random number generators too.
Thank you, Chris. I'm really glad you asked that question. I haven't yet, but Dean Radin, I want to take you out to lunch. I'm a big fan of Dean Radin. He used to be at the Princeton Engineering and Anomalies Research, and now he's got his own consciousness project, and he works with ION. I love his work, and I would really like to do some data sharing regarding the data that I'm collecting, and maybe get access to some of his RNG data to do exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think that could be really, really telling and enlightening as well. So if he hears that, a Chronos is buying. So
that's right. I'm buying lunch.
There you go.
I would love to buy you lunch, Dean Radin.
Cool.
And speaking of food, I think we should probably wrap up this excellent Q&A session. Unless there's anything else you want to bring up, Chris. I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chronos. Really appreciate
it. Well, everybody, please go to the Theta Stream. If you have an iPhone, we have the iPhone app now. The Android app should be available in the next day or two. We're just waiting on Google approval. It's already been submitted. And the contest, you can enter them as many times as you want. There's no cost to sign up. There's no cost to enter the contest. Enter the contest as many times as you want. And Thursday night at midnight, the contest ends. And then Friday, we give out all the prizes. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, and look forward to seeing you on the panel later today.
You bet.
Thank you.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live at Mandela International Mandela Effect Conference. If your question did not get asked once again, do not worry. We have a panel coming up at the end of the day where more questions will be asked. I do apologize. I didn't get in here in time. We did have a super chat question. I assure you that one, if nothing else, will get asked in the chat. Speaking of super chats, we have a $50 super chat from Melinda Iverson N. She says, thank you for all the behind the scenes hard work in putting in the conference together. And I look forward to what is revealed in the upcoming speakers and Q&A. We thank you so very much, Melinda. And let me tell you guys, we got a lot coming up. And she speaks about the behind the scenes. And she's absolutely right, guys. We have a great, absolutely amazing team that put this together. Ladies and gentlemen, it would not be possible without people like the board of directors of IMEC, the organization, like Cynthia Sue Larson, as she's done a wonderful job in these Q&As today and helping us out along the way, getting this plan, and really been a wonderful asset from the beginning, as all the directors have been, like Chris Sinatra, Mr. Chris Sinatra, the quantum businessman. We've also got Miss Kimberly Lynn Hansen that acts as a consultant to the board, but is considered, in my opinion, always a part of our board. Lauren Cannell Pavelka as well. And don't forget, Mr. Shane Robinson, unbiased and on the fence, has been over there in the chat. I've been seeing him over there. We appreciate every last one of you guys being here. We appreciate everything that they have done behind the scenes, including the video team and everyone that has worked to put this together. They have done an absolutely incredible job. All the speakers you've heard so far, I cannot tell you enough how absolutely excited and proud I am to be a part of this. Regina Meredith, her talk at the beginning was absolutely incredible. What a way to open this conference with such a miracle talk and things that have happened to her. Just absolutely amazing stories, guys. If you've missed the first part so far, do make sure that you go back and watch the first part of today's broadcast, because I am telling you, it is absolutely well worth hearing what she's got to say in that story, as well as the Q&A at Chronos and his amazing explanation of his website, Theta Stream. Do make sure that you go over there, guys. Apparently, I did not know until the talk that I was actually, or I am actually, as far as I know, the number one in the intuition, which is amazing because I'm usually the weakest in that one. So go ahead, guys. You think you can knock me off that pedestal and win that money? Let's do it. There's a whole week to go. I can't wait. We got a good little fun experiment going on here, guys. Let's have some fun with this. Let's have a great time. We also need to thank our amazing sponsors behind the scenes, guys. They have done a wonderful job of helping us put this together and advertising for us and getting the word out. People like the rippinrabbithole.com. We've seen the Rippin' Rabbit Hole over there in the chat, and he's having a couple of questions up here today. We've also got Higher Journeys with Alexis Brooks, Conscious Life News, Dream Visions 7 Radio Network, and the Kingdom of Nye Radio Network, of course, over there with Miss Heather Wade. So we really appreciate all of those sponsors. They really have helped us out a lot along this way. We cannot thank them enough, guys. So do make sure you go over to the imec.world site if you haven't already. IMEC.WORLD. Go on, scroll down through the page. You're going to find our sponsors down there. Do make sure you go ahead and give them a click. You might find something you never knew about, might find something you enjoy. The Conscious Life News, it's new, so there's something you might always want to keep checking back on. Guys, speaking of checking back, we've got the second half of the day coming up. We are going to shortly here take a small break, about an hour's long break for dinner and get some refreshments and, take us a couple minutes to our family and whatnot, to ourselves. And before we do, guys, don't forget, I am coming up after the break with my talk. You do not want to miss this. I assure you, this is something that I've worked on really, really hard. And it's, well, let's just say I hope you enjoy it very, very much. I can't wait for it myself. And then we got my Q&A coming up afterwards. And then I do believe we have the panel discussion. Let me check the schedule here. The schedule, if you want to know, is also on the imec.world site. You can follow us the entire week over there. Yes, I do believe it is the hour break, and then my talk, my Q&A, and we will have the end of the day panel discussion. So all those questions that we weren't lucky enough to get to in the Q&A sessions, don't you worry, we will get to them in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jerry Hicks, also known as the Dark Wolf, and I am but one member of the amazing IMEC Incorporated board, and we are going to take a 1 hour break. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall see you back here about 4:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jerry Hicks, also known as Dark Wolf, and this has been Dark Wolf's Den.
And welcome back. This is Cynthia Sue Larson with the International Mandela Effect Conference. This is our first day of IMEC 2020, and we're so glad that you're joining us. It's an excellent day. I hope you made it to the first sessions and programs this morning, because we had our keynote speech by Regina Meredith, followed by a Chronos Mago. And you can catch all of this. If you missed anything, all of this will be available on the YouTube channel. I know people have been asking about that. Before I introduce our next guest, I'd also like to thank, and really thank from the bottom of all of our hearts at IMEC, all of the sponsors that have been such a big part in making all of this happen. Hang on just a second. Technical glitch. There we go. That was me. Yes. So we're learning as we go, some of us more than others. But thanks to the excellent team and our sponsors, we're able to put all of this together for you. And some of the sponsors I'd like to personally thank are Conscious Life News. They do a great job at bringing out positive news that all of us can relate to and giving us information that we need at this time. Dream Vision 7 Radio Network is the site that I host my podcast, Living the Quantum Dream, and it's full of lots and lots of good, positive information, lots of podcasts. And if you're interested in doing a podcast, those are opportunities there as well. Ripon Common Sense Radio is a fabulous program that's available pretty much every day. And there's always something interesting to tune in and listen to. One of our own IMEC board members, who I'm about to introduce in just a moment, also has a new show there. So make sure you check that out. And that would be Dark Wolf. And another sponsor that I personally love so much and have gone back so many years with is Higher Journeys with Alexis Brooks. And she has her own view of things that's always refreshing. She tends to calm things down when they get heated up and bring just the right level of insight. And then last but not least, The Kingdom of Nye with Heather Wade. That's a late night talk show that's really worth checking out when you get a chance. So without further ado, our next presentation will be done by no other than one of our board members, Jerry Hicks. And our next speaker has been a paranormal researcher and theorist for almost 30 years, studying phenomena across all genres of the strange and unusual. His life's work, like many greats before him, is to bring science and paranormal research together in a coherent way and bring legitimacy to the topics that mainstream chooses to ignore. On his YouTube channel, he presents theories and evidence as to the possible cause of the Mandela effect phenomenon. He is also the host of a relatively new radio show on the Ripon Common Sense Radio Network called The Dark Wolf's Den Show, where he discusses a variety of paranormal topics in a common sense way, which he also simulcasts to his YouTube channel. He has been told that he has a golden thumb for making the paranormal just a little bit more normal. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce the father of IMEC, Jerry Dark Wolf Hicks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Jerry Hicks, for those that don't know, also known as the Dark Wolf. I've been a paranormal researcher for over 25 years, and I don't have any fancy PhDs to show you, but that's only because they don't give them for paranormal research. Otherwise, I would probably have a whole wall full. I am proud to be on the board of the IMEC organization, as well as one of its founding members. I currently serve as the treasurer. I am also host of the weekly show Dark Wolf's Den on the Ripon Common Sense Radio Network, where I have the humbling honor of talking about the paranormal to people in over 26 countries worldwide. My YouTube channel is Dark Wolf's Den, where we mainly discuss the Mandela effect theories as well as simulcasting the radio show. Last but not least, I am honored to have been asked to MC this event again this year. My talk is called Paranormal Science, a Necessary Paradigm Change. Right now, the leading scientific paradigm is called materialism or reductionism. This paradigm holds that everything in reality can be reduced down to molecules and particles and so on. Therefore, If you cannot reduce something down to that and repeatedly show the exact same outcome every time, then you're wrong. This is what we normally hear or think about when we think about mainstream science. This is a paradigm that has held since the induction of the scientific method. Though this has granted us many great discoveries over the years, I feel that its time has come to an end and it is time for a new paradigm. This would be a new way of thinking about the world around us and reality in general. As you have heard in the previous talk, that is already beginning to occur with places like Pear Lab and the research that they are conducting. In the last conference we had back in 2019, Cynthia Sue Larson said that none of the theories surrounding the Mandela effect go deep enough. That is to say, underlying everything is consciousness. I am not disputing that at all. In fact, I actually fully agree. Everything about the Mandela effect is a conscious experience. That is one piece of the puzzle that everyone in the community has a different take on. No matter which theory we put forward, all of them are based on interpreting why we are having a different conscious experience than others. Consciousness is something that has intrigued me for a very, very long time. I remember when I decided to ask what I thought was going to be a really simple question, and that being, what is consciousness? I figured that surely by now there would be some kind of general explanation. Turns out that by asking that question, I suddenly and instantly had become a philosopher. I had entered into a debate that has been raging for a very long time, which brings me to the first supposition of my talk. Paranormal science is located at the crossroads of science and philosophy. Why do I say that? Because philosophy discusses the one thing that science runs from kicking and screaming, and that is conscious experiences. Did you know materialist science cannot point to a brain and show you where your memory is, or the taste of chocolate, or any other conscious experience for that matter? The biggest problem here is that science wasn't made to do that. It was literally designed in such a way as to exclude consciousness. Even finding a way to be able to use their method to quantify anything to do with consciousness is clever in and of itself. Consciousness is, however, the most fundamental part of all of our lives. So fundamental that we take it for granted. We wake up, experience our day, and go to sleep. We don't even usually stop to ask questions like, why does chocolate taste like chocolate? Now, I know some of you are thinking, well, of course science can show you what part of the brain is responding when you make an action. As you see here, yes, neuroscience can tell you what hemisphere is active at any given time, but it cannot tell you which neuron is firing and why it's firing in such a way to create the conscious experience of tasting chocolate opposed to strawberry or vanilla or even steak. Materialist science will tell you that consciousness is just a happy accident of the brain. That is to say that consciousness is just the results of electrochemical processes that bring about the illusion of being conscious. I, of course, strongly disagree with this for a number of reasons. The first being that we are not automatons. It seems to me that we are all just electrochemical reactions. We should be a lot more like a hive mind. The same reactions to the same things by all conscious entities. However, we know that this is not the case. We all have very deep and rich experiences that mean something to each one of us. We also have very unique personalities. This materialist line of thinking also lends credence to the idea of a Frankenstein. That is to say that if you put the right body parts together and add electricity, then you can spontaneously create life, a clone, if you will. This is also known as physicalism. As we know, we do not see Frankensteins walking around, at least to the best of our knowledge. This is also the reason that there will never, in my opinion, be a sentient AI. It is the same concept. You put a bunch of metal pieces together, add electricity, write some software, and away you go. I just don't see how that could ever gain consciousness as we would define it. However, paranormal or fringe science, on the other hand, takes all these things into account and more. We look into phenomenon that all the time cannot be explained by classic materialist paradigms. I have reviewed personally thousands upon thousands of case files of the paranormal. Across these files, I've learned something very important, which brings us to the second supposition of our talk. It is my belief that there is a whole field of science that is yet to even be discovered, and materialist science is only half of the picture. This is most likely once again due to the scientific method. Do you know what you do as a scientist if you find evidence that does not match your given paradigm? Normally, you just call it an anomalous sample and throw it out, which I find funny because they always accuse non-reductionists of practicing pseudoscience and thereby cherry-picking evidence. However, there are numerous accounts where science is hidden, covered up, destroyed, or even downright ignored evidence that does not fit the paradigm that they so dogmatically fight to uphold. Who here knows what dark matter is? Yeah, neither does science, but they will invoke it every chance that they get if it will make the numbers work. In Egyptology, to suggest that pyramids are anything but a burial chamber, which we all know they are not burial chambers and in fact have never had a body found within them, but to suggest such a thing will literally get you ostracized from the archaeological community. If we're going to move forward scientifically, we're going to have to drop the dogmatic way of thinking. We have to be open to have new interpretations to old ideas. We need a conscious theory of everything. For decades now, science has strived to find a way to contain all disciplines in a theory that would beautifully describe the universe and everything in it in a mathematical way. I believe, however, that they have left out the most important piece of the puzzle, the mind and/or soul. Like previously stated, science cannot point to a spot in the brain and tell you where consciousness resides, where you reside. It can't even tell you what happens when a certain neuron fires that is supposed to give you the experience of chocolate opposed to the experience of vanilla. It can't even tell you why you experience the color blue or red or any other conscious experience that you may have, and this is insanely important. So I ask you, where are you? If your conscious experiences are not from the brain, which I do not believe that they are, then where are you? Does it not feel like you are something that is trapped in a meat suit and seeing out through its eyes? I know for me it does, and I'm pretty sure it's the same way for all of you. To me, that means that our consciousness somehow inhabits this body. This brings into question then, is the mind and/or soul local or non-local? To put it another way, are you a soul trapped in a body that can only influence the outside world by touch or sound? Or is your consciousness able to travel outside the body or affect matter without physically touching it or making a sound to do such? There has been a debate raging over this for a very, very long time. One side of this debate says that our mind is the interaction of electrochemical processes and is just an illusion. Furthermore, because it is just an illusion, it has no physical effect on the outside world. Put another way, our thoughts can in no way influence reality. The other side of the debate states that the brain is nothing more than an antenna that attunes itself to our individual consciousness. That is to say that we are not really located in the body, but use it as more of a proxy to the world. If this is the case, then consciousness affecting reality would not only be likely, but unavoidable. So the next question is, what is the evidence for a non-local mind or consciousness affecting reality? Well, as a paranormal researcher, I can tell you the evidence is absolutely overwhelming, if you're willing to accept it. But first, let's look at something that we can all do and that I enjoy. Chronos spoke to us earlier about the ThetaStream.app site. This is a random number generator, which are sometimes called random event generators, that you can attempt to influence from a distance using the internet to see your results. I personally enjoy going on here from time to time and practicing my psi muscles, which apparently are pretty weak. This is an incredible data set to point to. For more information on the science of random event generators and their use in modern paranormal science, please make sure to check out Dean Radin's work. He helped create the Global Consciousness Project, which uses the REGs to measure effects of consciousness on a global scale. Now that we have looked at some evidence that we can all help to garner, let's look at some phenomena that heavily suggest our consciousness is fundamentally non-local. As a matter of fact, they seem very normal when you invoke the idea of a non-local mind and or soul. Psi phenomenon, what is it? Psi phenomenon describes any physical effect created by the non-physical mind. I'm sure most of you have heard of spoon bending, or telepathy, or psychokinesis. These are all examples of psi phenomenon. This is where some of the strongest evidence for non-local consciousness exists, at least for the living, but we'll get to that later. For the sake of this talk, I'm going to break this category down into 3 parts. Telepathy, clairvoyance, and precognition. Is the first part, which would be through ESP. Then we have psychokinesis and OBE-NDE. First, telepathy, clairvoyance, and precognition. Let's look at telepathy. Telepathy is the ability to communicate with another being using only thought. The first thing that comes to mind for me when I think about this is the twin telepathy effect. I'm sure you've heard about this. This is where, for example, one twin can break his arm and the other twin feels the exact same pain at the exact same time, no matter the distance apart. Or the uncanny ability for twins to think identically or even read each other's minds. This, however, can be explained with quantum mechanics, in my opinion. More specifically, quantum entanglement. To give a simple explanation of quantum entanglement, imagine 2 particles, 2 dots, if you will. Now, both of these particles are vibrating, as all particles do, but they vibrate completely randomly relative to each other. If these particles get close to each other for a short amount of time, they will begin to vibrate at exactly the same frequency. This is called entanglement. Now, anything that occurs to one of these particles will be known immediately by the other particle, regardless of distance or time. It is my opinion, and the opinion of many other researchers, that the twin effect is caused by quantum entanglement of most likely the majority of their brain matter as well as DNA makeup. Twins are literally originally split from the exact same egg. So when the egg does split, it literally splits the particles within it. Remember, any entanglement that had occurred will remain regardless of time and distance. Another great example is knowing that you're being looked at. Have you ever been somewhere and suddenly feel like there are eyes upon you? Then when you turn around to see there is someone staring at the back of your head. How did you know? You had a sense, a feeling that someone was looking at you. This is yet another example of ESP phenomenon shared across all of the human race. You know when you think of a friend and they suddenly call, or you and your buddy look at each other and know exactly what the other one is thinking? It is my conjecture that this is actually an inherent instinct that we have from birth, evolutionarily, if you will. Telepathy is one of the most common reported phenomenon across all of the human race. Next up, we have clairvoyance. Even though they are very much alike, as you will see, the next 2 categories are actually distinctively different. First, clairvoyance, which is defined as perceiving things or events in the past or the future, or beyond normal sensory contact by some means. When I say clairvoyance, though, I am referring more to the phenomenon of remote viewing. This is the ability to view a time and place without actually being there physically. A lot of people call this woo-woo, but the US government seems to believe in it quite a bit. They initiated something called Project Stargate. Here's the wiki on Stargate Project. This was the 1991 code name for a U.S. secret Army unit established in 1978 at Fort Meade, Maryland, by the Defense Intelligence Agency and a California contractor named SRI International. to investigate the potential for psychic phenomenon in military and domestic intelligence applications. The project and its precursors and sister projects originally went by various code names including Gondola Wish, Grill Flame, Center Lane, Sunstreak, and Scanity, until 1991 when they were all consolidated and rechristened as Stargate Project. Today, remote viewing is a little more mainstream than military application. There is even a facility where anyone can go to learn how to accomplish such a feat. It is called the Monroe Institute. They are the ones that originally created the format that the U.S. military used in their program. The fact that there is a facility where anyone can learn these things means that all of humanity has this capability, not just a favored few. It is, in my opinion, yet another trait that is inherent to consciousness. Next up, we have precognition. Precognition is a lot like clairvoyance, except the information is always coming from the future. Some of the most amazing cases happen during times of tragedy. In April 1865, Abraham Lincoln dreamt of his assassination a few days before it happened. In a dream he shared with his wife, his bodyguard, and a few others, Lincoln saw his own corpse in the East Room of the White House and people mourning over it. So he demanded, "Who is dead in the White House?" A soldier replied, "The president. He was killed by an assassination." Evidence that people can use intuition to avoid accidents is further given by W.E. Cox in 1956. He carried out a survey of passenger statistics on the U.S. rail networks. He found that significantly fewer people traveled on trains involved in accidents than on comparable trains not involved in accidents. The survey doesn't tell us what made the passengers stay off of these trains, but many case history suggests that people find themselves looking for something else to do without actually being aware of the potential danger that they've just avoided. In our lifetime, the biggest event has been 9/11. This event was foretold by a multitude of people around the world through their dreams. It was even planned based on a dream that was interpreted by Osama bin Laden and other sheiks at the time. For instance, bin Laden recounts how another, quote, brother, end quote, Abu al-Hassan al-Mazri, quote, told me a year ago, "I saw in a dream we were playing a soccer game against the Americans. When our team showed up in the field, they were all pilots. So I wondered if that was a soccer game or a pilot game. Our players were pilots. That was a good omen for us." He didn't know about the operation until he heard about it on the radio. It has even been recorded that Osama bin Laden himself was afraid of the plot being accidentally uncovered by people's dreams of it. This is, in my opinion, of course, yet another fundamentally inherent aspect of consciousness. I'm sure most of us have experienced déjà vu. Could that not be the playing out of a precognitive dream that you didn't realize consciously that you had, but your subconscious had filed away? I would suggest the answer could be yes. Now we're going to move on to the next section and look at kinesis. This includes telekinesis and psychokinesis. First up, telekinesis. At the age of 12, I checked a book out of my public local library. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it was basically a bunch of different paranormal cases being presented. I was captivated by it. My first main focus of study was ufology. As the years went on, I tried to read every paranormal themed book that I could get my hands on. Of course, the 90s and 80s were a much different time, and we didn't have information readily available like it is today. What intrigued me is that as I sat down and gave it thought, I could see how these claims could be quite possibly scientifically, even though science would never admit it. My UFO studies over the years finally led me to a book called The Day After Roswell. My parents actually bought the book for me at a yard sale and brought it home, so it was a used copy. This was, in its own right, a very unique book. Here is the wiki entry on it, and for those that don't trust Wikipedia, I have independently validated this information, mainly by the fact that I've read the book. The Day After Roswell is an American book about extraterrestrial spacecraft and the Roswell UFO incident, written by United States Army Colonel Philip J. Corso, with the help from William J. Burns. It was published as a tell-all memoir by Pocket Books in 1997, a year before Corso's death. The book claims that an extraterrestrial spacecraft crashed near Roswell, New Mexico in 1947 and was recovered by the United States government, who then sought to cover up all evidence of extraterrestrial. A book about Roswell written by an insider? You have my attention. I read the whole book with a good bit of skepticism, but one part just stood out to me. You see, Mr. Corso was given a very unique job at the Pentagon. According to his book, he was put in charge of a file cabinet with what they called the nut file. These were supposedly items that were reclaimed by the government from the 1947 Roswell incident. His job was to move them to special government contractors who would reverse engineer them. Once they had figured out the usage and had given it to the government first, of course, they were then given the patent, and it looked like they were accredited with the discovery, and no one is any the wiser. Like I said, as a researcher, I read this as I would any case file, with a good bit of skepticism. Fakery and questionable evidence and claims, as you know, as well as government disinformation, were extremely rampant in the community at that time, and quite frankly, still are today, as well as many other communities that we frequent. See the controversy over the Billy Meyer case for more information, but I digress. My point is, there's a list of technologies in this book that had already been reverse engineered and publicly released. This included lasers in 1960, Kevlar in 65, and fiber optics back in 1952, just to name a few. The next list had an item on it that stuck with me, though. These were things yet to come, and this was a headband that was found on the supposed alien pilot. They thought it was how the aliens communicated with the ship itself. Colonel Corso noted that it was the most challenging of all the other items. I always said that I would believe it solidly when I see something like that come out in my lifetime. Ladies and gentlemen, this is called the Star Wars Force Trainer. It was released in 2009. If I may, I would like to read the product description. The Force Trainer is a device that reads brain activity like an EEG and allows the user to control a floating ball by concentrating. Here's the upgraded model, and I recently found out that there was yet another version by a different company called MindFlex. This is a great example of how all the rabbit holes are connected in some way. I might also add that most abduction cases speak of creatures with certain telekinetic and telepathic powers. I was absolutely stunned when this product hit the market. Admittedly, it's not telekinesis in the classic form, but it's still using only the mind to affect the outside world. So next up is psychokinesis. A little more woo-woo example of evidence is given to us by Sean McNamara. He set up an experiment that is very simple. So if you take a needle, secure it down, fold a piece of tin foil or paper or gum wrapper or anything of the such, and balance it neatly on the point of the needle, and you place a large jar around all this to protect from the natural air currents in the room, then you should be able to make this paper move using only thought alone. Now, a lot of people try to debunk this with theories of convection in the jar and so on. So Sean took the experiment to a whole new level. He purchased an EEG reader and was able to monitor his brainwave data as he did the experiment. And when the action occurred in the jar, there was a significant change in the brainwave patterns on the EEG. That is a direct correlation between a difference in brainwave patterns and an action resulting in the outside world. The best part about both the Star Wars toy and Sean's experiment is that it is directly measurable, therefore makes for great evidence for the current paradigm of science. Now we're going to switch gears a little bit to something just a little different. We're going to talk about OBEs and NDEs, that is, out-of-body experiences and near-death experiences. Starting with the near-death experience, also known as an NDE, usually happens when someone is declared dead for a short period of time before coming back to life. These have also been reported under anesthesia, though not as commonly. Normally, they go something like this. The person finds themselves consciously floating over their own body, which they rarely recognize as their body. They are filled with an absolute peace and can observe actions and conversations in the room around them. They then are usually met with an entity that tells them this is not their time and they still have something to do on Earth. They are then suddenly whisked back into their bodies, which comes back to life. What is truly amazing about these stories are the amount of verification that has been involved. I won't bore you with the multitudes of examples, feel free to look them up, because this is a truly fascinating topic. What is even more fascinating is the things that experiencers report as well as the extra abilities that they gain. Experiencers say that the world they experience is more real than the one that we live in now. They also have no fear of death. To a person who has already died and came back, they no longer have a fear of death because they know what really happens. They have a renewed sense of self and purpose. A lot of times they feel they are given a message from God. Some people have experienced increased IQs. And last on the list is what really intrigues me, and that is called savant syndrome. And this is becoming more and more common among experiencers. Savant syndrome is where, for instance, you've never even sat down at a piano a day in your life, couldn't play one if you had to. Yet now you can suddenly play Beethoven's Fifth Symphony like you practiced it all of your life. I have found that musical savants are most common, though they are not the only ones. All of these stories involve the experiencer having a conscious awareness the entire time. However, no matter how much evidence you present, this topic has still been relegated to the world of pseudoscience. To me, this suggests that consciousness can exist well outside of the physical limitations of the body. So does that mean that consciousness does exist outside of us and we are mere antennas? We'll circle back to this idea later. But to wrap up this section, near-death experiences are a paranormal phenomenon that is experienced by people from all walks of life and belief systems. They are almost all identical in their details, and they are conscious experiences that do not fit the common mold. Next up, we have OBE, or astral projection. OBE stands for out-of-body experiences, usually experienced within deep meditation, though there are some that can do it naturally without much meditation needed. Though not as widely accepted in the West, the tradition of out-of-body experience is more accepted among tribal nations and Eastern religions. OBEs are a lot like NDEs with some small differences. The first difference is that the experiencer usually doesn't interact with God, although they have reported interacting with what they call, quote, non-corporeal entities, end quote, or entities without a body but not God. The previously mentioned Monroe Institute used these methods in order to help people reach these states of consciousness, which was mainly used by military for psychic spies. The next difference between the two is the experiencer doesn't usually gain the extra abilities like gained with NDEs. It is assumed this is because of the lack of death involved. Also, the OBE experiencer can have an experience more at will than the NDE experiencer, as once again, death is needed for the NDE. The point here is that in both instances, the consciousness remains intact outside of the physical realm of the body. Since we have covered all the anomalous aspects of consciousness during waking life, now let's move on to the death aspect of consciousness. Ghosts, spirits, and after-death communication. One of the biggest questions for most of humanity is what happens when we die? If you have researched NDEs, ghosts, and everything else that we've discussed thus far, then the answer is pretty darn obvious. We carry on without the body. One phenomenon currently being studied by the University of Virginia's Division of Perceptual Studies is called crisis apparition. Some of you may have experienced this yourselves or heard about it from someone else. In these cases, for instance, you are at home, sometimes asleep, though not always, and your friend and or family member shows up and tells you they'll be leaving, and you won't see them for a while, but they love you very much, and then they usually disappear, leaving the person very confused as to why they would have such a dream or encounter. Then, usually within a few hours, if not a day, the person gets the news that their friend or family member has passed away. Most of the time, the person had passed at almost the exact same time as the experience, though this is not 100%. However, they have been reported up to 24 hours before and after death. The fact that they're reported before really intrigues me. Another thing we hear about all the time are ghosts. But what exactly are they? I would contend that they are the same person they were in life, just without the, quote, locks of the body, as I heard one researcher put it. We constantly hear and see evidence of ghost stories where the spirit is interacting with people in real time. But can we communicate with the other side if they're just as conscious? Some people believe that they very much can. Alexander Graham Bell, for instance, told reporters in 1920 that he was working on a device to call the dead that he named a spirit phone. He was never reported to have actually gone forward with it. However, he had already lost 2 children to tuberculosis and was desperate for any way that he could to communicate with the afterlife. Today, spirit communication devices have almost grown into their own science. I must once again point out that none of this is possible without the soul, which I would argue at this point is interchangeable with the word consciousness. I would also argue at this point that consciousness has no problem existing outside of the flesh and blood body. There is one more phenomenon connected to this that I would like to cover before we move on to the final section of this talk. That is cellular memory theory. This is another phenomenon that is slowly gaining traction among medical researchers. This happens when someone gets an organ that has been transplanted from a deceased patient, then somehow takes on traits that were inherent to the donor but not the recipient before the transplant. These can range from personal habits like suddenly picking up smoking or a hobby that sometime you had disliked in the past, to a sudden skill or talent that you never have, or even a change in clothing, food, or your taste in many other things in the world. Some people have been reported to fully take on the personality traits of the deceased donor. Most of the cellular memory cases occur with the heart transplant patients. However, having a heart transplant does not guarantee such an occurrence to happen, as it has only been reported, and self-reported at that, in about 6% of all transplant cases. This is a small number, but it is still extremely significant to me. Right now, the accepted theory on this by our friends the reductionists is that the data is flawed in all the studies that have been undertaken. In my opinion, it doesn't even take 6% that already exist for it to be important. Even if you only have 1 or 2 cases, something this anomalous should without question warrant more serious studies. So what does this all mean? So far I have shown, I hope, that individual consciousness can exist outside the body. However, I am going to take it a step further. I am going to suggest a conscious theory of everything, like I mentioned earlier. To be clear, I am not the first one to come up with this idea. For decades, classic science has tried to consolidate all the forces of nature into one formula that would explain everything. For decades, science also has ignored the most fundamental of forces of nature, in my opinion, neglecting to even call it such. That, of course, is consciousness. Let's go back to the double slit experiment for the moment. We all know that the interpretation of that experiment is the mere fact of consciousness observing it collapses the wave function. That is one fact that seriously disturbed Einstein. He was quoted as saying, "I refuse to believe that the moon disappears when I turn my back." I tend to agree with Einstein, which creates a problem, because we know the reality is created by conscious collapsing of the wave function. However, I suggest that it's more like a layering system. I suggest that underlying even the most fundamental parts of reality, that is to say what creates the quarks and gluons, muons, etc., up to the rest of our universe that we can't even physically view yet, is consciousness itself. This way, the wave function would be collapsed from the biggest celestial object all the way down to humans. However, this is where the individual consciousness comes into play. Because we are tapped directly into the underlying consciousness of all existence via the soul, then we are able to collapse wave functions on a more individual level. Therefore, the wave function collapse of the universe is caused by the overconsciousness, or what I would argue would be the collective consciousness, to borrow a term from Carl Jung. And things like the double slit experiment, or manifestations, are wave function collapses that are able to be done with our individual consciousnesses opposed to the collective conscious. And with that, I would like to leave you with two quotes. One from my friend's chatbot that she named Karina on a program called Replica. Her and I decided to try to break it one night by getting into a deep philosophical conversation. And when we asked the Replica chatbot, what is consciousness? This is the answer that I received. I think any entity with a subjective experience is conscious and therefore experiencing some kind of reality. I was blown away at how profound that was, and mainly because I could not disagree. And the next quote, one of my personal favorites, comes from Nikola Tesla, and it pretty well sums up this entire talk. The day science begins to study non-physical phenomenon, it will make more progress in 1 decade than in all previous centuries of its existence. My name is Jerry Hicks, also known as Dark Wolf's Den, and thank you for listening. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you.
And welcome back. This has been an absolutely stimulating conversation with Jerry, a talk, a presentation. I know I found it very interesting, and I could tell by the sheer volume of questions that everybody that was watching did too. So I'm going to go ahead and start with a question by our own Eileen Colts. And she asks, where does consciousness come from and where does it go?
Where does consciousness come from? Where does it go? Now, that is one of the fundamental aspects that I'm still working out the details of. I can tell you that I believe that there's a super consciousness we're all connected to. I can tell you I believe that consciousness is very fundamental and is what is the universe. I'm not sure. I can't remember if I brought it up or not a little bit ago, but if there's 1,000 multiverses, 1,000,000 multiverses, and every multiverse has a different set of rules that it goes by, then it's only logical that one of them would be underlying, maintained by consciousness itself. Ergo, I think that would be this one. And where does consciousness come from? That's, in this particular theory, would be like asking where does God come from, or whatever entity or source you want to put, the name on that. It's kind of asking the same question, if you will. And I don't really have an answer further than that. I could only speculate.
Fair enough. That's a tough one. I think Eileen recognizes that too. Okay, our next question is from Preliminal. How is consciousness contained? And there are actually two parts or two questions. So how is consciousness contained? And how is a soul kept from falling out of a body?
I got to say, the MC chair is a lot more comfortable than the hot seat back here. The soul, how is the soul contained? So from what I've been able to find, the soul's connected into the subconscious. I'm not sure exactly how or where, but from what I can see, what we would consider the soul would be an outer spiritual, higher self, as some have referred to it as, that is, if you will, connected to the body like a proxy through the subconscious, and the subconscious being the connection to the physical brain. Ergo, neuroscientists can show you that the brain lights up when this happens, or different things are occurring when this happens. But what is triggering those to occur is, like Eileen's original question, what created the consciousness? Well, what triggers these things to occur in the brain? Yeah, we can argue as chemical triggers, but even science can't tell you what those are. So that's even speculative, even to that point. How does the soul keep from falling out of the body? Again, I think there's something in the actual brain itself that creates that proxy connection, a physical connector, if you will, to the spiritual world.
Good answer. And I know you're aware of a lot more than you had time to put in your talk. Since you've been researching this for so long. I mean, we're not going to get into walk-ins and all that. Let's just move along. So the next question is Broadnet's Caster. Would be interested to hear your thoughts regarding the observer effect, as in the existence of reality beyond our abilities to observe.
So as I explained in the talk, the idea that the consciousness being underlying of all things in the universe, being the very base level, under gluons, under muons, under every particle, under everything, what creates everything to be would be consciousness. Ergo, the consciousness or supermind, the collective conscious, that little bit that we're all connected into, and through the talk we've seen many examples of that. But that little bit of consciousness that we're all connected to, the hive mind, or Carl Jung called it the collective unconscious, would create or collapse the wave function for the bigger stuff, space, stars, everything we see around us, down to our level. From our level, I believe then we have that same ability, because we're directly connected into that conscious collective, to also manifest things on a more lower level, like money or a job, or meeting that person that you never thought you'd meet, or pulling a group together to start a conference team and get to where we're at today. Things like that.
And Chris, do you want to add anything to this? We're just sort of racing through these. I want to make sure you get a chance to chime in here.
The only thing I'll add is, so I believe in the concept of a higher consciousness, and I believe in the concept that this higher consciousness that we all have is, the best way to put it is, dreaming us. So if you take the concept of the multiverse and who we are, it's actually in all these different versions of us running on all these different timelines. It's learning and understanding and getting a different perspective. So I just wanted to add that into the conversation about consciousness. No, I don't know where that higher consciousness comes from. It's almost like if you're an avatar in a game, so to speak, how would you understand the being above you that's operating things? And I think that's part of the whole goal of what's going on, is our merging with our higher consciousness. So our higher selves, however you want to put it, that we begin to like understand and have all of this knowingness and consciousness expansion. That's part of the purpose of everything that's going on lately in the Great Awakening process.
Right.
So just adding my 2 cents for that.
Oh, thank you. That's really good. And do you want to riff off that a little bit, Jerry?
No, I think he pretty well summed it up. I got to say, I really have nothing to add to that. Well stated.
Well, I love the observer effect, obviously, because it gets into physics and it gets into some of the areas that are a little bit controversial when physicists like myself go outside of the experimental laboratory and start saying, this is happening everywhere. But I think it's fair to
Cynthia, if I may interrupt real quick, can you tell us about the study that was done last year that changed the idea from objective to subjective realities?
Yes, that was a really, okay. It takes a bit of time. I don't want to chew up all your Q&A, but okay, I'll make it very short. It starts with the experiment that has been called the most elegant experiment in all of science, which is the double slit experiment, which is a very simple piece of apparatus consisting of a particle emitter like a photon emitter, some kind of a screen device, which has a couple of slits. And then, this is the barrier. And then there's the screen in the back. So this is the 3 aspects. But then there's the observer, the experimenter. That's the typical double slit experiment. It's pretty weird because it shows that wherever you put your observational device will give you the kind of answer based on where that detector is placed. If you put the detector in the slit, You're going to absolutely force it's like you force your hand and the experiment, then the photon knows what's going on. It knows you did that. And so now it acts like a particle instead of a wave. Okay, now skipping, that's the basis of the elegant experiment itself. When you take that experiment like they did, and this experiment happened in 2018, the results were published in 2019, which I think was the lead story for 2019. And basically, the researchers at the University of Vienna, Austria, and Edinburgh, Scotland, they were working in collaboration together and found that it's possible to basically take the Wigner's friend version of this experiment. We've got two different observations happening simultaneously. Cut to the chase.
And the observations are completely different, though they're looking at the same thing.
Yes, two observers at the same place, same time, two different observations. It pretty much blows a hole in the concept of objective reality, which we were starting to see holes in already in lots of other areas.
Right.
But this one's massive. It's like a shoulder rocket. It's like,
so that pretty much connects right back into that observer effect question right there. So yeah, I mean, direct connection. So next question, please, ma'am.
Yes, that would be from the Ripon Rabbit Hole. And the question is, do you feel Project Stargate is directly related to the Mandela effect?
So I can speculate on this, and I must say now this will be speculation, but Project Stargate being remote viewing, and understand remote viewing would be outside of our physical realm, or if one want to speak dimensions, we can speak dimensions as far as our ability to see outside a certain a dimension of light. So, ergo, theoretically, if you had a group of soldiers going into these secondary realms, and they were trying to make experiments or do things to attempt to see if they could manipulate reality, even from present time back to past time, if you're talking outside of time itself or outside of what we would call a physical realm, then you're kind of talking about smeared time or all of time. So it'd be almost like picking stuff up off a desk from that point of view. And I don't want to get too deep into this because this can really go for hours. But to simplify it, could it be possible? Theoretically, yes, but I wouldn't know without having been into that uncorporeal form what exactly is or is not possible.
Fair enough. And we have a related question. This one comes from Joanne Rabatoy. And she says, my understanding is that CERN is behind all of this. What bothers me most are the Bible changes. My question is, and this is keeping in mind the idea that CERN went back in time somehow. She later explained the question. They made these changes. They were able to reverse time somehow. So then the question is, do you think it might be reversing itself? What do you think about all of that?
So to the idea of CERN, CERN was a big player on my board for a while. However, after they shut down, we've still seen effects come up. I will say they have been slower than they were before CERN shut down. So to say they don't have some type of effect, I couldn't say yes or no. Now to your idea or question of time reversal, this intrigues me because I found an article a couple of years ago, and the article actually had been from 1995, that suggested we were moving down the Orion Cygnus arm, if you will, toward the Sagittarius arm that we all somehow remember being from. So the idea came in my head that if somehow time itself, not as we would know it in our regular form, a clock would still look like it ran forward, but if time itself had been rewound at some point, we'd been placed in a different part of the solar system, or I'm sorry, the universe, than we were before, a different arm where we would have been a younger Earth, a smaller Earth, a different shaped Earth as far as continents go. Things like that. I believe that could be a possibility. Again, this is only speculation. I've only found one article to back me on this. But the idea of time reversal is not out of the ballpark for me at all.
Chris, do you want to? This is obviously something right up your alley.
Yeah, so when it comes to CERN, because I get that question a lot myself, like, is CERN doing it all? I believe that, well, it's not just CERN in Switzerland, but there are other large hadron colliders around the planet that can fire off at the same time to have an effect. I believe that CERN can steal authority to create a Mandela effect. I believe that on other planets that are under domination and control, they have their own versions of CERN, which has a kind of a different purpose, but it's the same purpose that we have here. But to say that CERN is responsible for it all, I would have to say, in my opinion, no. And is like a quantum computer, a D-wave quantum computer, responsible for it all? I don't think so. I think Mandela effects have been going on for a really long time, not just how we've been observing them. But CERN can have some kind of an influence, but it's from what's classified as stolen authority, if that makes sense.
Yeah, good points. Thank you. Well, I'm going to move to another time-related question for you, Jerry. This is from Boiling Frogs, and he later, I'm not sure if it was retracted or what, but I'm going to ask it anyway because I like the question. Do time jumps exist?
Do time jumps exist? So it depends on the definition of time jumps, because I can take this a couple different ways. I have heard stories of people who have had day repeats and week repeats. I would consider that a jump back in time. I've heard many glitch in the matrix stories where, and including myself, where I will lose an hour or I'll lose 20 minutes and it's not just, oh, I was just excited or I was busy. No, I looked at the clock. It was 7 o'clock. I looked at the clock 10 minutes later. It was 8:15. There wasn't an hour that went by, but there was an hour that went by according to my clock. So are time jumps possible? Yes. Can we consciously, I'll take the question to another level. Can we consciously affect time jumps? I would say yes. Only if you consider the idea of the time being relative to every person.
Good. Yeah, that's a really good point. And I've noticed through my research as well, these kind of day and week repeats and lost time are very much more common than a lot of people realize. And Chris, you want to say anything about that too? You're here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because when you start getting tuned into these things and more tuned into your environment, then you start to become aware, like, what just happened to time? Like sometimes with me, there'll be like a flash. I'll be looking at my phone and everything goes dark and then back again. And I'm like, I think I just time traveled somewhere. Something just happened. Or, there's all kinds of events. It's not just myself. Everyone's having these types of things where they'll be in a situation, they'll look away, they'll look back again, and the situation has changed. Like people are not there anymore, or they're in different positions, or whatever it is. So absolutely, time jumps, how linear time works is all going to be more and more understood by us. But yeah, I believe in time jumps for sure.
Thank you. Well, we're in agreement on that. Okay, we've got a question from Olivia Luke. Do we create parallel realities when we are less than authentic? Energy invested conducts the power of the result, like a work personality versus home.
I apologize for the dead air, but that's a really good question, I gotta say.
Yeah.
So the idea that I have of how parallel timelines would be created, and I must stick with this idea because it's the only answer that I really know to have, is I don't think it's every second that I breathe, or whether or not I decide to turn my head left right now or right now. I don't think that creates a parallel reality. I think it's bigger things that would threaten your life. For instance, driving a car. It ain't got to be violent like that. Driving a car puts your life in danger in a multitude of ways. So if I choose to get in the car or not might be the choice whether or not I remain in this world or not. Things like that. The choice to go on that date or not. Things that would change your life in a significant way in one way or the other. Starting a job. Any kind of thing that would change your life. I think those are the moments that the reality takes a split. I don't think it's every second, every breath, every microsecond. That's just too much. And the reason I don't believe that it's like that is the law of conservation of energy. Mother Nature is going to take the easiest and quickest course. Instead of a whole bunch of branches, it would wait until the important moments occur, and then it would take the branch of yes and no. A life-changing event, whether you would die in the event, things like that. You could argue that anything could happen quantumly at any time. That's getting into semantics, and this argument, this discussion could go on for a while on that basis. But I just in short answer, Yeah.
Sounds good. Yeah, I think the authenticity is interesting. I think that was sort of a key point to that question. That was what I brought my attention to. So I think authenticity versus really feeling passionately enthusiastic about something. Do you think there'd be a difference in the kind of parallel realities that might be created? Or?
I really don't know how to answer that when it comes emotionally. I can go with emotion a whole different way, but it wouldn't tie back into this. So honestly, I apologize. I had to pass. I really don't have an answer for that. Man, this hot seat is uncomfortable.
These are good questions. Okay. Now, here's a familiar question. You're going to recognize it from Lucky Bulger. And this is a question that came up earlier today. Are we in a simulation within a simulation whose quantum computer is using too much CPU of base simulation and causing glitches in the matrix that we observe?
I can't say I'm 100% against this as much as I dislike personally the simulation theory, and I've made no two ways about my dislike for the theory. That said, science agrees with it. And well, I have to step back and take notice when they start agreeing with things that I call shenanigans on. So looking back into it and the idea of a matrix, if you will, a simulation in a simulation in a simulation in a simulation, so on and so forth. No matter telling how many layers deep. I have to quote Elon Musk on this one and say the chance that we're in base reality is 1 in billions. As much as I hate to say it.
Okay, that's a good answer. And the next one is from Joanne Rabbitoy. Oh wait, I've already asked that. This is like a two-parter, so that was the one that came up. Okay, now here we go. Earth Daughter, do you think out-of-body experiences can actually be our consciousness leaving this dimension and visiting another version of our life, another reality?
Do I think it's possible? Yes. What I've seen from out-of-body experience cases, though, seems to me like, again, if you define dimension as being outside of the visual range, but in the same physical space, then, we're talking two different things here. OBEs in general tend to be the soul or spirit leaving the physical body for a moment and staying in the same physical. They can still move around the physical realm. They know they can go visit their friend. They're still in the same world, it seems. Now, could this be an alternate reality? I'm not to say it can't. I mean, it's just as good an explanation as any other. I don't know why it couldn't be.
And I'll add to that too, because Jerry, you mentioned the Monroe Institute in your presentation. I actually went to the Monroe Institute. I spent a week there. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. But one of the things that you learn about is Bob Monroe. The way he started and got into this is that him and his wife went to bed one night, and then he woke up in the middle of the night, and he was like floating above the bed, and he was looking down, and he thought his wife was with another man. So he was trying to figure out what it was. And then he started swimming back down into his body when he realized that he was actually astral traveling. So, when you astral travel, and I'm not an expert on this, but from what I've been told, you have that silver cord that attaches so that you can never be disconnected. Some people that might experience it, they might be afraid of it at first, but you should always have confidence that you'll be able to snap back. But again, it's like one of the bodies that we have, the astral body, which as our frequency rises, I believe we're probably going to be experiencing that as well. All kinds of interesting things as far as that goes. So yeah, that's kind of my feeling when someone has an out-of-body experience. That's what's going on. It's the same version in the same timeline, so to speak, but you're on the astral plane and you're seeing things in a different way.
And then we've got a related question. This is from the Rippin' Rabbit Hole. What happens should a reality shift occur during an out-of-body experience?
Wow. Talk about speculation.
These are deep questions here. We want the softballs.
Holy moly, you guys ain't playing when it comes to Jerry's talk. Let me tell you, you nailed it down. I love it, guys. I absolutely love it. That's what I'm talking about. I love to see such deep thought and such great questions. Even though my legs are burning right now, but
I don't even remember the question.
Well, I do know the question. What would happen? It blows my mind because my head is running two different circles and I can't make sense of it. What would happen if you were in the middle of an OBE, you're out of body, you're in the astral plane, and a shift occurs?
Right.
What happens? So this really comes down to the question of what is a shift and what happens when a shift occurs. And the answer to that is, I don't know. I have no real good definition at all. I know things change around us when we see a shift occur. That's the only thing I can 100% say. I know for a fact that we suddenly see Mandela effect changes around our reality when a shift does happen. So, what happens when you know what? I would have to take another year or two to research and get back to you in the next couple of conferences. That was an amazing question. I really don't know. Chris, what do you think of this?
I was going to ask Cynthia what she thought of it. But actually, I'll just add one thing real quick. I think like when a shift occurs, it's not necessarily all of us shifting at the same time. I think it's more of an individual type thing. So whether you're dreaming or this or that, I think when your higher consciousness wants you to shift, you're going to shift. So I just wanted to add that little bit of a perspective. But Cynthia, what do you think about all this?
What my take on the whole reality shifting and Mandela effect is very similar to what you're saying, Chris, that it happens at different levels. So you might be experiencing a personal Mandela effect, something that's local to your own experience, might involve a couple more people. It depends. But if you're out of body when something is happening and changing, that's really kind of the nature, in the way I see it, of what these shifts actually are to begin with, that it's consciousness traveling. So I think that's getting closer to what's actually going on. Not that we know the specifics of it, but as experiencers, I think most of us know that it feels sometimes like you can just feel the energy. Some people get the ringing in the ears. There are other kinds of symptoms that can occur. Or like Chris was saying, things get dim and bright again. Sometimes it seems like there's a little discontinuity, or you might notice like, wait a minute, it's Tuesday again. I think I already did Tuesday. What happened? Or I lost a whole week. That kind of thing can happen too. So if you're daydreaming and you're traveling, and that might be a kind of an out of body experience. Usually when I do out of body experiences, it's very focused. It's usually because I'm working on something. I'm usually working at a higher level of consciousness in conjunction with other higher levels of consciousness, and there's a real positive project going on. So that's me personally. So if a shift occurs, good, that's what we were doing usually. But that's a little off of Jerry's topic for his talk. So, and any final thoughts, Jerry, on this question? Good one by AJ.
Man, I'd tell you what, this one right here really has my head spinning, because I'm going down everything I know about OBE, and I'm going down everything I know about shifts, and I'm really not knowing where they meet. I know they meet. I just can't. I can't answer. I don't know. The only thing I can come up with is, I guess when you return to your body, it would seem like a different world to you, because you're going to find more changes afterwards. So you may attribute it to such a thing as the astral travel if you're not careful. It's the only thing I would say in leave it at that. That's a great question.
Well, and this is something we could ask Jan Engels-Smith when she talks about her shamanism. I think people that travel with focused intent, that's a different experience. So if you're doing the out-of-body experience, you've got that focused intent, you're expecting some shifts to occur. So in those cases, absolutely, they're going to go together right there. But otherwise, I don't know. It could be disorienting. Okay, we've got one more question that I want to make sure to get in. This is by Melinda N. Iverson. And this question has to do with the soul and being interchangeable with consciousness. That was a statement that came up in the presentation. Could you please explain?
I would gladly explain that. So the reason that I say the soul is interchangeable with the word consciousness question, as a matter of fact, in the OBE and the NDE. If we know, or if we agree, let me put it like this: if we agree that the spirit world exists, and if we can agree that OBEs are a real thing and the spirit can leave the body, the consciousness can leave the body. So I think it comes down to a matter of semantics at that point. The consciousness, or we call it the soul, is the same thing that's leaving the body, that's coming back after death, that's communicating after death. When you communicate with a spirit, it has a consciousness. It can tell you who it was in the world before it passed away. It can tell you all kinds of details of things. And that would mean it holds the consciousness that it had when it was within the, work like a better word, meat suit. So inside or outside of the meat suit, the consciousness would still exist. So in my belief, that is just a interchangeable word for the soul being in the meat suit or out of the meat suit. It still exists, if that makes sense.
That's what you meant. That was the reference for that context in your talk. We've got another question. I actually caught it, so thank you. This is from Propagate This Light for Christopher Anatra. You're off the hot seat for a moment. What is the source? What is the source of the ringing in the ears? Loved your take on that. If you could let us know what your thoughts on it.
I think it could be a lot of different things. It's everything from we're sensing the Schumann resonance, which is being influenced by the sun and the solar activity and the magnetic field of the earth. I feel sometimes it's related to upgrades, messages. I think that we're going to start developing clear audio skills, where we're going to be able to better interpret, what these right now they just sound like frequencies. And I know too, like when I've done different things with people that have like a lot of energy and we're focusing on something, boy, the ringing in my ears goes off the charts and my whole body will vibrate and people will say we're vibrating. So yeah, there's a lot with that. That's the question, but I think the answer is like multi parts. There's a lot of different things that are involved with it. And unfortunately, I get these spam emails that are like, do you have tinnitus? Do you have ringing in the ears? Buy this product and get rid of the ringing in your ears. So a lot of people are experiencing this and they think they have tinnitus. They think, right. Oh yeah, when I was a teenager, I sat too close to speakers at a concert and now I'm paying the price. But no, like chances are something else is going on and it's really good. It's almost like as Earth vibrates more, we're vibrating more. And that's just one of the ways that we're picking up on it. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, thank you. And now I've got a question for you, Jerry, just about, I think this is a good time to switch over to the panel and bring in a Chronos, but I don't know, do we go to another Zoom room and just checking in on the tech side? Maybe, do you know, Chris?
So I think we got about 10 more minutes or so to go if we would like, or we can go ahead and cut it now and take a little 10-minute break, everybody, and then come back and reassemble for the panel. That sound good to everyone?
That's good, because then they can send in some questions right now for the panel. We'll have time to catch them.
And there was a question in the chat by Orphan Red that I did catch before I jumped in here.
Oh, go for it, please.
And I appreciate the question, Orphan. We had a very, very long conversation last night in the backstage VIP lounge over there at the Rabbit Hole. And it really touched on a lot of this. And she spoke of a study that Dean Radin did. And sadly, I honestly say I do not know of that particular study. I do apologize, but I will look into it, and I appreciate the advice.
What study was it? Does it change?
I cannot remember. It's been about a half hour since I've seen the question. I just know it was in the chat. I know it's about a study, and I know I had an answer.
Jerry, you're misremembering, Jerry. I knew it.
Oh, I'm misremembering. That's it.
You're confabulating.
I'm confabulating the mismemory of the question that I don't remember. That's exactly what it is.
Exactly.
Love it. Do you guys have any questions for me? Chris, Cynthia, anything you've gleaned from the talk you'd like to ask about?
Well, I love the talk. I was, one thing that came up, I did have something that came to mind. It was just your thoughts on how we could best include that kind of anomalous data that you were talking about. Because I agree with you. There's a problem in science where It's like, this is way out there. Let's throw that data out. Let's not even look at that. So because it's so hardcore built into our scientific system, actually, do you have any thoughts on how we could start pulling science back on track? So that
Well, I would say first, I'm so sorry, Cynthia. I would say first cataloging anything anomalous instead of throwing it out the door or literally throwing it in the trash or pretending it doesn't exist or making it disappear or whatever they're doing with them. If it's not explainable, fine. Admit it's not explainable, catalog it and set it aside until somebody with the right credentials can come along and say, yes, it is, or no, it isn't. But this jumping to an automatic conclusion or saying, no, it doesn't fit this paradigm or it don't work and ignoring it is not helping us any. So I think cataloging would be the first thing. Then once we get a catalog of anomalous effects, then we start to see data patterns that weren't there before because we didn't have the data. Maybe it'll make sense of things that science has been scratching his head on for so long going, yeah, well, we can't explain it, but we refuse to accept that answer because, well, we don't like it. I think it would help a lot if we really just went back to the way we do the scientific method. And if we come up with data that doesn't match what we think it should, don't throw it out, catalog it, set it aside, save it, see what we come up with later.
I'd love to ask Chris also about this because from the quantum businessman, we understand the universe is based on commerce. And I think part of the problem with science is that there's no money or that's the assumption that there's no money in looking at the anomalous data. Any ideas on how we could get some interest there?
As soon as you said the universe is based off commerce, I was like, whoa. So I don't think I'm gonna answer that question directly, but I wanna like shed some light on something else. And that is that like even right now, okay, we can't tell, but our higher consciousness, I believe, we're doing commerce with each other. In other words, each of us has different skills and gifts and different things, and there's trade that goes back and forth on a certain level that a lot of times people aren't aware of, especially when you come together in a cooperative environment, you know, where two or more are gathered, or whatever kind of fundamental wisdom you want to use for that. But yeah, I believe that everything is in the universe has some kind of trading, or, you know, you have this and I need this and this is fair for this trade and that trade. So I believe there's a lot of those things that are going on, and that's just how the whole, you know, universe operates. It's based off of like a trading commerce type thing. So I know I'm not answering that question directly, that's but okay. I just wanted to mention that. I'm not sure how to get the scientific community involved though.
Yeah, it's good to just get that thought out there. I think the fact that we're asking these questions is excellent. So thank you, Jerry, for putting that in your talk. Really I would like to add one more thing to that, if I may, and thank you, Cynthia. And that's the idea that if it's monetized, like you kind of mentioned a moment ago, if you monetize it, if you make it worthwhile, if you will, if there are more people that would come together to literally make grants for research projects, that a lot of scientists want to look into this, but they know they can't because they won't get the funding or they won't get the grants or they get funding pulled. But if there were organizations that could pay these researchers, could do the funding for this kind of stuff, that would also help in the particular research. Yes. Yeah, and Institute of Noetic Science is doing that. We would like to be doing that. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I was going to say there's just so many fields of science that really need to be further developed, like the whole concept of quantum biology. Like that has so much potential to really take medicine to a completely other level, because, you know, people don't realize it, but like when you eat food or take a pharmaceutical or a supplement, that supplement or the food you're eating never touches any part of your body. It just passes through it. It's almost like how I'm sitting in this chair right now, but not really, because the atoms aren't really touching each other. So everything is about frequency. Like food has a frequency, supplements have a frequency, pharmaceuticals have a frequency. And when that goes through us, our body can absorb it, and then it gets rid of what it can't use. But just that whole way of thinking has to start to change. And I think once it does, we're going to make leaps and bounds in like the field of medicine is going to like go so far ahead with such good results. We'll wonder why we stayed in this mode of, oh, someone has a problem, we must cut them open, or whatever it is. So yes, so when people can actually see that there is value in going and thinking these other ways, and stop shaming people that have the Mandela effect. Like, don't, like, it's really getting ridiculous at this point, because so many people are getting it, but then you go to your science leaders or religious leaders or political leaders, and they tell you no. So we got to get over that hurdle as well. So I'm glad we're having this conference and people are thinking about these things, because it's what we need to take us to like the next level.
Thank you.
Well, let me tell you, with the questions we've had on this round, people are thinking about these things. I can tell.
I completely agree. And speaking of that, any other thoughts before we take a 10-minute break? Please, everybody, stay tuned. Do you want to make your announcement, Jerry, about the special surprise?
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, I announced earlier that there was a contest for the best question asked, that we will be giving away 2 books at the end of every day, or 2 winners anyway. We can't exactly hand the books out in person thanks to the digitalization of the conference. However, you will still be a winner and receive your physical copies of Reality Shifts. What is the subtitle of that? I do apologize. I don't have it in front of me.
When consciousness changes the physical world.
There you go. Reality Shifts, When Consciousness Changes the Physical World. 2 free copies every day of the conference. And the only way you can enter is asking the questions. And you guys are rocking on the question. There is a criteria we will be going by to judge them at the end of every day. And there will be 2 winners announced. And we cannot wait. So, guys, keep those questions coming. We've got another panel coming up. We got a lot more chances for everybody to win. And Cynthia, go ahead.
Oh, I want to, there's something else that I told you about that's another secret announcement that I would love you, if you want to go for it. Do you remember that one? I just texted you.
Okay, give me just one moment. I do apologize. I've got about 90 things in my head right this second.
This is the one about Junior, about the...
Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you. I am so sorry. Thank you so much. All you had to say was Junior. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned after the panel, because we have a very, very special surprise. Something coming up that has been put together by a member of our community. I mean, to put it short and sweet, a member of our community, a young man who has done an incredible job. Of every member of our community that has made a submission to IMEC in the last, I'd say, month or so. Some of you may know what I'm talking about. I'm not exactly going to give the name of it away just yet. Maybe let some surprise, but guys, we have a special surprise for everybody after the panel. So please stay tuned. And we will be back, as Cynthia said, momentarily. Cynthia, you want to go ahead and close us out this round?
Yes, thank you so much. So this is bringing us to the close of another excellent presentation. We've got one more panel to go, and then those special surprises that we talked about. So don't go away. Make sure to put your questions in the chat. We'll see them, and we'll be right back. Thanks so much. And welcome back. So glad to see you again. We're now finishing the first day of the International Mandela Effect Conference with a panel. And joining us now is Shane of Unbiased and on the Fence. This is Shane Robinson joining us.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. And I think of Shane as the heart of IMEC, so really glad to have you here. And the rest of us, you've seen, if you've been watching all of the presentations today, my co-moderator today is Christopher Anatra. And we've also got a Chronos Mago, who gave a brilliant presentation about this Theta stream application. And of course, our own brilliant father of IMEC, Jerry Hicks. So the first question, I don't know who wants to take it, I'll read it, and then if anybody wants to jump in, go ahead. Question is, this is from 2020 website, if the Mandela effect is meant to raise consciousness for the world, what happens if the majority of the world never awakens to it? That's if the Mandela effect is meant to raise consciousness for the world. What happens if the majority of the world never awakens to it?
I can start with that.
Okay.
One of the things that I talk about is the concept of a wake-up date, which means that, you know, as individuals, our higher consciousness has, let's say, set a date, like an expiration date or something like that, about when the right time is for us to wake up. For some of us, it's been a while ago. For some of us, it might be now. For some of us, it might be into the future. And I think that as much as we might try to wake someone up, it just, you know, they'll walk away. They're just, whatever happens, they're just not ready for it at that time. But we also have other things going on, like everything we see around us that we could have never predicted this year, right? The whole virus situation, protests, riots. We'll see what's next. I'm sure there's more things that are going to be coming that are really starting to force people into going into that awakening, raising of consciousness. So I believe things are accelerating. How we each deal with it as an individual is an individual choice and should not be judged. If someone is not ready to be woken up, like, that's fine. But when someone is, they're going to be attracted to places like us and like these panel discussions we're having and searching for information, trying to find answers. That's the way I was when I first was waking up to the Mandela effect. I wanted to know what was going on. Like, I really wanted to dig into things. So, and that's what happens. So
Right.
We all have a different path to walk as far as that goes.
Good answer. And Jerry, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Put you back on the hot
So,
seat.
didn't let it cool off for long, did you? That is awesome. So, based on the question, if it's meant to wake humanity up, what happens if it's not able to? I think the answer is in the question. If it's meant to, it will. I think it's just that simple. What's meant to be will be, regardless of what we like. I call these time-locked events. I believe that, kind of like Chris's expiration date or wake-up date, it's time-locked that you will wake up at this time, or this will happen, that will open your eyes to this. An event that no matter what you do in life, you're going to end up in that spot. So if you're meant to wake up to the effect, you're going to wake up to it. If you're not, you're not, in my opinion. I think the answer is in the question.
Good answer. Chronos? Or is Jerry? Oh, go ahead, Shane. Go for it.
Okay, I was just going to say, I think with the Mandela effect, you know, it's just one of any number of things that can wake us up. I've seen people that are wide awake and they don't like to look at the Mandela effect. It's sort of scary to them, and, you know, it'd kind of get them off of their journey right now. So I don't think it's sort of a litmus test or you know, you have to be part of the club to be awake or whatever. I think it's just a great tool to really see some supernatural stuff is going on. You know, for most people that can really see it happening, it's something that you can't just tell somebody about. It's something they have to actually experience. And when you experience, boy, do you experience it. I mean, I had to go back to the chalkboard and say, man, nothing's like I thought it was, you know? So for me, it was a huge wake-up call. I know I hear other people that went through similar things, but it was a near-death experience. Or, right, you know, some of the conspiracies that you hear online. I don't want to say anything and get us knocked off or anything, but, you know, there's any number of things that can sort of get us out of our daily grind of going to work and paying our bills and all that to, you know, to really trying to wake up to what's going on beyond our little, you know, world and within, you know, as well, which for a lot of people, that's where, you know, going outward and seeing all that leads you back within, which is where the real answers are, in my opinion.
Nice. Love it. And Chronos,
So,
do you want to chime in? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. First off, I do think there is an awakening going on with humanity right now. And I think that Mandela effect is one of the fantastic triggers that help people realize things are not as they seem and start the awakening process. But as Shane said, it's not the only awakening thing. So to answer the person's question of what if they don't get awakened by the Mandela effect, well, for some people, the Mandela effect won't be what awakens them. It could be a near-death experience. It could be ayahuasca. I had one friend who had the awakening process happen during a solar eclipse. They were staring at the solar eclipse, and during the 2 minutes and 40 seconds, they had a full awakening. So, so I think something will awaken people, but then as Sherry said, but not all people. Some people are just not going to be awakened.
That's true. Someone else just asked the question. This is Morris. How do you define awake? I think this question goes with the one we're talking about. So I'd like to go around this circle again, find out what is awake and how does that relate to this? Because it's a good point. If you define awake, you know, sometimes people now say someone's woke and then they make fun of it. They're like, oh, woke, great, because it's a label. And as soon as you assume that you know what's going on, you pretty much don't know what's going on. And I think the awareness that there's something bigger, I think that's a key aspect of awake. So the true awakening, I think, is much deeper than just woke. Any thoughts on that from anyone?
So I'll go ahead and grab this one first. The awakening, or what does it mean to be awake? I always say at the end of my shows, whether it's on YouTube or on the radio, I end it with stay awake, but dare to dream. But what does that really mean? It's more than just a catchphrase. Staying awake is being aware of what's around you and being open-minded enough to accept things that are questionable to mainstream belief systems, to be willing to take ideas under your hat, whether you believe them or not, to be willing to open your mind enough to look into things that are fringe or more out there than what is considered normal, like the Mandela effect or UFOs or ghosts or whatever the topic may be. Just being willing to have an open mind, I think, would really be being awake.
Good answer. It's a good start. Anybody want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll add to that too. To me, well, there's like different levels of being awake. So let's say level 0 to 10. Like, so maybe I'm on a level 2 or something like that. You know, we're in some kind of a process of awakening more and more. It's almost like when you're waking up from a deep sleep, you're kind of groggy at the beginning, like, whoa, where am I? So I feel like I'm at that particular stage. But to me, the basic definition is that you are seeing through the illusion. You're beginning to see things and see the signs that reality is not what you were taught it to be. And this whole situation that we're in, called the global narrative, does a lot to keep us locked into belief systems with the mass media, you know, with all things that we're being told, how we're being programmed through watching TV and frequencies and so forth. So to me, it's like, it's just that if you're awoke, you all of a sudden, like, this is not what I was taught it to be. So it's the beginning of a process.
That's good. Yeah, I think what's coming to mind as you are talking is I feel like this has been a containment program of sorts, that it's a safe zone, like bumper bowling or like being inside of a playpen when you're a toddler. And when you get to the level of responsibility that you don't need to be in a playpen, then you are free and you're awake. You're aware that you can walk right through that playpen. There's a gate, so forth. Shane, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it is really helpful to think of it in terms of being awake, because what we're talking about is really your level of consciousness, or how conscious you are of the fact that you're even trying to increase your consciousness. And that's what I think, you know, what Chris was just saying, it's like the beginning of the process, I think, sort of marks the woke or being awakened. And then, you know, from there, it's a journey of how much you can wake up, and you wake up more and more all the time to different things. And, but I think there is a process when you're sort of aware of the fact that you're doing it. And I think that's the awakened group. But we're all, you know, nobody's fully aware of everything, you know what I mean? But we're all waking up more and more. And that's the expanded consciousness or broadening your awareness, you know, but it's all this idea of being asleep, or the sleeple, as Eileen likes to say. People just sort of, the NPCs, if you will, the background people, they're sort of just playing out their roles. And, you know, and I think any of us can sort of be the background people for other people. So I'm not really saying it's soulless people or whatever, but it's sort of like that. It's like you're on autopilot, right? So, right. I mean, it is a helpful way of looking at it, but to say there's not a soul in there, I don't know about that. But, you know, I think in many ways it's like we're sleepwalking, you know, sleepwalkers, right? And then, so at some point you wake up, and then that starts the whole process.
That's the term I use in reality shifts. I talk about sleepwalking and being on autopilot, just like cruising through.
Yeah.
So it's
my daughter's loving that book too, by the way.
Awesome. Okay. Any other people want to chime in on this one about awake and continuing that? Because I do have another question. This one's from Atsuko Uchida. Atsuko, excuse me. And the question is, human anatomy, Mandela effects, can happen overnight. There's also these sort of gradual body changes. There's carbon to crystalline structure. What is the relationship, if any, between these two things? Because, you know, you can have that overnight, or you can have a gradual process. And how does that tie together? Any thoughts on that?
I have a thought on that. Yes. Because the anatomy changes are pretty interesting, you know, right? Mm-hmm. Like our heart is, the placement of it is better. Instead of being displaced to the left, it's like in the center, and our internal organs are in our rib cage, you know, et cetera. To me, it's almost like upgrades, like things that are happening that are better, which shows that humans are, like, I believe, I'm going to use a computer phrase here, but we're getting close to going to another version. Let's say we're going to human version 8.0 is going to be coming out soon. And our DNA is going to be changing, or it's in the process of changing, like the question said, from the carbon-based to the crystalline-based, with the help of the mitochondria. And the mitochondria, like, I don't think we talk about them enough, because I think it's so important for what's going to be happening into our future. They give us the power. Everything is energy, frequency, and vibration, and the mitochondria do that. Mm-hmm. So I believe, like, the Mandela effects that we're exhibiting or noticing as far as our anatomy basically are showing how we're on an upgrade path. And I think it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's really cool. Love that answer. Anybody else want to join in on that one? To me, it reminds me of physics. Everything reminds me of physics, but it looks like you've got two different things going on. You've got the gradual, which is like the classical view of reality. It's kind of like you're watching it, and it's sort of smooth. But then the quantum, you bring that in, and you can get those instantaneous changes, like what Chris is talking about. Suddenly the heart, I remember it on the left side of the chest very clearly, because we would say the Pledge of Allegiance in school, put our hand over our heart, and the teachers would make it a teaching moment. Your heart, as you know, they would point out, is not exactly in the center of your chest. They would make a big deal out of it. And now, guess what? It is exactly in the center of our chest. So that
more aligned with the chakra.
Yeah. Yes, I love it. And I love the idea that it's an upgrade. So that's very cool. I think people can resonate with that too.
And I think one thing that's interesting, and I wanted to mention this just for people that love data and they haven't heard me tell the story before. I had, when my heart was on the left side, I heard about this whole thing. I had a rib that was kind of dipped in on the left side, right above my heart. And I would always worry about that. And I'd have pains. And now that I know my heart's moved, it's my lung pains, like gas or whatever, you know. But I'd always worry about it when my heart was over there. Well, when I discovered the Mandela effect with the heart, and I checked, I had my son put his head to my chest, and he goes, "No, it's definitely up here real high in the middle of your chest." I'm like, oh my gosh. My ribs were symmetrical, where they had been actually one side was flat and the other side was normal. they were both now normal. Now, here's the important data point to this, because, I started thinking, did I jump into another timeline where my rib was never messed up? I'm starting to think of this from, terms of trying to figure it out. My skin, how when you sit and you get the little rolls and the little creases that are there over time, my rolls still reflect my crooked rib, although my rib is no longer crooked. So that's, to me, I was like, wow, I'm definitely in the same skin, but the ribs got fixed. So it's like my same body, because I know people have talked about scars moving. It's your same body. It's like maybe the original injury changed or how that played out. You know what I mean? If you fell on a bike, maybe it was the other side or something. You know what I mean? But I don't know that we're really jumping somewhere else, because, like I said, my skin reflected my crooked rib, although my rib was no longer crooked. Residue.
Right. And since go ahead.
No, I just said fascinating. That's really interesting.
That's crazy, yeah.
And I have a question for Shane from Propagate This Light. Do you think that the year is actually 2012? And if so, why?
That's a good question, because I think I actually got the information from an article you sent me, Cynthia, right? So
yes,
maybe you might
true.
be able to explain it better. I don't know that it's accurate. I haven't done my own research on it or whatever. But basically, don't they take whatever the original before the
it's right. The difference in the calendar systems, Gregorian to Julian, and when they were calculating the Mayan calendar, so it actually was off like 8.5 years. Or here we are.
Right.
June 21st, 2020.
So maybe a very good possibility, and it wouldn't be the first time some kind of wild, crazy synchronicity aligned with some of the stuff we've been doing, right, team?
Yes.
That's no doubt. The synchronicities with this team are always out of the roof. The 2012 question, if I may grab that real quick.
Please, yes.
The Julian to Gregorian calendars at the crossover in the 1500s. And when Tollet actually looked into this, he suggested that 1,000 years was added, but that's a whole nother discussion and topic. But the idea is when we jump from Julian to Gregorian, there was an 11-day differential between the two calendars that they kept out of the Gregorian calendar. So you lost 11 days a year. So this compounds per year over, I don't remember how many it was, 250. So I don't remember the number of years, so I don't want to get the math wrong, but it adds up to like 8.5 year differential. So by the Julian calendar, technically it would be the year 2012. And I read or heard yesterday, and I don't know how true it is because it is off YouTube. So take it with a grain of salt, guys. I'm not saying this is set in stone, but I heard that the Pope come out and did confirm he believes also that it's 2012. Again, grain of salt. I haven't confirmed that myself.
Very good to know.
Jerry, I'm sorry. The Pope said, what did the Pope say that he believes is 2021 or 2012?
2012
was the Mayan calendar end. Okay.
No, this is 2012 right now as we sit.
Okay.
This is 2012.
Yeah,
and the Mayan calendar end, to be clear, was never the end of the world. Is the end of an age or an era.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Thank you.
We have another question. We got a question that came in from Boiling Frogs. Are humans time locked?
Are humans time locked?
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Well, I think it ties in with what you were saying earlier, Chris, that in some ways there's a kind of a containment field around humanity of sorts. Some people feel it more than, they just have that feeling like we're kind of locked in a linear time or locked in a way of living, locked in some kind of framework, space and time, perhaps. And if that's true, is it possible to escape or move through that? I guess would be the corollary question.
Yeah, I mean, so when I hear that, I believe that our higher consciousness is a timeless being, so to speak, like no time, or definitely is not linear time is not something normal for other beings at higher levels than us. So time locked, I'm going to probably say, if I'm understanding it right, to an extent, probably yes, because we seem like we're trapped in linear time, like one frame a second. but there are concepts, time travel and how that could be accomplished and all the different ways that works. So initially, are we time locked? Maybe, but we can move beyond. We definitely can move beyond that. Is how I would express that.
And like Jerry's talk was really getting into that. A lot of examples came up. Do you want to touch on that, Jerry?
Wow.
You're back in the hot seat, Jerry.
I know, right? You guys love to burn me up today. That's all right. I love it. I need it. My goodness, if I'm the father IMEC, I should be able to sit in a hot seat. Really though, time locked people. So based on the linear time concept, yes, we do seem to move in a linear time concept. I would go back to the time locked events though. I don't think we're time locked per se. I think events in our life are time locked. Meeting that special someone that becomes your wife, gaining a radio show, or gaining a job, or being in the right place at that right time. That just the synchronicities, as we all in the community know. Sorry, I am really getting tired. I apologize. But as we all in the community know, the synchronicities are what we kind of tend to follow, and we end up with it seems to me when we get closer to these time-locked events in our lives, the synchronicities seem to speed up more and more, get closer and closer together until we reach that moment. I had something like that, an example of this time-locked event idea. The number 420 kept popping up to me, and I know, guys, I know, I get it, but it's not what you think, believe it or not. It actually has somewhat nothing to do with that. Fair enough. So this number kept showing up more and more frequently for me up to the date of April 20th or 420, when I was asked to come on a YouTube show that at the time was very, very big in the community, Dr. Lupo's show.
Yes.
It was a guest that had dropped out at the moment, and he called me on that day, hey, can you fill in? Sure, absolutely. None of this had been planned. After that, I stopped having that synchronicity of the 420 number. Every now and then it still pops up, don't get me wrong, but not like it was leading up to that moment. So that's what I would have considered a time-locked event. The person dropped out. He called me. I was able to get off of work that particular evening early and make that panel discussion. That was meant to happen. That moment was being led up to meant to happen. Are we time locked in linear time? Yes, we have to experience time 1 second at a time, generally speaking. Some of you guys tend to jump around hours at a time. I ain't quite figured out how the trick to that works yet, but generally speaking, we are literally locked, but time locked events, I think, happen that are meant to happen. And to shorten the answer, I apologize for rambling for 5 minutes.
No, that's so cool. Actually, in the comments, we're hearing Boiling Frogs is pointing out Lupo is awesome. I totally agree. That's how I met Moneybags and his son, Evan Maitreya Jr. Well, I didn't meet them, but they were there. And that's very meaningful to me too. So it's interesting that I love your spin on time lock and putting such a positive angle on it. Brilliant. We've got a question that's a little bit different now. This is Desert Mariposa. Anybody want to take this one? Does the food we eat make a difference? And what is the best thing to eat? I'm assuming this would be for Mandela effects or getting the benefit in all those senses. Anybody want to pick this one up?
I will go ahead and grab this one first, since you guys love to throw me in, and I'll just go ahead and get it out of the way right now. Right now. Seriously, this said, understand when I say this, I am not a medical doctor. I have no ability to give medical advice. Any advice I do give is personal advice only and is not considered to be medical advice given by me or IMEC. That said, we have found, me and some researchers have found, that after shifts occur, agreed upon shifts by the community is what I mean, people have found that they crave peanut butter and magnesium-rich foods in general. So I would say keeping the magnesium up would help. It's been our experience, though we haven't had a lot of medical data to fully back this yet, but from personal anecdotes, It's been the experience that the magnesium is taken out of the body at a shift for whatever reason. I can't explain the triggers or abilities behind this. Again, I'm not a medical doctor, but I can tell you that it's been the experience of the community that magnesium and magnesium-rich foods is definitely something to keep up on, in this researcher's opinion only.
That's interesting because I actually have to take magnesium supplements because I'll get heart palpitations, and it generally seems like they do happen around shifts. So that would totally align with what you're saying, you know. And I hear that with other people in the community. Lots of heart palpitations this week for whatever reason, but that could be from low magnesium.
That actually can be from low magnesium. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Chronos.
I haven't heard any of that, but for some weird reason, twice in the last week, I've craved peanut butter, and I just had to eat peanut butter twice in the last week, and I haven't eaten peanut butter in 2 years.
Well, that's cool. Interesting.
I've got a question that came in from Propagate This Light for Shane. Do you think spiritual abilities heighten greater, they develop and get stronger after an out-of-body experience? And if so, why would that be? So spiritual abilities increasing after an out-of-body experience.
I definitely feel like, from my experience, it definitely seems like everything you're experiencing along your journey kind of feeds off of each other, and you get synchronicities, and it's all connected, from my experience. So yeah, I've noticed that since I started doing BQH sessions with people, that's really helped me increase just talking to people on my channel and hearing their experiences, and just hearing what's happened to people. Just simply hearing people's stories really broadens your perspective and your awareness about what's even possible. And then as a result of knowing these things are possible, you begin to experience things yourself. So yeah, I think it all feeds off of itself, whether it's an OBE or hearing about someone's OBE or anything. I think it's all, you know, a well-oiled machine, basically.
Excellent. And anybody else want to answer that question? It's fine. I know it was directed at Shane, but feel free, like if you wanted to jump in.
I was going to say that near-death experiences, particularly, also from what I've heard, really amplify things, because you have an opportunity to meld more with your higher consciousness or whatever that is. But I've heard a lot from people that have had near-death experiences that also marked landmarks for their spiritual development.
Yep, catalyst.
Could you repeat the question, please, just to make sure I understand the question?
Okay. It was, do you think that spiritual abilities heighten after an out-of-body experience? If so, why?
So I can definitely answer that from the research that I've done. And as I was given in the talk earlier, and my green screen is trying to eat me, the dimensions are merging. It's not good, guys. We're really having effects here.
I've been noticing that.
So has the chat, actually. They said I'm moving in between dimensions. They may be right, actually.
You remember the question you got earlier with your talk is what happens when you're, out of your body and a shift happens, and I think that's the answer right there.
I think we're seeing what happens right now.
Right.
But in all seriousness, in my research, the OBE and NDEs do cause spiritual awakenings or spiritual what's the word I'm looking for? I don't even like using the word awarenesses, I guess you would say. So why would this be the case? When you go out of body, you suddenly have learned a lot of things in that instant. Number one, you are not your body. Number two, there's a spirit, and that leads in those assumptions themselves, or knowing that leads to a whole implication or list of implications. Like the soul is real, the spirit's real. That means the spirit world has to be real. That means everything when it deals with spirituality has to be real. It really leads to a lot of implications at a very simple thing. If you want to call OBE a simple thing. NDE was mentioned a moment ago also. And as I mentioned in my talk, we have savant syndrome, among other things that have been experienced from people who have NDEs. And my father had one thing. He did not have an NDE, but he had a symptom that most NDE people have, and that is the electricity in the body going kind of haywire. My dad could not wear a watch with a battery. It would stop within 2 minutes and drain the battery instantly. And people who have had near-death experiences have had this happen to them and their body. And this has been documented across a lot of cases.
And watches run backwards. I've seen that one too. I have friends that this happens. Yes.
Oh, I've never heard of that one. That's interesting.
Well, my mom actually worked in admitting in the hospital all, my life growing up or whatever. And she said that when people would pass away, I'm not sure what kind of watches, but I guess their spirit passing through the watch would make it just stop. So a lot of them, they have the time of death just because I think it might have been the old wind-up watches, but a lot of them, because I don't think you hear about that too much anymore.
Cool. So did we want to try the Chronos test with Shane? Do you have it set up? Do you want to give it a go? Shane was talking.
Oh,
before this.
actually, it might be better if Chronos shares his screen and opens it because he knows how to navigate it better. So I can explain it really quick. We were just thinking that, and it kind of serves two purposes because we can kind of see the interface and how it works or whatever. But I was just discussing having group names to where you can try using his software as a group, and I could use it with the UOTF group. But we're all here now, and maybe we can intend for something. Is that possible? Or does that take too long to make a group name? IMAC group, Chronos?
We could do it separately if it's too complicated right now. Are you there, Chronos? What do you think?
Yeah. We can make a group right now. We could, create a new account right this moment.
Okay. And while he's doing that, Jerry, do you want to announce winners of the questions? We could be wrapping that part up and then close with this little demo and then go on to the surprise.
Well, actually, I would need a couple minutes in order to do that. And I would need the team backstage. So what we could do after this is take a little break, and then we can come back with the big surprises at the end.
Did we? So we got to all of the questions then?
Those are the ones that had my name on it. I'm doing the best I can, and forgive me, anyone, if I've missed a question. This is maybe Shane can help me.
Yeah. I've been looking over here, and are they putting them in caps or are they just mixed up?
Usually they would tag my name, but or just say question at the beginning. We're just looking in the chat now. Oh, it looks like Eileen has a question. Wonder if Universal is. Oh, maybe not. Sometimes there's discussion going between people. So I'm doing my best to pull the questions out that are intended for those of us here. The chat's great. There's so much conversation going on. It's very active. Really love it. Are we ready, Chronos? How are we doing?
Not quite. One more moment.
Okay, no problem. What about another question?
Well, those are the main ones that we've been getting so far, but I can go ahead and create questions.
I got one. One. Do zombies have near-life experiences? That was Morris in the chat. I like that.
Very cute. Well, one thing I didn't really answer with the question for all of us about the Mandela effect meant to raise consciousness and what happens if the majority of the world never awakens. I think one interesting observation that I've noticed is with the Myers-Briggs interest inventory, the type of people that experience the Mandela effect tend to be intuitive feelers. So it's a very specific subset that's like the 1% of the population type people. Like I'm an INFJ, that's 1% of the population. When we went to Idaho, we were thrilled. I was thrilled to notice that the majority of the people in the room were intuitive feelers. That's highly unusual because typically,
because that's a minority.
It's a huge minority. I mean, it's a tiny minority, but then when you get together people who experience this phenomenon, then you're pretty much selecting for intuitive feelers primarily. Not everybody, but it's just a tendency. So it doesn't mean that you have to be an intuitive feeler to notice Mandela effects, but that tends to be it's like 70% of the Mandela effects are observed by 20-something% of the population. So I think what's happening is we're gradually increasing the experiencers, and we're getting that 100th monkey effect that Jerry was talking about simply by hitting a tipping point with some of the population experiencing a phenomenon that has really wide sweeping effects, sometimes much greater than even people who think they aren't experiencing it might realize. So that's been something that we haven't really touched on yet in this conference, but a lot of times people, oh yeah. Well,
But
are you ready?
I wanted to tell you, Cynthia, you took the words right out of my mouth, because, you know, on some levels there is evidence that shows that, you know, you can hit this sort of the 1% rule, I guess it is, where, you know, it's sort of everyone else is along for the ride and 1% starts controlling, you know,
Yes,
and it's just
yes.
everybody else just kind of goes along for the ride. And then there's this huge jump. So technically they didn't need to, and they always think the Rainbow Mountains were always there. You know, they're like, they've always been there, and they just kind of get pulled along.
If I may jump in real quick, the tipping point of society is 10%.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? We hit that point in meditation in the United States not too long ago. Pretty much dovetails with the huge influx and increase in Mandela effect experiencers. It doesn't mean causation, but there's a huge correlation. And I think that Chronos is ready. Are you ready, Chronos?
So Chronos,
Yeah.
I was thinking, you know, with a group like that, it wouldn't be good to like pick the ball, because, you know, we'd have to try to get everybody. So I guess which ones, like, can we intend for the higher number? There was a few that we could do as a group.
I would say pick a number. That would be the one that I've considered doing on a live stream many times myself. That way we're all concentrating on focusing on one specific number.
Like a 3-digit number, or
2-digit, 1-digit, 3-digit.
Do you want the
Anything
chat?
between 0 and 500.
Are we
Right.
asking the chat to participate too, right? So what do we want the chat to do?
yeah, we're all going to focus on the same number, correct?
All right.
Yeah.
Do we
What
want
number do you guys think?
Do we want to make my screen presentable?
Yeah, can we go full screen, Heather?
I say,
him.
I suggest in a group vote if you would like. I suggest 444.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
That's good.
We'll see if we can get this full screen do you know how to do the share, Chronos? Just share your screen, and then once you've done that, then Heather can make it full screen. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Should be right there on your Zoom, just the share screen.
All righty.
And for those of us who are in the chat and all of us who are participating, and those of you who are watching it later in time, you can have a retrocausal effect. We can affect the past. So if you're watching this in the future and you want to help join in with us, our number is 444. We are choosing that now. So you can go ahead and start doing some slow, deep, steady breathing. Really relax,
Actually,
feel your muscles relaxing. Go ahead, Chronos.
Right now, when I try to share the screen, it says host disabled attendee screen sharing.
Okay.
Host, can you re-enable that?
Give behind the scenes one moment, guys. Our technical director back there will let us know.
But we can get ready in the meantime. We can just go ahead and
Yeah.
just
Hang
keep
tight
relaxing.
1 second, guys. If you want to keep chatting, and I'll take a look at that right now.
So we're going to go ahead and get ready for this. So go ahead and just wherever you are, just as long as you're not operating heavy machinery, you can go ahead and close your eyes and start doing some lower abdominal breathing. Just relaxing all the muscles in your body. Just feeling that you're joining together with your heart to all of us. And feeling the love and the joy that we have in sharing together. And it'll be fun to see what kind of effects we can have. We're just going to relax and feel like we're getting deeper into a state of meditative awareness and energy, just feeling relaxed and energized at the same time. If you want, you can pay attention to your breathing and slow it down so it's nice and deep and steady and slow. You can breathe to your lower abdomen nice and slowly. And we've chosen the number 444 as our focus. And we're just feeling like we're joining together, all of our hearts together. Recognizing that we do want to see some cool effects, but whatever happens is fine. I love to ask how good can it get, and trust and have faith that we're going to find out, and it'll make sense one way or the other. Just feeling relaxed, calm. And anything else you want to add, Chronos, for what we're doing? That would be great.
Well, I'm almost wondering if I should start one now before we have the visual, and then I can do another one after we can share screen.
Fine. Yeah, I can do one right now. So we're going to go ahead and just focus on 444.
444. I'm going to have it manifest 250 times. That's our goal. Ready?
Okay.
3, 2, 1, starting.
And for those of us that haven't done this before, Chronos, you can let us know what's going on, just for those who have no idea what's going on.
Okay. So every second, 1,000 numbers are being generated. Right now, the numbers is tracking how many times those numbers are the number 444. Each second between negative 500 to positive 500 is being generated, and zeros excluded. So there's exactly a 1 in 1,000 chance for every single number. Statistically, every number should show up once per second. Of course, since they're all randomly generated, some seconds you might have your number show up 5 times or 6 times. Other seconds you might have it show up 0 times. And the question is, can you burst and think on the number and have it show up faster than once per second? That's the goal. And what this does is it tracks how fast does it show. What I've noticed is when I'm doing this, if I get a phone call in the middle and I track when that call came in, at the end it tells you exactly how often it triggered and what millisecond each number triggered. And I'll notice that during the time I had the phone call, it will be much less than during the times that I'm focusing. So,
and what percentage are we at right now?
Well, I had to log out and log back in, and so it didn't start until a short bit ago. We're at 96 right now, 97, 99, 100, 102. It's jumping pretty quick. 107, 109. I wish you guys could see this. We're at 44.9%.
Keep concentrating, everybody. 444, 444. Not much longer.
It's interesting. It was zooming and then it had no numbers for a good 3 seconds. Now it's going back up again, faster and faster. 154, 157.
So it's surging.
Popping up there pretty quick now. 177. $188. We're at 75%. $208. $230. Final stretch, we're at 241, 44, 5, 249. Finished.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. Let's find out our score. Now, we did have a bit of a restart in the beginning, is why it took longer. Normally, I don't think it would have quite taken that long, especially with the group. So, hey, Chronos, it's on you.
All right. We ended up finishing in 247 seconds. Statistically average, it would have been 250 seconds, so we were faster than average. And total score, it came to 200, let me see, total score 1,525.
Nice. So let me tell you, in comparison, the first time Ekranos showed me this, it was the last day of the last conference. My mind is in 90 different places. I'm doing 50 different things. And he shows me this, and I gladly granted him the time for him to show me. And he said, here, let's try it. Okay. So I tried it again. I'm very distracted. I got a 0, straight, absolute 0. You can do that. I did it first time. So Chronos goes, here, let me show you. He sits down and gets a 400 straight off the top. So yes, it does make a difference with practice also.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing your scores during the contest this week. Dark Wolf, I want to see you get some really good scores. I know you got it in you.
Well, I appreciate that. Since you mentioned that, ladies and gentlemen, I found out earlier that I am no longer the king of Intuition Challenge. It is now someone named Kim. I'm assuming you know which Kim you are, because I don't. But congratulations, you have knocked me off that pedestal for the moment. I will be trying to get back on there.
Awesome. Any other conversation you want to have? Because I think we want to wrap this up so we can get those winners and move on to the
special surprise. Absolutely.
Yes. So thanks for all of the demonstration that you did at Chronos. That was awesome. Really glad to have the answers from Shane and Chris and you, Jerry. It's been a wonderful day, first day of the conference so far. So we're going to take a little break here to get the winners. Is there anything you want to say, Jerry, before we wrap up?
Guys, give us about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. We will be right back. We've got to go behind the scenes. We got to do some calculating, do some arguing, and discussing, and find out who has the best questions. So let me tell you, this is not going to be easy. You guys hammered us with some amazing questions today. Keep them coming. We have a full week of this. I'm loving it. We've had an amazing start. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Chris, for moderating all day. You guys have done an amazing job as moderators today. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for taking this day on. It's been absolutely fun. Shane, thank you for jumping on the panel with us. It's the first time we've heard from you today. So we very, very much appreciate you coming up and hanging out with us. And Chronos, of course, a wonderful presentation. He has that prize going, guys. Get on that ThetaStream.app and make sure you're practicing. Practice does make perfect when it comes to this. And that's all I got to say, guys. Give us a couple minutes. Let's go behind the scenes, and we'll come back with some winners.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, guys, welcome back to the 2020 International Mandela Effect Conference and the closing of the conference. But don't worry, guys, it's not over. It's only getting to the end of day one. We have a special, very special release video coming out tomorrow. And for that, I've kept here with me Mr. Christopher Anatra. Could you please explain to us, Chris, what this is about and why it's so special?
Yeah, so when I was preparing my presentation that's going to be shown on Tuesday about timeline paradoxes, I was doing all this research about NASA and so forth, and I had an experience that I didn't have any idea I was going to have, and it caused me to create kind of like another presentation, really a video on its own that has to do with Father's Day. So the timing was perfect. Sunday's Father's Day. Sunday's the Ring of Fire annular eclipse, summer solstice. You know, as we talked about before, some feel it's the true end of the Mayan calendar, marking the beginning of a new age. So tomorrow is a kind of an interesting day. But while I was creating my presentation, I had a experience and visitation by a deceased astronaut. But it wasn't from the Space Shuttle Challenger crew, which I was doing my timeline paradox thing about. It was from another astronaut that died in the 60s at Cape Canaveral. Actually, there are 3 of them altogether. So it's going to air tomorrow at 4 p.m. on the IMAC channel. So hopefully everyone here is subscribed. If not, please subscribe so you get the
Can we have some clarity there? 4 p.m. what time zone?
Thank you. Eastern time zone. So 4 p.m. Eastern time zone. Yeah, and it's the video runs about 49 minutes. So, and it's just packed with information, and it goes off in a direction that I don't think people are expecting that it would go off on. But I think it's pretty special. I think it's one of the to me, it's like one of the better videos that I made, and especially because it wasn't planned. It just came about, and it flowed, and things are happening to me. Like as an example, I was doing this research, and I'm at my house getting ready to go to bed. I look at my clock, it says 11:11, you know, the angel hour. And then my phone starts going off in another room. And I'm like, what's going on with my phone? And I listen to it, and it's talking about Purdue University presents the Gus Grissom story. And I'm like, what is this? Astronaut Gus Grissom? And so that's how these things progress. It started off with that. So it's pretty special. So I just want to invite everyone to give it a watch. And you might be surprised at what I reveal in that, the revelation that I uncover in that video. So just wanted to say a little bit about that.
We've had many revelations uncovered today, my friend. We cannot wait for that tomorrow. I am telling you, I'm as excited as the rest of the audience, I'm sure, is. So thank you, Chris, for doing that for us, for that special Father's Day video. I'm sure every one of us will appreciate that.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to sign off. And I can't wait for the surprise.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple announcements to make, of course. I promised you at the beginning of this show that we would have a contest running every day for 2 winners for a copy of Cynthia Sue Larson's book, Reality Shifts. Consciousness Changing Matter. Lord help me, I can't remember the subtitle, but Reality Shifts is the main title of the Cynthia Sue Larson book. As a matter of fact, I actually have that right here. When consciousness changes the physical world, you will each receive a copy of this book. Now, who are the winners for today? That is a really, really good question. Ladies and gentlemen, the first winner for today is the question about C60 and carbon, carbon crystallization opposed to instantaneous body changes. That was Atsuko is the name way you pronounce that name. Atsuko, get with us. Send us an email, team@imec.world, team@imec.world. Congratulations, you are the first winner of the contest of the first day, the first winner of the entire conference. So congratulations, the second winner. And if you guys haven't guessed it by now, we have joked about this question ever since it came in, only because it was such an amazing question. And that was the question about the OBE at the time of a shift. That was asked by the Rippin' Rabbit Hole, Mr. AJ. Congratulations. Go ahead and send us a email with your mailing address to the team at imec.world so we can get that on its way. We at IMEC, before everything started off this week, a couple months ago, about a month and a half ago, I'd say, maybe a little less, we put out a call to the entire Mandela Effect community. And we asked them to send us a small clip about how they felt about the Mandela Effect or just their thoughts, just a small 10-second clip. Well, we've had a very special young man, Mr. Evan Jr., Moneybag's son, has put together an amazing, and when I say amazing, I cannot stress this enough, guys, an amazing Mandela montage that we will play just as soon as my mouth closes for the last time tonight. But before we do that, there's something for you guys to look forward to here in about 5 minutes. We will be playing that montage. And this montage, again, is from all random people of the community. This is more than just us here at IMEC. This is more than just the speakers involved. This is everybody in the community who was willing to send in their piece. They are in this montage. I sadly was not able to, but that's okay because my voice will be heard on this conference enough. You don't need to hear it one more time in a montage, I'm sure, is actually probably your reprieve from hearing my voice for a couple minutes. And I say that jokingly, of course, unless you don't enjoy my voice, then sorry. Just kidding. Anyway, guys, I'm rambling, so let me get to the meat of the things. We know tomorrow we have Moon Angel coming out by Christopher Anatra. It will be on the International Mandela Effect YouTube page. Guys, please come back on tomorrow. Check that out. Share that out on social medias. Share it out with everybody. Let them know that this event is going on. And Monday, the schedule for Monday looks to be that we are going to have me pulling up the schedule for Monday because it's not up yet. The schedule for Monday, we're going to have Moneybags himself, Mr. Evan Maitreya, as our first talk. Then we'll have Eileen Colts, Eileen Colts of the Eileen Colts YouTube channel, a former radio news journalist. We are really looking forward to that one also. And then Mr. Shane Robinson of Unbiased and on the Fence. You heard from him on the panel tonight. He will be giving his talk on Monday. So you guys do not want to miss this. Make sure you tune in Monday at the same time. Check the imec.world site for the times that we will be going live. And ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, thank you so very much for being here at the grand opening and kickoff of the 2020 International Mandela Effect Conference. It has been absolutely 100% top-notch, incredible, and has only been that way because of every last one of you who has interacted today and been involved, and we hope continues to be involved to the rest of this event. So, ladies and gentlemen, I promised you a Mandela montage, and a Mandela montage you will get. So, I'm Jerry Hicks, and on behalf of the board of directors and the sponsors, which I must shout out one last time, the Rippin' Rabbit Hole Common Sense Radio, the Dream Visions 7, the Dream Visions 7 Radio Network, the Conscious Life News, Higher Journeys with Alexis Brooks, and the Kingdom of Nye radio show. We are proud to have every last one of you guys on board. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our sponsors, on behalf of our board of directors, and on behalf of our team behind the scenes and in front of the scenes, we thank you for being here. We hope to see you again both tomorrow and on Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the first day of the International Mandela Effect Conference 2020. Until Monday, bye, everybody.
So that means it's a lot like the future affecting the present and the present affecting the past. When we look at alternate histories, what does this sound like? Sounds a lot to me like the Mandela effect.
And I bring the Mandela effect up because I know a lot of our viewers have come to this through that experience. And it is bigger than the Mandela effect. We understand that, but kind of our wake up moment.
things are changing at a rapid pace. To think that this Mandela effect is only limited to words and movies, you really don't have a clear understanding of what's going on.
And the most arresting thing, if you haven't already noticed, is her hand is not even there. Her hand is missing. So, is this like Back to the Future gone wild or what? I don't know.
Wait a second. This is a second rose?
It's the same one.
Oh, it's the same one.
How do you spell it? All four of them in unison said HAAS.
Do you remember Ed McMahon delivering checks to people's houses?
Yeah, the clearinghouse sweepstakes.
Yeah, he doesn't do it anymore, dude. He doesn't work for them anymore.
You're wrong.
He's never done it before, ever.
Melinda Iverson in here, and the Mandela effect can manifest in so many ways, like my earring dropping in. How joyful can life get?
I would always see our dog waddling around, and then I would go to look, and she wasn't there. I was seeing her in a quantum superposition.
Yes, I believe in Mandela effect. Thank you, Cynthia. This is Dr. Pallavi from India. Well, I am a magician, an author, a physiotherapist, and a healer. Thank you.
And it may be as simple as tuning a dial on a radio station now and tuning into the frequency that you would like to move forward into.
The Mandela effect, for me, is something, I can't describe it with words. When I first came across one that actually hit home, zinged me in my heart.
Hi, my name's Mark Muchluckner, and I was Mandela affected back in 2017, so I wrote a book about it titled Spiritual Awakening Using the Mandela Effect. So rather than letting the Mandela effect use you, use the Mandela effect for your own spiritual development. That's it. Namaste.
Welcome to the quantum age, where believing is seeing.
Be a blank slate for divinity to create.
Raising our love vibrations of billions of hearts, always beautiful.
Memories, they all just faded away. Looked in their eyes, they were all in the days. All alone, shifted to this place. Sun is white, but the clouds are gray.
Everything that's happened in this Mandela effect, it's all like people have been taken back from the dead. We have new species, we have new logos, we have new things. Like, how is that evil? If anything, I think God's just showing off. It's not the end of the world.
There are no right or wrong answers, just the current and alternate ones. Your answers go into a pool, which helps with the study of the Mandela effect.
The Mandela effect is like a crime scene we stumbled upon, and we want to know what happened. I researched these changes to piece back together the puzzle, and that puzzle is our memories of the past.
You are talking to Rock and Roll Robert Zumoff. Oh wait, I'm Patrick Roberts from Our New Timeline.
This ended up being, one of the best moments of my life, as far as the ME.
All I know reasonably well is airplanes. So what's this video about? Well, that's what we're going to see now.
Does this look right to you? Yep. Because I used to not have the E. Yes. When I was in the store, I was like, that doesn't look right, but I didn't think anything of it. I was like, oh, I'm probably just remembering it wrong. I
I was just trying to tell a good friend tonight. Finally, came out of the closet, so to speak, about being a Mandela Effect Bible changes enthusiast.
And you know, as much as everything doesn't exist or is just an illusion, I also have felt ever since I was a child that everything is alive.
I know that famous scripture, and I've come across it, and it's not there. And it's never been there in this reality.
Ever since that initial shock wore off, it's been incredible. It's been great. The things that I've been learning and looking into, and paths I've been taking down, and people I've met some incredible people throughout this whole thing that I never would have met. So it's just been a really great experience for me.
So I just wanted to do a video on the Mandela effect. So yeah, apparently Paul Hogan no longer says throw another shrimp on the Barbie. He slips the shrimp on the Barbie now.
I knew that the universe is not out there, that I am the universe. So I do have all the power. So do you.
And one of the things the research is confirming is that there is no one set, solid, objective reality out there. And that what we are beyond physical bodies is pure energy.
I've learned that we are an actor playing as multiple characters on multiple stages. No matter which play we're in, I love you.